If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
This is impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Philippines Championship, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Nico, Black and Blue Gayoso, to bring you all of the hottest action from today. And it's an understatement to even say that the action from today is going to be hot, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, from the past 2 days that we've had already here, we've done Group A, we've done Group B, and those were tightly contested. And some of the teams that we were not expecting to do as well as they did suddenly came out of the woodwork and surprised everybody. We had C8 do really well during Group B last time around. They almost upset PDR, were the favorites on that. But as they're moving in today, AJ, I'm going to only expect even more of those kind of surprises here.
Oh, absolutely, man. Big names, big groups in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If it was already disappointing or, heartbreaking to see only just one team move to the qualifiers thus far, today is going to be an even bigger heartbreak for a lot of the fans out there within the COD community. Let's bring on the graphics to show you guys who are the four squads who are up in here to battle for that top spot. The format, of course, it would start from the top 16. We have broken them down into 4 groups now, haven't we, Nico?
Yes, we have. And mind you guys, only a single team from each group will be moving on forward into the playoffs that we're going to have September 3 to 5. So keep that in mind. We did Group A and Group B a while ago, these past few days, and now we're going to be moving into Group C. Lots of teams here to really fight for and contend over the top spot to be able to be that Philippine representative. But for the meantime, as we're going into things here, of course, we're going to be going in a point-based system for the groups. 1 win per map equals 1 point. And so at the end of this day, we're going to find out who has the most points and subsequently moves on over to the playoffs. But, of course, AJ, these guys aren't just fighting for nothing. They're going to be going for this huge prize pool. What do we got?
Oh, 990,000 Philippines pesos, man. I mean, the best part of this whole thing is yes, each and every single team that goes on to the playoffs will be able to take a big chunk of this prize pool. But those who manage to reach that number two spot in the group stages, they get a little bit of something, something to 40,000 pesos, right? We've seen two teams pick them up already.
Mhm.
We will see one more today. The number one within this group moves on to the playoffs. Those that pick up that second rank will be able to at least smile a little bit with that 40,000.
Yeah, that's a bit of a consolation there. And at the very least, if
Yeah.
you go to the playoffs, you secure at minimum 100,000 pesos, and that is huge. But we're going to be going over now to the teams that have qualified here into our group stages as we look into them. First off, to round things going, Velocity Esports, you got RTL
Oh.
Esports, Ultimate E
Mm-mm.
Pro, and Team Creamy. What a dream.
The Inquirer named this as the group of death, right? So many of these big names, so many of the big squads, and we can expect to see huge action starting off from the opener of the day itself, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So don't worry, we'll walk you through the schedule in just a bit. Back-to-back action. So before the day kicks off, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream out as well. RTL Esports will be opening things up against Ultimate E Pro. And after we've seen the two big dogs go at each other, Team Creamy will then step up to the plate to take on Velocity Esports, Nico.
AJ, looking at this, it kind of seems like we're getting the best of both worlds. We're starting with a marquee matchup here on match number one with RTL versus Ultimate ePro, and we're ending with
Yeah.
another great match to come with Ultimate ePro versus Velocity Esports. This is going to be an action-packed day, and as you said, this is doubted and rather dubbed as the group of death. And in that case,
Mm.
well, three shall not survive at the end of this. There's lots of favorites to go from this playoff stage into the playoff stage, but we're going to really have to find out for ourselves who will progress on forward. And in that said, let us now look at what we've got upcoming here. AJ, when we were kind of looking at things here, the story that kind of seems to me is one of the
Mhm.
teams that comes out of this group C. I think they're one of the running favorites in the playoffs itself. So this is going to mean a lot on who really qualifies into that slot.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem about Group C, right? It's not just one favorites in here. We've got multiple. I mean, the absolute no-brainer, of course, RTL Esports as well as Ultimate ePro. But Team Creamy, they've stepped in here with the form with only one goal in mind to get that Philippines championship and go back home as the victors, right? They were just put together very, very recently. So I'm curious to see exactly how much or how far they'll be able to go in the competition, because the one thing that's for sure, Nico, the most important element here is the teamwork. And if you've just gathered together, I don't know how strong they're going to be together.
I mean, we can never doubt, that these guys have the mechanics to make it happen, but it
Yeah.
is a team game, and that is what you've seen
Mhm.
prevail. You can have some crack shots here and
Yes.
there, but we're going to be looking at a bad bunch of boys to start things off here.
Yeah.
Day number 3 of this group stage. Let's look at RTL. One of the running favorites to win this entire tournament currently, and even this whole group stage, it would kind of be, if they were in almost any other group, they would be the favorites to come out of that group. But for them to be in Group C, they have a lot more to prove than they've already had in the past. And so Kenshi, Kebs, CV, Sasano, Vanlo, and Wacky, these guys need no introduction. But AJ, what can you tell me about these bad bunch of boys?
They are in here for a battle, and it's not going to be easy, man. I mean, RTL Esports, if you ask me, um, I want to say they've got a great chance of moving on to the playoffs, but it's going to be so difficult. And let me tell you why. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the team that used to be known as PDR Reborn. They are now known as Ultimate ePro. They will be taking on RTL Esports. And the names there are very, very familiar to Kenshi. Nico, a former teammate, the lineup very, very hot on their side as well. And this particular rivalry within these two squads have been going on for quite a while within the community.
Yeah, and perhaps if they, progress on over to the playoffs, they can kind of get that revenge against maybe one of their former teams, PDR. They were kind of like touted as that B-side team, but still, they are a bad group of players here who we can never doubt to maybe even win the whole thing. And that's RTL, but the team that they're going up against here are also a group that are definitely, in every sense of the word, very formidable. Ultimate E Pro here. You got AG, you got Flex, Jabin, Tin, Yato, and Yo Babs. Babs, having lots of experience under his name. All of these players actually have done a lot in the past, but they have yet to really claim that slot as a top team in the Philippines. But they've been very close many, many times. AJ, what do you think about these guys?
Already a top team in the Philippines, my friend. They are one of the best. Undoubtedly, we will be able to see those trick shots coming through. We will be able to see supremacy in terms of map mastery from both of these squads. I mean, this is already, playoffs worthy matchup. And it's very, very upsetting to see them go against each other and know that only one of these two squads can make it there to that playoffs. We only have room for four, my friend. Only four.
I mean, if this was going to be like the old ways where you have to kind of progress from the group stage into the playoffs, then I would tout Ultimate E Pro to be going up there just as well with their opponents. But as we move into things here, we're going to have to deal with what we got. And for the meantime, it will be the ultimate starting match of basically this whole entire group stage. RTL Esports versus Ultimate E Pro. This could definitely be, as you said, kind of like a preview of potentially a finals, a grand finals-esque match. But we're going to have to get this going here in the group stages itself. We're going to go to the map bans first to start things off. We've been seeing a lot of crossfire and firing range bans, AJ. Do you think that is going to ring true today?
It depends on what sort of strats these guys are trying to pull off, right? We might just be seeing them on the verge of showing off because today is a day where you get to shine, man. No matter what, you want to be able to show the whole of COD community that you've got what it takes to carry that Filipino flag all the way into, the Garena qualifiers and on to the world stage as well. So we will be able to know exactly how they swing it. RTL looks like they've won the coin toss. Let's take a quick peek at those bans. Firing range going to be ticked off first. And if your bet is right, Crossfire is going to be next, but they will be removing Summit instead. So Ultimate E Pro don't want to get a little cold. They want to keep everything warm in here, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. RTL brings us into Hardpoint. Map number 1 is going to be none other than Raid. We've seen exactly how this breaks down already. The pace needs to be kept up, Nico, and especially when you go into the square center, 2 of those power positions, right? Gallery as well as laundry room. Either side that you start on, you need to step in there and monitor it first. If you lose hold of that power position, one of them sweeps it over, it's all done and dusted there, man. And it's quite difficult to roll on once you don't really have a strong showing at square center.
Yeah, and when you look at Sculpture's side, as soon as the team kind of gives up and relinquishes control of their own power position, would either be Gallery or the laundry side, depending on where they spawn, you quickly see that point turned over. You quickly see it given over to the opposing team, and that's really the type of map control you're going to need. Kitchen has also been quite an interesting place. I mean, for I think our final match of Group B, we even saw like a double sentry stack on Kitchen itself and work to perfection. But for S&D, Standoff, what else are we going to get here? I mean, such a great map to get S&D going. How much control that kind of granny's house, that hotel position gives you. We've seen a lot of teams fight over that, but will it be favored here to Ultimate E Pro, who does pick Standoff and S&D? We're going to be going over to Domination. I think at this point, anything's up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Crossfire is going to be Domination. This is going to be so exciting. I honestly prefer to watch Hardpoint on Crossfire, but it's going to be equally as fun. Standoff, right? Earlier on, you kind of mentioned Granny's house. The hold is going to be quite interesting at Granny's house as well, because recently, ever since the nerf of those termites came through, we see that the teams who are on defense prefer to allow those early plants and go back in there for the retake. So the hold at Granny's needs to be super strong if they want to do this well, because, if you drop that and you get rushed by the other squad, it's potentially going to be the end game right there. Sparrow as well as Annihilator getting vetoed out. We won't be seeing them pop off, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, on Standoff, when you look at it, the A site is definitely the one that teams will kind of favor. It's a lot more easier to hold in the post plant, but for the B site, it is quite open, but that also kind of gives you some advantages as an attacker if you're able to get a solid post plant position. But for the meantime, as we go into Crossfire, it's a map I've actually quite favored on S&D. I like watching that on that as well. But Domination can be a doozy, honestly. If you go top spawn, it can really favor a lot of the sniper heavy compositions, teams that like to pull out those snipes really early on, and it can really kind of pretty much cut the entire map in half if you can't deal with them. If you have somebody at the top house or the corner house and you can't deal with that, that's going to be a huge problem, especially on Domination. But we're going to have to see what exactly the strats are here. As AJ, we're going into the first game of day number 3. Let's get things going. RTL versus Ultimate E Pro.
Yeah, boy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget, hit that like. That's bringing those shares in as well. This is most definitely going to be lit. The side of RTL coming in strong. Ultimate E-Pro, we see Yobabs taking hold of Laundry Room first, making sure he gives all of his team members the opportunity to drop in there and go in there for the slice. 5 points picked up the hard point so far. It's going to be good. But now with Kevs taking out Laundry Room, clearing it out, it should be enough momentum for RTL to pick a few points up for themselves. But he needs to wait for that backup, though.
They do have solid control here of the P1. Up in the Laundry, could not land the shots just yet there. Kevs will do some damage, but not able to confirm the kill as of the moment. And Yobabs and Jabim will capitalize on that as Ultimate E-Pro. They completely storm over P1 here and taking it in their way still. RTL cannot find a solid foothold to get this sculpture in their pocket. And for the meantime, this point seems firmly in the hands of Ultimate E-Pro. You can see that RTL have already given up on it and are going to move towards P2 instead.
It's going to be quite difficult. Now, the snowball in from P1 to P2 should be quite easy, but the players from RTL dropping into kitchen hot. Although they move in first, they seem to be getting snuffed out one by the players of Ultimate E-Pro. Here comes AG as well, brings the Fennec out, and by the time the hardpoint is activated, Ultimate E-Pro is the one who stands in there. Yes, the content is going to be coming through from the side of RTL. So this match is quite one-sided so far.
We're in the kitchen and things are definitely cooking here, AJ. Look at this. The battle is going all out. To Cryo will slow things down, and they're completely not even snowballing this. They're turning this into an avalanche, AJ. That's a second point in a row now that they've completely held control of. RTL have yet to get a single point on the board, and we're up 0-70. What a dominating performance here from Ultimate E-Pro. They still got lots of time left to hold on to this point, and RTL, they seem very, very scattered at the moment. You could not really find their way to group up and really get a good foothold to push into the point itself, and now they're going to be trying to go for P3. They tried to do this from P1 to P2, but it did not work to no avail. So now, will it work out this time? It seems like RTL are still struggling to maybe get some control here.
It's quite a smart play, but I did not expect to see a 98-0 scoreline in a match between RTL as well as Ultimate E-Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a play by the side of Ultimate. And now they will go in for the slice, and by the time the hardpoint is unlocked, Ultimate E-Pro is once again on the point. Tin now going in for the slice, and it gets taken down. The sentry gun brought out by Ultimate. AG will go in for the slice as well. 1-1-1-0. RTL ESPORTS, did all of their internet slow down on them or what?
I don't know what's happening here, man, but it seems like RTL is just going on in, getting picked off one by one, and they're finding picks here and there, yeah, but not really much. Are we going to get a flawless round? No, we're not. For the meantime, they finally get some points on the board, AJ. But at this point, is it a done deal? It's 4 and 120 for 100 points difference. And if they even make, actually 120, if they make the comeback here, that's going to be one for the ages, for the history, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Past them already. Playing catch-up is way too difficult, right? RTL Esports, they need to pull on a master's game, but AG is going to be making that so difficult. The early rotation from the side of Ultimate E-Pro will be more available because they gave up that hard point. RTL Esports should do something like that. Here comes the second as he drops in, but he gets bombed out. It's the cluster strike from Ultimate E-Pro. And here's the thing, I understand RTL backing away into garage a little bit. But it's the inevitable, isn't it? This is such a one-sided match. 150-21 it ends. Surprise, surprise, Philippines.
Man, we were touting this as, you know, the marquee matchup of the day, but it seemed completely one-sided there in the favor of Ultimate E. And for them to do that, it kind of seemed like RTL was relinquishing control and rotating to the next point a bit too early, but that kind of just bit them in the back. I get the idea there, so, you know, maybe get a secure hold of the next point, but in that case, it didn't seem like their defense was enough to really hold that strategy down. How do you
it's going to be really, really important that we call this right? Because it could just be that the side of Ultimate E-Pro was really serious, but we understand this. RTL is not a squad to be trifled with. RTL is not a team that you can take down with such dominance over because they barely played that map. They barely went in there for the challenge. I mean, we saw them move into raid. They got dominated. They got pushed out of there. Kitchen was a similar situation. They went in there for the early rotations. But what surprised me the most was how early they pulled away out of Kitchen. They set up their defense at Garage, and it makes no sense at all for a squad like RTL to do something like that, right? And it can't be the argument of, oh, we don't want them to reach their score streaks first because, you're eventually going to have to start fighting for those points. And in those points, they're going to eventually pick those score streaks up as well. So I kind of feel this might have been RTL forcing a drop early just to make sure Ultimate ePro drops a little bit of their guard as well. And if that happens, it's a very easy game to overtake, right? Because each and every single victory here counts at the end of the day. But it's such a risky bet to play with, Nico.
I mean, if that was the cards that they were trying to throw out on the board, if that was the hand that the dealer was dealing them, then I'm not sure if it was the right play and the right move to go that way because, as you said, AJ, every single point here matters and every single map win you get matters. We saw on Group B that the difference between 1, 2, and 3, the top 3 slots in that 4-team group, was only a single point. It was 5 points, 6 points, 7 points. And so if you're kind of trying to go and play with fire, you might just get burned back. And for the meantime, I think it was kind of, honestly, RTL, they were kind of respecting Ultimate here too much. Like, they were like, okay, you guys have firm control for that. We're not going to fight for it. They seemed almost scared to go for those fights. And not even a single player from the side here of RTL has got a double-digit scoreline. And now, kills don't mean everything, but it's a very telltale sign of what might have happened during the match itself. So, the thing is here, though, AJ, as we move into SND, the second map of this series, we're going into Standoff. This is a chance to maybe get a stop and maybe shift momentum back their way. But after that, it can be very hard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, after that, it's just pure defeat already, isn't it? I mean, it's not a best out of 3, but each and every single point here matters. And here's the thing. No matter whatever sort of game RTL wants to play right now, they have to remember that you cannot take TeamCreamy as well as Velocity easily. I mean, what are they expecting? To go into those series and take 3-0s? Creamy as well as Velocity, they step into the competition with so much of promise. This sort of gamble isn't going to end well at all. RTL Esports, they need to step right back up and they need to take 2 wins back to back. Oh, the potential of getting kicked out of the competition is definitely there.
Yeah, and, looking at RTL, they have proven a lot in their history, right? And that also goes to show that teams, they're going to bring your A game up against you, and so are Ultimate ePro, to be fair. Both of these teams, top dogs of the Philippine scene, but it has been the perfect read so far coming from Ultimate ePro. Can they finally get the stop here? We're going to a non-respawn game mode, and that's going to matter a lot for RTL to maybe get that breathing space on. If they can find an opening pick here, then they can maybe get some momentum on the wings, but now here to the first round of map number 2, Standoff once again. It seems like RTL here on the attack have not really kind of established much just yet. They look to split things up, but no picks being found.
Yeah, I love exactly the setup coming through from both RTL as well as Ultimate ePro. Ultimate ePro setting up the defense over at Granny, but not overextending into convenience store, making sure that they don't get caught off guard. Because as much as possible, they want to pull and drag time, but not lose any one of their men. If they do get their head pinned down, it's going to be so easy for RTL to go in there for that plant and hold the space down as well. Beautiful space now getting popped in, but able to hold that man for a long time. AG with a 2-piece. Finally Kenshin puts him out of commission. But it's a 3-2. The numbers 4-2. The numbers don't look good for RTL at all. They bought too much of time and AG took advantage.
Yeah, it seemed like RTL, they didn't want to make a move, and so Ultimate ePro were like, okay, we'll make something happen. AG going on the flank, and he finds Q. That's expecting to go in through the warehouse, and they end the round with only a single player going down. That was AJ. Definitely worth it as Ultimate ePro. Another dominating start here, AJ.
Uh-oh. What are we even watching? RTL Esports, I mean, I understand exactly how they were approaching this game, but they shouldn't have allowed AG to stop in. It's so close to take them out, right? Initially, the setup from the side of RTL was really really good because they sent 2 players towards gas station, keeping an eye on that backstep from Hotel Shotgun. If they had not backed away from the situation, they would have had a clear grasp on the map. AG wouldn't have been able to pull that off. It's a 2-on-1 situation we're talking about. Beautiful movements in here. Kevs drops Yato out of the way, and now the bomb plant is going to be coming through. Ultimate E Pro needs to step it up 4-3. The numbers do not look good, and RTL Esports might pull this one right back into the bag.
All right, this is looking a lot more confident, a lot better here for RTL. This could be the stop that they need, and sometimes, you know, when you're in that down space, you just need that one kickoff, that one round to get you back into the game, and this could be it for RTL because of that they're trying to watch out for the flanks here on the Wacky. Now boosted up top, Yo Bob cannot land the shot. Away. Will land it with a pump back. Trying to confirm it. He will eventually get Wacky there. Pick up for them to find it. A quick scope. Yo Babs. Can they open things up? Here AJ on the site, but no, RTL will finally get the round, their first stop and their first point this entire series, and this could be the turning point.
I told you, man, this was going to be the kind of matchup where our balls will all of a sudden end up in our throats at times. It's going to be nerve-wracking at times because these two teams are really good, right? A little questionable. I understand, but now they pushing really well. And Kev overextending, but backs away in the nick of time. Pops out a nade as well in case he is being hunted down. He won't be able to get the block. Pressure is on. Ultimate E Pro needs to come back in with yet another question. If Yobabs is leading it, I will be shivering.
Almost getting picked off there, but fortunately able to pull back in just a nick of time. Still a 5v5 here, AJ. No single pickups being left on yet. Who will start that off? Of course it will be Kev's up close. And Bowser will follow up. Yato finding Kev will eventually trade out. Susano will do the same thing. Domination will get his frag, and now the flurry will go in the favor of RTL as they do finally go up in a round here. Their first lead this entire series.
Momentum swing, my friend. So you see the amount of pressure RTL can exert in a game against Ultimate E Pro, although they are so good, and they've shown that to us in game number 1 already, and that's exactly the that I spotted in game number 1, right? It was not who RTL is, and let's see if or not that little trick can catch Ultimate E Pro off guard. I mean, true pros don't get caught off guard with you know, every single bag. As long as it's beneficial, you have to pull it out at this stage, Nico.
So Kevs somehow finds 2 picks here to the side of RTL. He's opened things up, and this is exactly what they need to get going. But Susano from the back won't find one before eventually being shut down. They're going to do a 2v2, make it a 1v2. It's all in the Wacky. Can he go crazy here? He does have a snipe in his hands, but Yato's a better shot. What a great shot from him. And Ultimate E Pro tied the game up 2-2.
Oh, what a play by Yato, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be so difficult because of the combination between Yobabs as well as Yato. Now, these guys can both pick those snipes up. If we drop into crossfire on a search and destroy, this ultimately no winning over Ultimate Pro, right? They are just so good. And both of them being able to put on pressure from afar just flip-flop so many times. That's exactly what it's a slow approach this time round onto Alpha, and one very important person, Susano, he cannot take his eyes off gas station. Will be attempted yet again, Nico.
DLQ in hand, and they're gonna have to try and do something big here again. Will they expect this to happen? There is a flank potentially coming, but no, they're gonna be watching that for the meantime, not wanting to have a repetition of what happened in the round prior. So they're actually taking things quite slow here, AJ.
If Susano leaves his spot one more time, and the side of RTL Esports loses this, it will be quite heartbreaking. And now the access into the bomb site is already there. Susano should not be backing away. He should wait for the backstab because we know that Jabin will be stepping up once again. The bomb has been planted already, and now pressure is on to Ultimate E Pro. Susano, he has got this game in his hands as long as he can stay calm, Nico.
He's an important position here. If he can find the frag with the jumper, that's going to be huge. And yes, he does. That was what we were talking about, AJ. Perfect time, perfect place to make it happen. And now he's going to fall back after that. Kenji will answer back though, and so will the boss to the side of ult. The Kevs will find one of his own. down
There
and
you
bring it to
go.
a 1v4. Just completely the remaining members of Ultimate E-Pro. And with a final shot, Susano opens up the game and closes the round 2. 2-3. We're moving to the half with RTL with a single round lead.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you break that backstab, man. I mean, that's just so dangerous. In a situation like that, if there was no Susano at that point, if he had left his station, that gas station, things could have turned around so far for the side of Ultimate. Now, hopefully that exact same play was pulled off on the defending side as well. The RTL Esports need to keep the side of Ultimate off of their bomb side, and this is a very sneaky approach now, coming in close to A. It's a 3-2 situation, and none of those players have been taken down yet. Quite a risky maneuver.
Back here coming from the side of RTL. I think Ultimate are biting a bit more often they can chew, and Kevs will punish him for that. A double by him, and Von Lu will follow up. But that's what we were talking about, you know, as Wacky follows on in. Not a single pick off yet for the side of Ultimate E-Pro. And I think, you know, RTL, they're looking a lot better here than they were earlier on in Hardpoint, and they're making it happen. They now know that he's not going to last for long. He will get the pick off on the Kevs. That's what he's going to have at this point. It's still a 1v4. He's going to have to pull off the clutch of
Oh, absolutely, man. And it's going to be quite difficult. I mean, RTL Esports, they don't really need to go in here for the push. It's not like these kills gives you any extra leeway of winning these matches. So all they need to do is just hold on to side. Don't allow Yobabs to be Yobabs. Van Lu taken down. And I guess they understand that statement a little bit stronger now, Nico.
Well, definitely can't get complacent at this moment, AJ, and if you just throw yourself at him, then Yobabs is more than capable of punishing you every single time. He's just Genji out on the floor. What are you doing? It's not prop hunt. This is goddamn. We're at the finals here for the Philippines at 2-4. RTL finally take it, but they got a lot of heat turned back at them at the end of that.
I guess he didn't expect that. 4-2 RTL Esports. Their plan of Pro off guard so far. Well, now very aggressive defense here from the side of RTL. Access from Susano. And now will get chased back. But it's a good move. As soon as they bring in the pressure, they back away. Hopefully it stays that way.
Very good opening pick here from Wacky, and he finds another. That's 2 opening picks from the sniper of RTL. What a great snipe by him, and Kevs will follow up as well. Long range and close range. These guys know what to bring. And another pick off this time coming from Yobabs. That's a good response here coming from Ultimate E-Pro. But they're going to need a few more of that, AJ, to equalize things up in the round.
Oh, absolutely, man. And now Susano's going to be a little lucky here. He might be able to catch the player off guard. Yobabs! Sorry, Jabin unfortunately gets caught off guard, and it's the one and only Yobabs with the bomb. 4-on-1 situation. RTL Esports, what a way to make a comeback now, Nico.
Last man left remaining here. Playing from gas station itself, trying to go around the oil. Will he find the Frank on the black alley? No, he won't. Susano will punish him. He's been such a stand-up performer here on SND for the side of RTL. He's been one of the biggest reasons why they have now taken this lead. They're literally a single point away from closing off map number 2 and tying the score up in the series 1-1, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, let's see what else is capable of doing here. RTL Esports. And now, back away, they allow the blood. They want to play retake. Let's see if or not those nades will be popped through. A quick stun will be popping through on AG as well as Tin. That drops a little bit of life. Cavs now going in for the entry, but Van Lu will have to be there for the backup as AG manages to take him down. Already has the compound. Wacky goes in for the slice. Susano as well. Ultimate E-Pro. They're losing players. Manages to pull one back. Yobabs in as well. And this is all equal. But now Ultimate E-Pro. They only have Jamin with the Fennec. And the defense is good. Let's see exactly how Kenshi manages to get this done. It has to be a fight. Kenshi jumping up onto the tank. Backs away. Jamin, this is a quick and easy cat and mouse game. Not being able to catch each other. Kenshi finally goes in for the slide. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Ultimate E-Pro manages to buy enough time for the bomb.
RTL almost got caught there. You saw Van Loo go for a very ill-advised push. You probably thought, okay, it's a 2v4. We can just throw ourselves at them and close off the round. But no, not against E-Pro hit marker there, but not much to be found. In the meantime, it seems like RTL, they have a good lead and they have some cushion to work with. They have this 2-round lead, but that can be quickly swept away if they throw themselves like they did on that final play here at Ultimate E Pro. So Ultimate E on this defensive side now, trying to hold on to things, being very, very good in the meantime.
Will their opponents be unlucky enough to step into the process? The anticipation sides godly in terms of sniper skills. And now Yato will be able to go in for the access. The plan coming through from the side of Ultimate Team Pro. RTL playing the retail. And they move into the site. The moment they know the bomb is in, Van Loo and Caps Golden manages to respond, but the numbers don't look good for Ultimate.
Ultimate E Pro, it's down to 2v4. We saw this happen the last round, and they almost won that round with a 1v1 clutch, but can they do it this time? We need a few more picks here, AJ. Javen has given his position on the way, and his reigning teammate here, Yobabs, is trying to support him, but there you can see from the convenience store, you can see that they're trying to peek out, and they might be able to get some more back in the meantime. Javen taking some damage, almost going to be taken down. That snipe will not land, it eventually does. Yobab's taken down. It's all on the Javen in a 1v4 clutch to keep them alive in map number 2.
Discipline, man. RTL Esports very clearly have it. 4-1. The numbers game just wasn't going to get Ultimate ePro any of those rounds if they were going to take it like that, man. And at the end of the day, this could have been expected. It was not going to be a one-sided show. If at all that Hardpoint managed to trick anyone, let's bring them back to reality, Nico.
Yeah, they definitely, if they went into that, thinking that, okay, we won map number 1 in such decisive fashion, we can just really control the pace of the game here in map number 2. Well, you're in for a big surprise, and that is what RTL delivered. They equalized the game up, the series up here 1-1 after such an impressive comeback win. And after they won that first round, when they tied the score up 1-1 from RTL, you kind of felt that there was something different in the air. You felt that RTL, they were looking to make that comeback happen, and so they did. Great performance all around from the side of RTL. Kev's had so many amazing frags there to go 11 and pretty much almost a perfect run for him, but he really did help that RTL squad win the game. 3-6 could have been ended earlier, but they do get it in very dominant fashion.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, what a play coming in here from both squads. But Ultimate E-Pro, they were outplayed on Standoff, man. This was Ultimate's map pick on top of everything else. RTL now has got an opportunity to bring it right back home. Crossfire is a pick of theirs. Earlier on, Raid was their pick as well, man. But they lost, and in such embarrassing fashion, I have to say, Nico.
Yeah, and for them to, give that one on up, it has been now each team winning the opposing team's map pick. And we've seen that happen time and time again, especially during Group A and B. And it seems like to be the tail of the tape for the meantime here in this series between these two juggernauts, these two titans of the Philippine scene. And when you have big dogs fighting at things, you're definitely going to expect their bites to be just as mean as their bark. And that will have to come in true as we're moving into a crossfire domination decider of the series.
It's not going to be pretty at all. Domination is just the sort of match where you will be running all over the map. But the question is going to be, which point are you focusing on? Which point, are you actually given the responsibility to protect, right? Or will your squad have the kind of rotation where each and every single time you lose a member, but the communication is already solid that, we need to go in and protect just Alpha as well as Bravo, hold on to the corner building, hold on to the central building. The special forces base is going to be important, but whoever who holds on to the guerrilla base should be able to take the early lead in the game, Nico. I mean, we're talking about the hold on forgot what it is, the butchers before you can go into that central building, right? Because if you don't hold on to those power positions, very, very low opportunity to hold on to those sites as well.
It's going to be very important to hear how they play the crossfire into the opposing sites as well. From that corner building gives you a lot of control, but so does the ruin position, especially into watermelons and bus. So that is a very important spot that a lot of teams are going to want to fight for. So now we're going to be going into our third and final map for the series. Bravo Point has seemingly been controlled here by Ultimate
wow.
E-Pro. But how long will that last? Especially with the flank here
Excellent,
coming
man.
from Kevs.
Excellent. Excellent, man. What a play from Kevs, man. I mean, initially as they open up the game, they immediately go into the access for butchers. One player drops into bus station. Kevs just wraps around the central building, goes in for the backstab, and none of the players from the side of Ultimate E even saw that coming, right? The main reason was because it's just unexpected. You'd only expect your own players to be accessed the match.
Very good flank to completely catch them off guard. They did not have any idea. They were none the wiser on what Kevs was up to. Very mischievous from him. And now again, he opens things up here on the kitchen. Yobab's finding one pick of his own, and now they're trying to regain control of that Bravo Point here, RTL. You can see them on this push. They're very spread out. They have a front line, a good one, but Yobabs will find Sasano, a big player to find here, and to send him back to the Charlie spawn, the bottom spawn. And now, a pretty good line as well. But on the cross, Yobabs will punish here. Kev's trying to go out in the open. In the meantime, it does seem like Ultimate E-Pro have a good hold of the situation.
34-19, not so bad at all. And now RTL Esports trying to go in here for the Bravo cap. Are they going to be able to pull it off? Quite questionable as the pressure mounts on from Ultimate E-Pro. But now one by one, they do not trickle in. Look at this play coming in from Ultimate. Yobabs, Yato as well as Din waiting for each other. It's a 3-on-3. And what a push by Ultimate E-Pro. Pulling Bravo back for themselves. That's how you go in to dominate those points.
Beautiful. You can see them. They're coming in from the alley. They were like, okay, let's all wait up. Let's not try and trickle in. We have to assume there's going to be more than one on the Bravo side, and that they were right on.
Oh,
but here, again on this. Dude, Kevs is so deadly with this shotty in his hands. Just completely dominating the Bravo point, and he does secure it for them for the meantime. Steve should be able to cap that for them, and he will get another kill. Kevs, how is he doing this with the KRM time and time again?
Oh, beautiful play by Kevs, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Once again pulls off that backstab, the crazy flank, catching the Ultimate E-Pro side off guard, and now 39-63 with two sides on the side of RTL Esports. Now they should be able to play catch up in here, and Kevs once again goes in for the invade. He's just trying to spawn lock all of them, and it seems to be working out really great. Now CF is going in with the exact same work as well. They hold on to Butchers, and they're not allowing Ultimate E-Pro to step up. Wacky pulls out the death, and this is just perfection of a play from the side of RTL.
What a good counter-retaliation push here from the side of RTL. You can see that Ultimate E-Pro are barely even being able to get through that bus side. They can't even push past into the B Bravo point itself. They finally do in the meantime, but look at the push as well coming from RTL. They're looking to respond here. 73 points, so that should be the half. And RTL, they were geared up to take that Bravo point right in time, but the dime does tick in the favor of Ultimate E-Pro for the meantime to end things off. We're going to the second half, and it might be a 15-point lead, but that isn't much at all.
Yeah, so what will the side of RTL do? Absolutely right now. They're on at all three, bringing out the equalizer. Unfortunately, he only dropped Caps, but thankfully manages to find CF as well. Wacky taken down. 4 players, and finally Susano needed to bring in the death machine of his own, and now sends in the hunter killer. Caps drops man with the access in there. This time it wasn't the backstab. RTL Esports, they go in here with the push, but it's the sentry gun that is going to be making a very, very big difference at that B side.
Dude, Ken has been doing so much good work here for the side of Ultimate E-Pro. He's been doing a lot of these opening picks himself and opening things up and really establishing control for the side of Ultimate E-Pro. Eventually shut down by Wacky for the meantime, but that won't last long. He's going to get back into the fight. Death Machine here out by Destructor up the demise here. For the meantime, he will be taken down as well. But RTL, they're trying to push onto Bravo, but seems like Ultimate E-Pro are doing a very good job of holding them back. Ultimate E-Pro, this spread out that they've got here from that B alley all the way into the Bravo point. It's a big crossfire that they're going to have to flush out. The Butchers is going to be so hard, and they might just be chopped up if they cannot flush out that position.
Pull off in here, Wacky. Getting taken down, Ultimate E-Pro now with 2 sides in their hands. RTL Esports, they are falling back wide. They need to be able to make a play for Bravo. At the very least, just go in there for the flip on those spawns, and then maybe it might be able to give them a little bit more control of the map, right? And that looks like what they are attempting to do right now. In for the access for Butchers. They are going to be pulling the distraction over at Charlie as well. The defense coming in from just the one and only Susano, but unfortunately, he gets shut down as well. Jabin, my apologies. And Charlie, oh goodness me, Prevention comes through. Cluster strike pull down.
Perfect timing, perfect response here. You saw that RTL with 30 points remaining in the side of Ultimate ePro. They wanted to go for that back gap on the Charlie point, but the ultimate here from ePro coming in with that cluster strike was able to prevent that from happening. Very good job. He's now going to go for that Bravo point. Will he be able to hold down? This is what we're talking about coming from Tin. He's such a good anchor and such a good pusher as well for the side of Ultimate ePro. The 20 points from ending this game on up, and the Bravo point itself is still fully under contention, but RTL cannot win a gunfight.
Oh yeah, that's a problem, man. They brought up the cluster. Nobody's capitalizing on the cluster. And it was an absolute waste. The side is still with Ultimate ePro. What a blunder by the side of RTL ESPORTS. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 142 to 98. And I believe this is all over. Can no longer make a comeback. Access 1 Goliath being dropped in here by Ultimate ePro as well. 147, 148. The ref has already called for it. Game over. RTL ESPORTS falls.
GG as Ultimate take it 2-1 there. RTL almost bringing it back, but the perfect cluster strike to really deny that Charlie point swayed the tide of the battle, and they won the war at the end of it. So a very good job here coming from the side of Ultimate ePro. They really showed up. RTL on that one. RTL, I like the heads up by them to go for the Charlie point. They realized, okay, the time is ticking. The sands of time are hollowing and not in our favor. And so let's go and try and back gap, but they had the perfect utility to deny that from happening here, Ultimate ePro, and they are ecstatic about that win.
Absolutely, man. I mean, potentially Kevs was the highlight man for the side of RTL in there, but it just wasn't enough. If only RTL had gone in there for the spawn flip earlier in the game, I believe this could have been so different, right? I mean, because at the start of the game, what would be the contention for Ultimate ePro? Clearly, they will want to go in for Bravo. If you had already flooded your men in towards Butchers, take over Charlie from the get-go and just have one man hold on to that alpha site, you probably would have been able to catch the side of Ultimate ePro off guard. And then with that spawn flip, taking control of the game is a mere rinse and repeat of what happened earlier on. Kevs just needed to go in for the access, the wraparound. Remember the flank that he kept pulling off on them with that KRM. That was such a powerful move that Ultimate ePro had no response to. But it just didn't pan out that way at all.
I mean, how do you even shut that down at that point, AJ? Yeah, you can keep your heads up for him. You can kind of look around for him, but when he's doing that kind of play, how do you even win the gunfights up close? You have no time to react, and Kev's just shutting everyone down.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 21 to 150, Ultimate ePro managing to defeat RTL ESPORTS. 6-3, RTL made a comeback in there, making us think that, hey, you know what? Would they be able to swing this around? The final match, Domination, was slightly more convincing. We were able to see them, pull up to that 100-point mark, but it just wasn't enough. Ultimate ePro eventually won that out, hands down. It was the final point, right? Domination in terms of central building. The cluster strike was brought out by RTL ESPORTS, but when did they bring out the cluster strike? You need to be close enough to take advantage of the usage. I mean, it wasn't as if it was initially their side and they were preventing the side of Ultimate ePro or their players from stepping on to their point, to their flag to pull it away. So that was one of the biggest ways in that game, Nico.
Yeah, they tried to initiate with that cluster strike, but they're so far removed from the situation that even with that dropping, they weren't really able to capitalize off of that space given. And so that goes a case in point in how you use one and how you don't. And for Ultimate ePro, it was a perfect usage of that cluster strike to really deny that Charlie point. It's a complete opposite tail, and a perfect read for them. They realized, okay, they're going for the back cap. Well, we've been saving an ace up our sleeve for that exact scenario, and they pull it out at the perfect time, the perfect opportune moment and they get the round because of it. Honestly, that one cluster strike that they put on the Charlie Point, I think really swayed things and sealed in the deal. That was a dagger in the final nail in the coffin to really get
Yeah.
map number 3. And that is why they're going up in this series. And they end this series rather, 2-1. They have 2 points now in the groups itself. And for them to get 2 points over now RTL, that's huge. And this group stage might just be really shaken up. It is a group of death, and certainly one will be going down.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, let's take a quick refresher here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you needed one, Ultimate ePro in their first game absolutely annihilated RTL eSports. Quite frankly, the first and second hardpoint purely belonged to Ultimate ePro. And then when they stepped into the third hardpoint, we thought that RTL should be or would be able to hold on to it. But no, it was the exact same situation. Ultimate ePro was there. They snuffed out RTL eSports, and they just kept coming back again and again. But 21 points, all they managed to pull off of that. And this was a good comeback, but it just wasn't convincing as it pulled through.
Well, their comeback really came in during map number 2 when we did go into S&D, and that's at least something they've got going for them. But when it comes into respawn game mode, those are played very differently. And for the meantime, it seems like the strategy, the coordination, the chemistry here from the side of Ultimate ePro is a lot more sound and a lot more on point than the RTL side was, at least in this opening map. We're going to see if we're going to be able to kind of bounce back against the other teams in this group. But if you're going to be expecting it to be just as, if you're expecting it to be easier here, RTL and the next opening opponents versus, the other guys that we got in the group as compared to Ultimate ePro, then they might just be in for a surprise. RTL, they've been top dog for quite a long time. They've been one of the best teams in the Philippines for a long time, but Ultimate ePro, this is one of the most dominating performances I've seen between them, especially on map number 1. So map number 2, they finally get that momentum in their wings. You can see them almost make it happen on map number 3 because of that confidence, but unfortunately not able to convert it to a true comeback on map number 3 itself.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this was a rivalry that has been fought on within the COD community for a long, long time, right? Once again, Ultimate ePro, as their old names, PDR Reborn, they were the eternal enemies of RTL eSports, consistently vying for the top spot. You drop into waves of war, you drop into these competitions. Yes, you have your big dogs, Omega in the Philippines, usually bagging those top spots. But, Ultimate ePro as well as RTL eSports, they've been on the constant hunt, right? And they're not too far away. Clearly, the plays are sharpening up little by little. And this was one of the ultimate moments for Tin, where he goes in with the equalizer. I thought he was going to be missing quite a number of these because he wasn't so effective early on, but he managed to recover. And it was all of the score streaks that were played by Ultimate ePro that eventually, with the combination of those operators, got them that win, Winiko.
Yeah, I mean, not even to talk about the XS1 Goliath at the end, because at that point, it was already a done deal, right? You didn't even have to add that to it. But just the entire utility usage for them, that cluster strike, as I said, on to deny the Charlie Point cap was completely the nail in the coffin. But this man, Yo Babs, he's been doing so much. Yo Babs is so good, he just won you the game. Average kills of 15.3 and KDR of 1.77. And that is not to put down the rest of Ultimate ePro, because it really was a great performance. We saw Tin come alive there on map number 3, specifically on Domination, on Crossfire, and he also did help out. So the entirety of the team here coming in from the side of Ultimate ePro, I think they are the real MVPs of their own match.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, we want to see more from both of the odds in the competition, and we will be able to get more from both of them very, very soon. But we need to make way for the other 2 squads in here as well. TeamCreamy as well as Velocity will be stepping up onto the plate shortly, Nico.
Yep, that is our next match coming up here, and that's also, I bet, one that's certainly going to deliver just as much as we've seen this one. So, Ultimate ePro, they finally go up in this one, in the match that we have here versus RLT. But before we go on over to the next match, we're going to have a short break, not just yet, but actually, no, never mind. We're going to call it now. I'm Black and Blue, with me is AJ. We'll see you guys after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just get two in a row, and I believe this is going to be named Chess Young Jay. Yes, John, that is going to be huge.
Well, welcome back here now in the Philippines Championship presented by Sony. I am Black and Blue. With me is Mustachio AJ himself. Always amazing, and what an amazing match we did see here to start off the day between Ultimate ePro and RTL. For that opening dominant performance from them on map number 1, pretty much ending the game with what, a 100-point difference on Hardpoint. Yeah. That is such a statement performance to come out here. But the statements we have to be aware of are the next matchup that we got going on here. Match number 2 of the day, TeamCreamy versus Velocity. Another match that we're sure is going to be delivering us some highly and spicy contested games.
Oh, absolutely, Nico. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to drop your likes and make sure you share the stream out as well. We want to get a lot of hype brought in here for TeamCreamy as well as Velocity Esports. They feel like they've got exactly what it takes to step up to the plate and move on to the playoffs as well. And a lot of promise has been shown by them. TeamCreamy, once again, a team that has been recently been put together with only one goal in mind, which is to win the Philippines Championship. They are going to be our best test subjects in this competition to see whether or not you need to have been, together for a long time to achieve big dreams, or whether you just need the best of the best talents from each individual group to just gather up together and work together for just one day to make sure they reach up to the top, right? And they take on Velocity Esports, who have already beaten 2 NRX teams to make it through to the top 16. 22 Pixels, Epox, Hat Dog, Cushing, Risky, as well as Tahong is going to be representing TeamCreamy, Nico.
Man, for the side here of Velocity, they may have beaten those teams. They may have beaten 2 NRX teams, but TeamCreamy, they've made their journey here as well. And for them to be kind of that newer roster to be put on in, sometimes, as you said, you just need the perfect pieces. It doesn't matter how much chemistry has been there, how much history they have with each other, because they just gel together. Their play styles are perfect, and they know the end game in mind is to get that win, and they do everything to really secure that. For TeamCreamy, I'm not going to say that maybe they're the favorites to come out of this group stage, but they are definitely a contender for that throne. They can upset anybody in this group. Doesn't matter if you're RTL, doesn't matter if you're Ultimate Pro. You might just get caught off guard by these guys. And so for a team like TeamCreamy, they have a lot to prove, but that also means that they are going to be bringing their A game every single time. When you're the underdogs, you're going to only be punching up, and that means you're going to hit the chin every time. And so the team that they're going up against, though, here, Velocity Esports, they have gotten a great run through the qualifiers to get here in the group stages themselves. They need no introduction, but we'll go on it anyways. We got Fiend, we got A, we got Markio, we got Non, QB, and Swag here. And these guys know that they are one of the best, if the best here from the Philippine side. But Velocity, you touched on it earlier, AJ. They did beat a bunch of those teams to qualify into this, but what more do they bring to the table aside from that?
I hope they bring on the tenacity that's required to just hold on, right? Because clearly from what we saw, RTL Esports, they needed the tenacity from the get-go, from game number one itself. I mean, you can bring it on to try to change the pace of the game in that search and destroy, but that momentum of a win in game number one will bring you through a long way, potentially to even win the series, above and beyond your competitors here, right? I mean, how often do we see a sweep? How often do we see a team picking up one game and then that's about it? Usually the ones who win that first game eventually go on to win that fight between the two itself. So hopefully both of them will be able to bring in the absolute 100% effort from game one Hardpoint itself, Nico.
That is certainly the case here, AJ. They're going to have to bring every single bit and ounce of their skill and every single bit and ounce of their teamwork to be able to win this match. And we're going to be really seeing that here in the Bandon pick that we're about to move into the map vetoes, because really, the battle starts before you even get into the server, before you even get into the game. It starts with the homework that you've done preparing for this and the map bans and picks that you see to be fit in this matchup specifically. So we're going to get 2 bans to open things up, the 3 maps to come on in, then the skills to be banned from the operators. Same as last time, same as always. And we've been seeing a lot of firing range and crossfire bans, but for the first time here, at least in like a day, we did see crossfire played on out. So this time it will be banned as advertised. It could be our second. I'm kind of wagering another firing range ban, and that is the way we go.
Okay, so they don't want to play on the basics. Let's see exactly where they want to bring us in for Hardpoint. Velocity, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, says for Hardpoint map number 1, we are going to be going in for a showdown at none other than Summit. Nice, very nice. So the rotations here are going to not be that complicated. You have got control room number 1, P1 and P2 just beside each other. Very easy to string the game, but it is where when we move on to the cable car platform, that's P3 and off to P4, the game can really either be solidified or swung right round. The holes need to be as strong as ever at Hardpoint. I mean, just as it always needs to be, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, on Hardpoint itself there in Summit, you got the 2 opening points like right at the center of it, the 3rd going downwards and the 4th going on the opposite side. So very standard, very simple, not maybe unlike other maps who might have a lot more back and forth with like Takeoff, where there's a lot of very interesting and unique stuff about the Hardpoint setup. But Standoff in and of itself, Search and Destroy, another time. The second time we're going to get Search and Destroy here in Standoff once again for map number 2. We saw that earlier between RTL and Ultimate E Pro. But for Domination, our final map of this series, let's see what we're going to go with. We're going to be going towards Raid, and that's certainly one to be contested with. We did see some Raid maps to kind of end the series last time around during the Group B stage on Domination itself, and as the Annihilator is banned, we can only assume that no, it will be the Death Machine banned here. So Sparrow to come into play, AJ.
Oh, I'm excited, man. I mean, it's the first time, I believe, in the Philippines Championship we can see the Sparrow in play, and it's going to be most definitely popping off in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Summit, Standoff, Raid, what do you guys think of these picks? Velocity versus TeamCreamy. Who do you guys think is going to be able to reach up to the top? Do you think either one of these squads can make it through to the playoffs? Because, I mean, we've already seen the Senpais, the seniors of the community scene itself, go on against each other and do that. That's going to be a tough bar to overcome, to kind of beat in this competition, in this group itself. So let us know. Let us know what you think in the comment section.
Certainly, and do not forget to like and share that stream to help us help you guys with more of these. And let's get things going, though. This is what the community was waiting for, the championships here for the Philippines side. Group C, and what an opening pick from Risky. Gonna live up to his name and find a double. Dahan will find a double as well. Muscular in every sense of the word.
What a play by Dahan. Now, Green almost got a crazy play earlier on, jumping through the window managing to pick up a couple of points for TeamCreamy, but unfortunately it was just a little too short for their end, right? And now it's going to be Velocity Esports with the stronghold. Fiend just dropping outside to make sure he can get a couple of these kills and ensure none of those kills make their way in. Because Special Forces base held on by TeamCreamy, and all of the pressure keeps dropping in from the side of the Green Raider station, Nico.
You know, with the way he's playing here, AJ, if you're not aware, Tahong means muscles in Filipino, and not the muscles on your biceps, but the muscles that you eat. And in that case, he's definitely living up to that because he's just so strong and such a hard shell that we have to try and force him off here. He's been doing great work, but for the meantime, Velocity, they've taken this, like, what, 16-point lead maybe, perhaps? They do have a double over the side of TeamCreamy, and as we're going into P2, it's already contested here, but it seems like for the most part, it will be Velocity with the control of it.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they're stringing this on from that P1 into P2 really well, but TeamCreamy finding the energy to make a little bit of a comeback here, but immediately shut down and consistently contested by the side of Velocity Esports. They have managed to flip the spawns already, and I didn't even notice when they moved in to do that.
I mean, that will be very crucial as we move into P3. Whoever has that spawn is going to be very, very much so in the advantage. But from P1 to P2, it isn't that big of an adjustment. It's really almost quite beside each other, so you don't really have to travel that far. And that's the reason why Velocity are able to snowball that and really string that point second time around. But as we're going to be moving into P3, you can see already that both of the teams are kind of favoring towards that side. They know that as it moves into P3, they want to take early control of that. But for the meantime, it seems like it's going to be Velocity who has that, but TeamCreamy, they're making a case for it as well.
Oh, they such smart plays coming in here. They go in for that spawn flip early. They know that P2 is going to be so important, and you need to hold on the Special Forces base. All of those spawns behind the Green Raider station gave them an easy access to continuously defend that spot, and now they managed to move on in because of that spawn into cable car platform first, put that sentry gun there for the defense, and continuously back it up. They are picking up point after point after point. Velocity Esports playing Summit to perfection, Nico.
They perfectly kind of flipped the spawns there during P2, and they did it early because they knew it's going to matter once we go into P3, and that's the reason why they have just such a huge lead right now. 60 points that they have, 6-0 is what they got now here of a lead. But look at this, Tahong trying to make something happen, but could not really follow up on much of that. So Velocity still continuing here with the dominance, utter sheer complete dominance here on map number 1. For the meantime, we're going to P4, and that's on the complete other side of the map. You can see everybody already racing here with their horses to try and get there early on. Seems like, okay, TeamCreamy, they have something to go with, but they do get taken off of it, and so it's a complete scramble at the moment to take P4.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I love exactly what the side of Velocity is doing. They're not even playing for the hardpoint just yet. They are forcing the spawn flip, and they're not getting it. So in the meantime, why not just pick a couple of points up for yourself? Because TeamCreamy seems to have been backing away from the hardpoint, and now they take all of these fights, risky dropping in there, beautiful with the pressure. And once again, the attempt comes through from the side of Velocity Esports. The flank right through from the platform going to be falling flat. Pixel already brings in the Sparrow into the game play, and we will be able to see exactly why this is a band operator in the competition usually.
We saw the Sparrow coming a while ago, and Swag just completely decimating the opposition with that. Once again, it's happening here as they bullet on that. You can see how strong that can be. Will be shut down for the moment, though. Tahong has opened things up here with the ARM of his own. We'll find a second. The third follow-up by him with a great hold here coming from Tahong to really get that 4th point in their way. And the lead is huge. 30 points is all they need. 29 rather than exactly. Velocity throws off the map. They're really going to have to race for that P1. If TeamCreamy cannot take P1 here, this will be a done game.
Yeah, this is game over, man. XS1 Goliath, and I love where they brought in the XS1 Goliath as well. The cable car entrance into control room number 2, so safe. They made sure it wouldn't get stolen at all. They didn't really need to defend it, and they bring it into the hardpoint. 40 seconds, oh goodness me! The sentry has been placed by TeamCreamy at the back, and they managed to take down the XS1 Goliath as well. This might be the comeback that was so impossible at the start.
What they needed to do and make happen at the start here, AJ, but can they convert it? They do clear out the point for the most part. There is only one remaining player there, but he's holding on very strong, not for long. These Bucks will get that kill. For the meantime, TeamCreamy, they're staying alive in this one. able to snowball this into a P2 to be able to take this map. But look at the play coming here from Epox. He just completely shutting down the push from the side of Velocity and really stealing any momentum that Velocity is trying to establish. Can they snowball this into a P2 take? They're going to have to be able to stay alive in this map number 1.
They need to go in and flip the spawns right now. We did manage to see, I believe Tahong was the one with the Sparrow earlier on. If they can go in here for that spawn flip and then go in for the challenge onto the second hardpoint as well, it's going to be perfect. TeamCreamy doing the right thing, bringing in the cluster strike. And there you go. One access coming in here from Epox is going in for that long flank. Hopefully he will be able to help his side. TeamCreamy back in here to pick that hardpoint up. But the challenge comes in really, really strong. Epox taken out. Sparrow being pulled out by the side of Velocity Esports as well. 105 to 135. What a fight in here for game number 1.
And what a play coming from Epox. He held down that P1, and on the flank here, he helped them retake the P2. But now, Velocity has taken control from it once again. The spawns were flipped, yes, but as they come into it, they seem to be winning every single fight to get back into the point. This might be a done game with a valiant effort, though, by TeamCreamy near the end of it. Okay, no, they're staying alive. 4 points is all they need to end the game here, Velocity Esports, and they're going to have to really take P3. If they even give it up for 4 more seconds to the side of Velocity, and this will be a done game. Here comes the Goliath, right in the perfect time to the sentry gun place.
They bring in the XS1 Goliath. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can TeamCreamy do this? 50 seconds on this hardpoint. This will be an epic comeback. Velocity Esports. I thought they were down and out of it. I thought they played this to perfection. TeamCreamy with the late play. Sentry XS1 combo here for the finisher at the cable car platform. 137, 146. 4 more points required by Velocity Esports, and they pull the hardpoint back. But the challenge comes through, and it's too late. Way too late to make a comeback. TeamCreamy pays for the slow pace.
I'm getting shivers from that, AJ. I almost thought that they were about to steal it away from the side of Velocity, but lo and behold, Velocity prevails at the last moment. They were able to destroy that XS1 Goliath, and after that, able to take control of P3 once again. And if they let that go away, if they let that slip from their hands, it certainly could have been a map win there coming for the side of TeamCreamy. They almost made it happen. I was a believer ever since we got back to P1. You saw their Epox just doing so much good work for the side of TeamCreamy and coming to P2. You saw him on the flank with the Sparrow, but when we go into P3 and they suddenly drop that Sentry and the XS1 Goliath at the nick of time, at the perfect opportune moment, it seemed like the comeback was possible, and it definitely was. Unfortunately, could not close it out in the end, as really coming here from Velocity, a lot closer of the game than they were really wanting to happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for TeamCreamy, man. I mean, their biggest failing here was, number one, allowing the spawn flip, and number two, not taking the spawn flip for themselves the moment they had already gotten control of P1. Right after P1, instead of taking the easier route in life, moving on to the edge platform, they should have taken the harder path. The harder path would be directly towards the Special Forces base, go into direct road, and not only snuff out the players that are coming out of the Special Forces base, but sending your players into the water tower as well, and take the backstep around, because if you start the fight from there, the high probability is when your players fall, they're going to be spawning from there as well. The important thing is to clear out that Special Forces base, but they did not do that. They took such a straightforward game, and the side of Velocity Esports, all they needed to do was just play the stronger side of the map, and it was such an easy game to win. This was TeamCreamy's that they went out and lost because they just didn't play Summit as well as Velocity Esports played it. But in terms of firepower, in terms of tenacity, both teams brought it. I absolutely loved the opener for series number 2, Nico.
So many individualistic plays here to come in from TeamCreamy that almost made it happen. You know, things... Yeah. Maybe in another world, in a parallel dimension, they would have taken map number 1 because it certainly was very close near the end of it. And could have definitely been the case. We could have been going into map number 2 with a 1-0 lead for the side of TeamCreamy. It could maybe happen in their dreams, but for the moment, it will be Team Velocity take map number 1 in such a close fashion. I mean, we opened up today, you know, talking about how this will bring a lot of really tightly contested games, if anything, if group A and B are to go by, and this is certainly delivering for the moment. But let's move on over now here in the map number 2, S and D. We're going to be going back to Standoff to get things going with TeamCreamy here now on the attacking side and Velocity on the defense. It seems like Velocity, they do have control of that convenience store, but they're not really trying to take out just yet. A site will be under attack on the TeamCreamy side.
I like this. I like this. Now the invade coming in here for the quick plant from the side of TeamCreamy, but not all of the players are flooding in there. You need to have some backup as well, because the retake on the Standoff is going to be very, very easy, especially because those thermites aren't going to be going in there for the support. Trophy systems need to be played well as well, because those stuns as well as nades going to be popping through. Risky manages to take a shot off from afar, goes in for yet another takedown, but unfortunately for him gets backstabbed by Feed, who brings the Fennec to the play.
That is what is so important in this kind of situation, you know, to have those other players be spread on out in case of a flank.
On one. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, they managed to go in. The timer is on their side. Defusal. What a first round in here. Velocity Esports needs to figure out how to stop this momentum, because TeamCreamy already started building it up from the previous match, Nico, towards the very end. And Velocity doesn't cap it. It's going to be TeamCreamy picking up round after round.
That was a very important round for them to get, especially after losing map number 1 so close. Could be a heartbreaker of a loss, and for them to get that one, they need to really string this around and turn things around and maybe make the comeback happen in map number 2, and maybe get map number 3 as well. But I really like what the Velocity are doing here, AJ. They might go for either site, but they're really playing spread out. You can see just how much Epox is kind of focused on really stopping any flanks from happening on a retake here on the side, especially on the A side. A lot of defending teams like to wrap around through mid or even throughout the back alley there and get them off guard. And so Team Velocity, knowing that the veteran experience that they have, they are going to be, you know, having that man to really watch out for that. And so the forward positions have been taken here by Swag and by QB, but they are also being very wary of their other flanks.
Okay, now Markio needs to play this a little bit more patiently. He can't be going in for those crazy pushes as the sniper. With the first opportunity to catch someone out, the convenience store is going to be clear as well. TeamCreamy is holding on to such a perfect defense to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. And now one mistake might come through for HatDog, who's managed to reveal himself. But HatDog does not get spotted out. Risky takes Markio down with a shot of the Hoga, and it is now going to be a 5-on-4 situation. Let's see exactly what Velocity gets pulled up in. They managed to plant the bomb already, and the pressure is on Nico.
It's going to be so hard to try and bring this open if they cannot get the flank kill off properly. You can see Hot Dog here trying to snipe. He does land the shot all the way back. What a shot from him from such range. He's able to confirm it. Brings it down to a 1v3. It's all on to A here. Can he be the alpha? Oh, this clutch situation. Almost gets the kill. He pulls out the sword. They're going to have to go for the reload. And in the end, they will be able to get the defuse here for the meantime, as TeamCreamy get a second round on the board with just enough time to get the defuse off.
Brilliant plays coming through back-to-back from TeamCreamy. Once again, Nico, they have already built up this team from Hardpoint, and they're rolling into Search and Destroy strong. Let's see if or not they will be able to keep this up. 2 rounds back-to-back. They've taken it up a little bit differently. And now round number 3, it seems to be a different setup once again. A very aggressive push coming through the moment they find out that a player from the opposing side has been taken down. Epox is down and out for their count. Pixels going in for the shot, but the bomb now is going to be planted, and the pressure yet again is on. TeamCreamy needs to come back through for that defense, and this is 2 retakes that have been done quite well. Let's see if they can do it the third time round. Ooh.
I like the initiative there coming from TeamCreamy to go for the push on the back alley, but bigger props to Velocity has just completely shut them down. Even when it seems like TeamCreamy want to go for the push, Velocity don't let it happen, as Swag is completely dancing around everything, gonna slice and dice and not confirm it. He almost got it. The 22 pixels will eventually go down in the end. 4-1, actually 4-0. 4 players remaining at the end of it, and we do end that round 2-1.
Brilliant placement, brilliant place. Now let's see more of that from both sides. I feel like TeamCreamy, they've been defending quite well. Velocity Esports, unfortunately, they keep going in here for those early pushes. Retake, right? But it's going to be quite difficult on Standoff. Hopefully they manage to pull off a couple of frags before they go in for the attempt once again. Fiend is going to get caught off guard here. Risky! Gets taken down from afar. Beautiful approach down at the mid square. And now the entrance for Private Backyard is opened up. The Bomber is there, but he's all alone. Bomber doing everything all on his own now. Hey, can he get the melee? No, he goes in for the backstab, but gets taken out instead. 2 versus 1. The defending side does not look good. Holger 26 in hand, 22 pixels, should be able to clutch this.
It's all on him, AJ. A minute left on the clock. Seems like Velocity, they will try and retrieve that bomb. They should be able to, because 22 pixels is far removed from the situation. We'll get that plant off on the A side for the meantime, and 22 pixels is going to have to go for the clutch of his life to be able to bring this one back. It's a 2v1, so still definitely doable. He has something to work with here. He's got that Holger in hand, which we've seen be so deadly, especially in the 1vx situation where you don't have to let go of the trigger. He's now going to try and go for a flank here. Can he be silent? Can he be sneaky beaky just enough for them not to catch him in? And what a wallbang coming from him! Actually, is that even for real? How does he do it? He does get him down to half HP. Almost confirming the kill. Will be able to dodge and weave, but not for long, as Fiend will eventually catch up to him, and they do tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, great plays coming through, but unfortunately, it was just not possible to go in. The numbers game will most definitely catch up in situations like that. Velocity Esports, now they've managed to make a comeback, but this is the final round. They need to take advantage of the attacking side, pull one back, and just pull off a better defense than the side of TeamCreamy later on. Going in for those risky moves, managing to take swag out of the equation. TeamCreamy up in front with a very, very aggressive push on the defense.
TeamCreamy, they're trying to live the dream here, and they certainly are trying to making it happen for the meantime. Bring it down to 4v3. Okay, that's a good pick off here from Fiend and QB as well to equalize things up on the man disadvantage. Now they're down 3 apiece in terms of the manpower, and looking maybe storm this one in. But look at that frag here by Fiend. What a find from him on the Tahong. The frag being found. Now brings it to a 3v2, and they're still biding their time here. I like this from Velocity Esports. Okay, they see now that Apox is on the A side on of itself. They can probably assume that the rest of the TC squad, 22 pixels, should be playing close to him. And now maybe they can go for a B plant here, but they are biding their time. They still got less than a minute left on the clock.
Now, hopefully TeamCreamy remembers that they are on the defending side. They don't really need to go in here for a push or whatsoever. They just need to hold on to these tight corners and make sure they catch the side of Velocity. Got beautiful shot coming through with those shotty, and now QB goes through for the push, but Pixels will be a little bit too fast. KRM action always there for the pop. Markio now, is he going to be able to get the snipe onto him, or is the KRM going to be in action? It's the KRM, always the KRM for those CQCs.
Dude, we've been seeing the KRM just do so much work this entire group stage, and it's been definitely the meta weapon of choice when it comes to close range engagements. And you can see exactly there why a single pull of the trigger is all you need. Here as well with the QLD coming from the box, doing a lot of great work, but they have control of his granny's house, trying to use it to get some sidelines deep into the spawn of Velocity here, but did not really find an angle to maybe catch and pick off guard. He's looking the right way at box, but nothing given to him just yet.
Absolutely, man. Box now going in with a quick toss of the nade. Hopefully there is the trophy system there. Not hurt at all, and A will be able to survive that. Let's see if or not we see more nades coming through. Great cam work production. I love it.
Very nice. Right on point. They caught that one.
Getting better and better.
Shout out to them.
I'm just loving all of the action. Yeah, absolutely, bro. I mean, dude, it's not easy, man.
It is.
Cinematic shots like that, not easy. Yesterday, there was a shot where they followed where the nade was being thrown, and the camera just followed the nade all the way through. Oh, dude, that was perfection. Not a lot of people appreciate stuff like this.
Yeah, they are the unsung heroes of the broadcast we got here. But Risky, he's a hero in and of itself, finding a triple kill to open up the site, and now they're making it happen. TeamCreamy living the dream. They're looking to take this lead down to 4-2. And that is certainly looking to be the case. As Hot Dog will confirm it at the end, put it in a bun and slice it up, because TeamCreamy are a single point away from match point.
Let's see if or not they can perhaps wrap things up quick and move on to game number 3 to perhaps win all of this through. Velocity Esports, now they got to step it up. They've got the side which potentially is a little bit better. The defending side, oh goodness me, not with 22 pixels going in there for the swing. A beautiful name dropped in first, and the KRM for the pop. 2-piece for himself to open this up, and Velocity Esports does not look good.
Seems like here Velocity on the 2v4, they have yet to really make these type of situations work out in their favor, and they're going to have to pull it out this time, because match point is not something you want to give. Oh, what a shot coming from A! How does he do it? What was that? And they're making it happen. Velocity to bring it down to a 2v2 here. AJ, F-Buck will find the pick off on the QB, and now on the push with the Fennec in hand. No, they will finally get match point. TeamCreamy 5-2, but what a shot to open things up.
Ooh, so creamy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a freaking snipe, man. We want to see more of that. But dude, so many hot action coming in here. Not just from one player, man. 22 pixels, he's on fire. Hot Dog's on fire. He's on crazy fire. Hotdog's on fire as well. We want to see more from them. Esports playing catch up halfway through. Risky once again with the Holger. So impressive. And you know what they say, man. It's not about the skin. It's not about anything else. It's all about the player.
You got the skill to accompany it, and 6-2, they take a dominant lead here, a dominant win. TeamCreamy over Velocity. That has to feel good, AJ, after that map number 1 where it was so close, a sliver more, and they could have taken map number 1. They finally make it happen here on map number 2 on SND.
No mistakes this time round. A couple of rounds they fall, but I mean, it happens all the time in fights, right? They go through it and they stick together. Such beautiful defensive positions held on by them. They kept switching it up, and we can't take anything away from Velocity, because Velocity kept switching things up as well. But one of their greatest downfalls, Nico, if you notice, is they kept rushing in there with the bomb. And that's exactly what TeamCreamy wanted. TeamCreamy kept giving them the site for the retake, and Velocity kept falling for it, because look, if there's a cheese out there, why not go and grab it and eat it, right?
Yeah, I mean, some teams, they like to go for, trying to deny the plant altogether, but TeamCreamy, they have no problem in giving up the site, because they know that they are very confident and very capable of retaking it back, and that is what they've done time and time again. On the side of Velocity, even on the defensive side, they really struggle to get that foothold. I don't think they even won a single round on the defensive side, because the retakes really did kind of lack something, that the same magic that TeamCreamy had. And so TeamCreamy, a great job for them to open things up here, to at least equalize the game up, the series up 1-1. Risky there with 12 frags. He opened some rounds, a double kill, a triple kill of his own every now and then, and just making that Holga put to good effect, making a case for it being one of the best weapons in the game, and certainly it is. And so did 22 pixels as well. But I have to point out, man, what a great shot there from A on that one of those final rounds.
That was crazy, right? Because he spotted him already, and it was not like he didn't get shot, because I feel like there was a hit marker from the opposing player as well. He didn't manage to pull the shot off to perfection. A halfway through falling off the tank, he manages to pull such a crazy kill. I mean, so impressive from both sides in here, but obviously only one can win. Velocity taking game 1, TeamCreamy taking game 2. Remember what I mentioned earlier on, it's going to be very tough if you've already lost the first game for you to come back and go in for a back-to-back win. But Raid, let's see if or not things can be different for TeamCreamy, because clearly when they put their minds to it, they can pull off such crazy plays, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, TeamCreamy, you kind of talked about, and you touched on it earlier a while ago when we were talking about these two teams in the introduction of this series, where TeamCreamy, they might not have, maybe the same kind of tenure with each other playing as a team. There are comparatively, you know, a bit more callow and a bit greener on each other's play styles, but they mesh perfectly. It doesn't necessarily mean just because you've been playing forever that you're going to be the better team. No, and certainly TeamCreamy are making a case for that, and they're now looking to close off this series with a lead potentially and bring it to the one in their favor. We're going to be going to domination right now. We talked about this. That laundry and gallery control is going to be huge. And you can certainly see BE just doing everything here. Velocity just completely shutting a full 5-man fight to start off the game.
How often do you actually see something like that? Where players picking Gallery up, getting 3 kills, snuffing out Laundry Room from the side of Gallery is crazy, bro. 7-5, TeamCreamy trying to make a play right back in here. They want to be able to pick Bravo up, and I think this potential is there for them, but what a play by QB once again. Steps right in there to snuff each and every one of them out. Can we have the cam on QB a little bit more?
Yeah, QB's been doing so much. Maybe his name kind of suggests he's a quarterback because he's been completely the maestro of the madness here for their side. And so Epox and Tahong, that's a triple kill now for Tahong in his life. They're looking to take control of the Bravo point, which they certainly should be able to. Velocity not able to stop that from happening. In the meantime, TeamCreamy, they have Alpha and Bravo. They can definitely hold on to this and make the lead theirs. But BE now Velocity trying to take it back. The laundry room here opened up. Risky will take it for himself. And now on the push, he will try and shred them down. Gonna hold on to it with a very amicable job. Eventually taken on down.
Swag now dropping out with the Fennec, making sure he has got a full-on hold of the laundry. It's all going to be good, but although he is holding on to the laundry room well, he doesn't have that backup to come in there to pull Bravo into the bag for themselves. Finally, the play coming through from the one and only Nan, ladies, German boys, girls. Velocity Esports, they have fallen back, and this is their opportunity to go in there for the capture. But I'm quite surprised that QB's not going in for the support on the capture of the B flag.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity, they're so far removed from that Charlie point, and they don't want to have to deal with it for the meantime, but QB here has been doing so much work, as we talked about it before the side of Velocity. He's trying to go on, really hold on to the sculpture in of itself, so they can't really kind of rescind that, but Cushing able to find one of his own. A good takeoff from him there in the mid-control right now, trying to be fought over by both of these teams. It seems like, for the meantime, TeamCreamy really kept engaged here on that Charlie point.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, TeamCreamy really need to step it up. They need to find a way to go in for the backstab. Now, Alpha finally got in. The play comes through. It's going to be Epox going in here for the solo hole prevention. Hunter Killer Drone evaded as well, but he will not be able to evade the shots coming here from Swag, who manages to protect it. QB is still alive, by the way, holding on to sculptures. Solo man, making sure nobody touches that Bravo flag.
The great Sparrow to make that happen. Could not confirm the kill there. Cushing getting lots of hit markers, but almost gets the kill. Now on the swing. QB just doing so much work, but Tahong finding a double. QB will do the same thing, and Tahong will get a triple kill now. Fiend answering back to eventually shut Tahong down, but the damage has been done. That Bravo point now is under anyways point. TeamCreamy, they can take it forward for the meantime now. Just completely clearing out that mid position as the path will end. TeamCreamy almost taking Bravo point there, but Velocity, a good start for them. They really held on to map control for the most part, kept TeamCreamy on that Charlie point spawn, and by the time TeamCreamy was going for Bravo, it was too late. We're now going to the second half.
QB was the man, bro. QB was the man all the way through on Bravo. I didn't even bother looking through all of the other plays on the map. I was just watching this guy. Such an eagle-eyed monster, snuffing out all of those players that drop into that Bravo flag. He doesn't play the hardpoint at all. He doesn't play those domination points. He doesn't want to pick those flags up. But now, unfortunately, 22 pixels dropping in with the Sparrow will be able to punish over at that Bravo flag. Solo this guy, helps to pick everything up. Cushing drops in with 22 pixels, and this is the defense that we expected from TeamCreamy. They pick Bravo and Charlie up, and the fight is on for this second half. 65 to 82, the catch-up gameplay comes through.
Oh, what a clear out here coming from QB. As you talked about, man, look at this guy. Let's spec him because he's been doing so much work, and every time we cut on over him to him, he's been doing a lot here to really hold the line down for the side of Velocity. And TeamCreamy, they're trying to make the comeback happen, and from that endeavor, you can see already the flank here. They're trying to take that Alpha point, but Risky will be shut down in that endeavor, and Velocity will hold on to it for the meantime. Now Swag with a Sparrow, and now he's going to be trying to fly through everything. DC. They have to be careful here. TeamCreamy and what he's got in his hands. Almost getting the kill there. Gets markers abound, and Swag will be able to back off for the meantime, but not too long. His way to pixels. We'll find him mid-control here, trying to be fought over by A, and QB will chime in on that aspect. Now, lots of sentries already in Bravo Point in the favor of Velocity.
Absolutely. Double sentry setup coming in here from Velocity is most definitely going to be good. But what I'm more concerned of is how do we get QB out of that Bravo flag? And finally, he gets slain, but the cluster strike gets brought in by who? By QB. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this guy is literally the one main reason why Velocity Esports is picking up so many of those points at the Bravo flag. And Swag is just dropping in and out, for all around slaying at that central garden, and he's just making sure nobody goes in for the access. QB is your finisher, 123 to 89. TeamCreamy needs to find a QB solution.
Yeah, QB has been doing everything here, man, at least in terms of what he can do as a single player. Being that anchor, going for the push, but Swag has been as well for the side of Velocity. Such an aggressive player and making things happen here for their favor. Now, TeamCreamy gonna have to find some way to dig in deep because there's only 20 points left remaining before Velocity and map number 2 here. Map number 3, rather. And TeamCreamy, they do not want to go down 2-1 in this series. They're gonna want every single point in their way, and only 10 points remaining now for Velocity. As TeamCreamy are gonna have to go all in here and maybe take that Bravo point, but they cannot really force Velocity off of it, and this should be a done game as Velocity are going to be taking map number 3 2-1.
Game over, bro. TeamCreamy, no way they can get a triple cap, but hey, nothing's gonna stop them from trying. Even if they do manage to get this triple, it's gonna be a very simple reset of those spawns, and Team Velocity Esports should be able to close it off anyway. Look at that final finishing defense coming in here just to protect that garden site, and that A flag will go nowhere. 150 to 114. This game is all over.
What a map here, and what a performance coming from QB and Swag there from the side of Velocity. Either of them could honestly be kind of the MVPs of that final map that we did have, and QB has just been such a standout performer as well in this entire group stage. What a great performance from him. That as all in all, Velocity really locking things down there, not letting it escape from them the same way it happened on map number 2, the same way it almost happened on map number 1. They really, from start to finish, were in the driver's seat and are able to secure the game because of that.
QB, y'all hunt him down. Y'all go and find out which is QB's streaming page. If this guy's not a streamer just yet, y'all better make sure he becomes a content creator, because he needs to teach the whole of COD community some of the stuff that he knows about how to master some of the holes in these maps, man. The guy has been an absolute monster all throughout that final match. Raid was just dominated by himself as well as Swag in terms of all of the pressure, right? Bravo was held on. Swag was just that roamer all the way through. In Central Garden, he was there. At the Square Center, he was there. At Gardens, he was there. You know what? The most interesting thing about Velocity, they didn't overextend. They didn't bother going in there for the triple cap at all, Nico. They knew what was needed to win, and they went in and focused just on that.
We see that from a lot of more callow teams, right, where they do overextend. They try and go for that triple cap and they really push the limits, but they end up biting off more than they can chew. And they, you know, for teams like that who kind of really mistake in the forest for the trees and go over their boundaries and what they can really accomplish, that does bite them in the back, and we've seen a lot of teams make the comeback because of that error. And for a team like Velocity, that veteran experience on their side, they know, and we know, that they're not going to be making that mistake, not too often at the very least. And in that case, they just held down to what they knew. They knew if they had the 2 points, that's all you need for the moment. You don't have to go overextend and maybe get yourself caught out, and then you get flipped. And that's certainly not the case that they do not want to happen. So very, very good job. Props here to Velocity for recognizing that and keeping up that discipline and diligence throughout the entire map number 3, and that is why they end the series here once again with a 2-1 lead.
Hence why this group was dubbed the group of death, right? Such amazing plays coming out here from all of the squads, and they're not going to give this up easily. And the fight between, you know, these squads of Velocity as well as TeamCreamy against the Titans like RTL Esports as well as Ultimate E Pro, yeah, those aren't going to go down any easily at all. The underdogs will be looking to step up and snatch the throne away. Today might just be the day where we see a huge upset in the qualifiers to the playoffs for the Philippines Championship, Nico.
Certainly could be the case here, AJ. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that any single team that we've got in this group stage could potentially come out and represent that Group C slot when it goes into the playoffs. But for the meantime, it will be TeamCreamy going down here. We saw an almost amazing comeback there happen on map number 1. If this certainly pulled through for them, then that would be a Showtime classic. Really one for the books. One of the best comebacks we're ever going to see here in the COD Philippines Championships. But alas, it was not the case as Velocity. The point here is, AJ, the lead that they got early on was enough for them to really secure it in. And so as TeamCreamy, they lost the control of the point for even, a few seconds. That was enough for Velocity to really win the map. When you have like that 4 points, very small sliver, the very small line across before you end the map off, it can be really hard to make the comeback happen. And if maybe the deficit wasn't so big, then it could have certainly worked out in their favor. But with the Sparrow coming online and everything here working out for VE, that huge lead, it really was basically Creamy in a very tough situation to pull out of.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. But, it's the comeback. It's the tenacity from absolutely nowhere near towards being able to show a good fight in this game. They had those questions to ask, right? Because it was a great play at that 4th hard point. And then in here for round number 2 at control room number 2 was perfection. And I thought Velocity Esports had this one already because of the XS1 Goliath. But no, they bring out the sentry. They take that XS1 Goliath out. And what a master of a stronghold they had here for that reset of the hard point. But the biggest mistake that the side of TeamCreamy made was not going in for the spawn flip towards the end of this hard point. They wanted to pick the easy way through, and they step onto P2. And it was all over them. And Velocity Esports overtook the situation just because they held on to the Special Forces base. All of those players just kept spawning behind the green radar station, which is a few steps away in comparison to spawning over at the Guerrilla base when you just don't have that, right? At the end of the day, Velocity just mastered Summit and made TeamCreamy pay for that.
At that point, literally, especially on P3, if you don't get that spawn flip early on, then it's going to be like a scene out of a zombie movie where they're just coming. They just keep on coming. They never stop. And your spawn is all the way on the other side of the map, and you can never get that reinforcements in time. And so as we move into map number 2, though, that's a shot of A's career, at least for the day here. What a great shot from that, jumping on down and landing a quick scope. He's done it so many times over, and he's such a formidable talent. But TeamCreamy, a completely dominating performance in this one, complete tail of the tape, complete flip of the story here, of the script, because they ended it 6-2, and it seems like when we went over to the second half, Velocity, they just couldn't catch a break. When we go over to map number 3, though, that is where you really saw Velocity just completely be disciplined and end the game the way they wanted to.
Oh, yeah. The QB was an absolute pain in the butt to the side of TeamCreamy. And there's just no way other than that to put what he was doing in this game, right? His positioning was immaculate. He just kept going up there to that structure, hiding behind it, and just slaying everyone who wanted that B flag. He pops off with that Sparrow, and Swag right behind him. He was clearing out the area as well as the Roma, but it was not as effective as to what QB's role was in there. If QB got snuffed out early, Bravo would have just continually swapped hands, right? That B flag would have been so difficult to control. We've always seen that happen because there are 2 power positions in here, Laundry as well as, of course, the Gallery. And it was just a disqualifier. With QB there, he was the power position.
Yeah, the whatever power position there is, that is where QB is. And he pretty much was, doing everything that you could as a sole player in the map in a game like this, where you'd be anchoring things down, but also going for the offensive, going aggressive. And A will be the MVP here for the side, the soldier of the game for the Velocity side. But to be quite honest with you, man, the entire roster here of Velocity, they really stepped up, especially there in map number 3. You saw QB doing a lot, you saw Swag doing a lot, and A definitely did so much work as well.
Absolutely, man. Oh, the scene in the Philippines have grown so much, Nico. So much of talent in here. Only 4 of these teams can move on to the playoffs. One team from this group, from this crazy group can get on into the playoffs. I want more from the Philippines, but this is what we have to deal with. So let's make the best out of it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Make sure you hit that like if you're enjoying the content. Make sure you hit that share as well, because we've got more coming for you. That has just been set A. We've got set B as well as set C coming up. 4 more series for the day, Nico.
Yeah, definitely so here, AJ. We saw lots of great talent already happen, but we're going to be moving on over to our next game of this match number 3 to come up in a bit, but we'll be going into a break real quick. I am Black and Blue. With me is the man, AJ. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back to the Philippines Championship, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is day 3 of the group stages. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Nico, Black and Blue, Gayoso, to bring you all of the hottest action. And dude, Group C has been crazy so far. No donuts given out just yet because of how good the fight is. None of those squads want to fall, but we most definitely need to find those victors in there. And now a matchup that we most definitely can enjoy for ourselves. A victor will be taking on a team that has already lost. So are we going to be able to see a reversal here, or just one team solidifying their points on the leaderboard, Nico?
Well, AJ, you know, when you're in the group of death, you can only expect the best of the best. And that is what we're getting here. The best of COD M here from the Philippines. And Velocity Esports versus RTL is another match that we can definitely be excited for. We saw RTL there. They really kind of seemed shocked by the way that Ultimate E Pro were performing, especially on map number 1. And when we went over now to match number 2 here, TeamCreamy versus Velocity, TeamCreamy almost pulls out the upset there versus Velocity Esports on map number 1 as well. It seems that our map number 1s here have been ones that completely take everybody by surprise. And if that is going to be the case on match number 3, then we're going to have another star-studded show banger to get things going. But the first team we're going to be looking at here, AJ, they need no introduction once again, will be that Velocity lineup.
A feed Makio non QB as well as Swag dropping in once again to see exactly what all of these guys have in store for themselves, right? They've already taken a victory 2-1, and now it is the perfect opportunity to knock RTL Esports down even further now, isn't it? Because RTL, they haven't had a great start to the day, and those emotions might be running high. So if Velocity Esports can take advantage of that, it might be a really, really sweet deal waiting for them at the end of today.
Now, mind you, here, Velocity Esports versus RTL. If RTL can take this series 2-1, then they're going to be both tied up in terms of the score here in our group stages. And so, RTL, they're going to need a 3-0 to go over Velocity here and go over them in terms of the points in Group C. But RTL, these guys, Kenshi, Keb, Steve, Susano, Vanlo, and Wacky, these guys have been veterans of the scene here in the Philippines, and they're definitely not disappointing for the meantime. No donuts being given out just yet, but that only goes to show you that everybody here is a true contender in the side of Group C. And RTL, they're definitely one of the favorites to come out of this too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, one of the favorites, but it was a pretty disappointing start to the day at that Hardpoint match, right? They really got decimated, and it was a map pick of their own. So it just made absolutely no sense whatsoever as to what happened to them there. We can't have any more of that storyline in here, a matchup against Team Velocity, because they will pay, and they will pay such a high price for it, man. QB together with Swag, this combo is just so undefeatable. We've seen it at the Domination already. You want to take a look at what it can do to you in Hardpoint. RTL should not be ready to find out. They should start off strong, and they should try to end strong as well. But of course, let's see who actually wins the coin toss, because a lot of the momentum gets swung your side when you get to pick those maps.
Here is the head-to-head right now between these two players, Tahong and Yobabs. We saw that in their own previous individual matchups. TeamCreamy, who just played here a while ago, versus Velocity, did so much work in that matchup as well. But Yobabs has been doing lots of work during that opening matchup that they had between RTL and Ultimate E Pro. So Yobabs, definitely a stand-up performance here as well. AJ, I mean, honestly, it hasn't necessarily been, I think, individual plays that has been doing a lot of these, kind of wins or getting a lot of these wins for these teams, because just the whole team chemistry has been working out. Yes, we've had, maybe these individual players like as well QB a while ago, but really as a team, every single team we've seen today has been solid.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot disagree there with you. RTL winning the coin toss here, Nico, and that means they will be able to ban map number 1. Velocity not starting off great here. Lady Luck is going to be siding Team Red. Let's see exactly which maps will get banned out here first. RTL Esports gets to go first, and they will be banning the map of... Come on, production. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Bro. God damn it, production.
They're keeping it. There we go.
Very nice, man. Firing range.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Firing range crossfire. Dude, nobody wants to play firing range crossfire anymore. I love crossfire for Hardpoint. Granted, it's not the easiest map to dominate, right? It's just so risky. But fair enough to see exactly why RTL does not want to play at firing range. Velocity Esports, crossfire, they cross it out of the list. But RTL, map number 1, Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be opened up at Summit. And here's the thing, once again, to reiterate, this was something that I was not aware of on day number 1. All of these coin tosses, all the map vetoes were completed before the day started, before the day of competition started. So there's no way of watching series number 1 and deciding where to bring game number 2 in. These are all pre-decided already, and we just have to live with it, right? So RTL, that's going to be a tough game, bro.
Yeah, I think it's only fair too. So It really puts into perspective how important to be able to do your homework is before doing those map betas the day before, the weeks leading up to this, the days leading up to this, from the qualifier into this. And so now Standoff will be another second map for the series. Search and Destroy is going to be a third time around. We're going to have Standoff here today, and Summit is another Hardpoint map that we've seen be such a close one earlier on between Velocity and TeamCreamy that almost went in the way of TeamCreamy with a comeback. I'm sure they're not going to want to let that happen a second time around here for the side of Velocity, but we're going to be looking over to Domination, final map of this series. We've had Fire Ranger and Crossfire Band, and Hackney Yard will be our decider.
Ooh, all right, let's go. Summit Standoff, Hackney Yard. Hackney Yard being brought in here by RTL. Death Machine's going to be, please ban out the Sparrow. It's going to be crazy. Annihilator getting banned out, which means the Sparrow's once again going to go in here for the pop. I highly, doubt we are going to be seeing any other operator apart from that, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, when you have either the Sparrow or the Annihilator online, when you have that in contention, pretty much every single player is going to be running that. Every single team is going to be running that. And for the Death Machine to be banned here, we can see the value of that, yes, but Sparrow, man, that's something else too. And so it seems like these teams, they want to play with fire here, especially for RTL, not to ban that. They might just get burned in the back, and we've seen that Velocity have been very, very efficient with it too. And so I don't know about this. It might just bite him in the back. We saw that Sparrow coming to great effect a while ago on Raid, on Summit. It might happen again, especially with our map number 1 being on Summit here for Hardpoint.
Yeah, the biggest mistake that TeamCreamy did earlier on was not going in here to swap the spawns around. RTL, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they start things off and they are on the Special Forces base, which means they might be able to get a lot of momentum in this game as long as they do not allow the side of Velocity Esports to go in here for the flip. And the fight for Hardpoint number 1, it doesn't matter that much. It's going to be quite bad. And of course, the Garena base will be a little bit more excited as they fall in for the control of the Hardpoint. But RTL starts off quite strongly.
Nice start here from the side of RTL. P1, very early control for them. It seems like Velocity are moving on in, and that's certainly not a case that they want to continue on here. Contention for the point itself has not really been swung on. A lot of people holding for the meantime as RTL, they're on the outskirts of this, but cannot really force their way on in. Eventually, does regain control off of the wipe on the point itself. And RTL, they're looking to take this point on Velocity. They're already on the move here for P2. And the thing is, AJ, mind you, you don't have to kind of rotate early on here from P1 to P2 on Summit, because those are pretty much next to each other, and so they can easily snowball this into another cap here for RTL.
Oh, absolutely, man. Look at RTL just go in here for the push, and now it's got the right spawn, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to play Hardpoint number 2. Velocity Esports. Let's see if the spawn flip was by accident or they really intended for the game to go that way. Look at the players now, trickling in. Players number 4 and 5 from the side of Velocity Esports going in for the backstab. They managed to catch a few of those shots off, and they go in for the access, but the spawn has not been flipped. They are allowing all of those players in there, and even player 3, None, he does not have enough time. Been spent in here, and RTL, they have got a stronghold for that very reason.
Yep, and if it goes over to that P3, which is in the pit, it might not be flipped, but okay, they get a player very their attention. And you flip the spawns up for themselves, and this could be the turning point for Velocity. Now, there's still 7 seconds, so there's a lot of points that RTL will get from this P2. As we go into P3, they just clean them on up, and so to no avail. Velocity failing to get control of B2, failing to go to the flank, and failing to flip the spawns as well. This is firmly in the hands for RTL at the moment.
Oh, look at the being brought out in P3 as well. Cable car platform under the stronghold of RTL. And with this score streak, it's going to be quite tough to take it down. FHJ shot coming through in here, and he sacrifices his life for that. It was well worth. RTL now running away with this game. 82 to 12 on the points. Double being brought out. And this is just a crushing lead that they are taking over Velocity Esports. 34 seconds to go. They have got the spawn, and all the players from Velocity spawning up so far away. This is looking very bad for Velocity.
And the Sparrow is out here by Sasano. He'll only find one with that before being shut down. They trade it off, and Kenshi will do the same here to find None. Good opening from him. Susano there with the cluster, doing so much work with that. And for the meantime, the spawn will be still held here now by the side of RTL, by the side of Velocity, but going into P4. RTL are already there up and so they now have the spawn as well for P4.
That's the problem, man. They go in there and they secure the spawn very, very fast. I mean, at Hardpoint, in the past, it was all about securing the Hardpoint. But no, man, the Stros, they want to secure those spawns first. They want to make sure all of the access in towards the point where you are going to be fighting for is close, always close. Look at the players now coming in here from the side of Velocity Esports, spawning out far back at the cable car edge, as well as control room number 2. They will be able to pull the flank because the gods of RNG will give them quite a spread out spawn, but they're not going to be able to take or make much use of it if they continuously trickle in one by one. 26 seconds to go. RTL Esports looks to finish this off. Look at that deep entry being brought in to make sure Velocity steps nowhere in there to split that spawn.
Oh man, Velocity, they're just trickling in here, AJ. Like, there isn't a solve for them to try and group up, to try and maybe give up a few seconds, a few points, so they can really make one conceded push, one concerned push from the whole team, and that will be the end of it. 150 to 26, the largest lead we've had so far today. I think that was even bigger than what we had a while ago, or very close at least to map number 1.
Yeah, excellent, man. Excellent play. This is just RTL with the furious comeback. They realize exactly what has happened in game number 1. And dude, if they want to stand a chance to make the playoffs, they have to get 3 NOs. They cannot afford to drop any other maps. And they have to hope and pray that whatever TeamCreamy as well as Velocity bring into this competition is going to be good enough to take at least one map away from Ultimate E Pro. And that's exactly what they're betting on. And it looks like they are just game with their game paces on. Look at Kevs pulling in the MVP, 13 seconds on the side, but look at the number of kills. He was just ravaging everyone.
Oh my dear, I don't even know what to say from that, man. 26 on the side of Kevs. Earlier on, like when we saw him on Crossfire on Domination for that map number 3 in the series, he was completely just shredding everybody with a KRM. Yeah. And now no matter what you put in his hands, AJ, he just brings you his top A game, and he's a big reason why RTL are able to really kind of have this long dominant lead and long dominant, stead they've had in the community, in the scene for so long.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot agree more with you. Susano, Van Loo, CF, as well as Kenshi stepping it up. It looks like Kenshi might have picked a good side in here. These boys have got the fight in them, but it's not all over. RTL is now stuck with a situation where they have to do their best and hope and pray that someone takes a little bit away from their opponents who've managed to slice them down so far. Ultimate E Pro still have got the advantage in this game, and that's going to be the driving force behind RTL in Group C today.
Yeah, I mean, Group C, we talked about, AJ, how as a group of death, there is no half measures here. There are no half takes that you can bring into a game, and you're really going to have to bring every single ace that you might be hiding up your sleeve. We've seen time and time again here today that whoever loses map number 1 is able to make it happen, make the comeback happen map number 2, even up the series 1-1, and maybe contend for map number 3. And I think that is going to be looking to be the case here, to be quite honest with you, as we're looking to another matchup on Standoff a third time around here for today.
Unless RTL can perhaps show us a little bit of consistency, right? Because at the end of the day, they are the squad that has had so much of time on the big leagues. They are the squad has had so much of opportunities to go in and meet some of those big dogs and learn from those experiences, right? But of course, Velocity Esports, they have the passion of the underdogs to step in here and to take everything away with the surprise plays. Kev's beautiful hit marker does not get the takedown, and QB managing to take advantage of that situation. Beautiful with the Fennec play. And now the attacking side, RTL Esports trying to play comeback in here. Van Loo, as he snuffs QB out of the equation. The bomb is on the ground. There's only 27 seconds on the clock for VE to do something about it.
AJ, it's a 2v4. Rather immediately here, they will get the trade-off at the very least. It's all onto Markio, who's been doing lots of good work here for the side of Velocity, but he's going to have to bring in the big guns with 12 seconds rather left on the clock, and time ticking. The sands of time are slowly hollowing away, and he shall hollow with it as well. Wacky ending the round, and RTL will take an opener once again. AJ, it seems like your prediction of RTL being consistently in the lead for this series, it's looking to come true for the moment, as Velocity, they need to come back here.
Yeah, they don't have a choice, man. I mean, there's no if, buts, or maybes about this. You drop this, and it's all out of your hands already, because there's no way Ultimate ePro will allow themselves to miss that opportunity, man. I mean, they're already one up. They want to maintain their lead at the leaderboards, right? Wacky now going in here with those shots to try to find someone as lucky as he can be. He will not be like QB going through all of those wallbangs. The guy does not get the kill. Now Vandy right in front of him. QB's just on point with all of these wallbangs.
Going for it here with the Holger. We've seen that be so deadly, and Susano will find a frag here on the swag. A good opening pick for him. That's a big player to get removed. And QB and A, all the top 3 dogs immediately removed here from the side of Velocity. And RTL go up 2-0. Mind you, in the group stages, they are both neck and neck. They're both at 2 points in the groups here. And now RTL, they've gone up in the series, at least, or rather in this map specifically, 2-0. Can they continue this into a 3-0 lead?
Now let's see. It's a 2-2-1 split, and the bomb is going off a little bit alone here. Vandu needs to be careful, because there's one aggressive push coming in through for Swag. Now Swag might get caught off here in the corner. Beautiful! Kev's caught a little bit off guard there. Goes in for the toss of the nade and pays a high price for it. But thankfully, Wacky's right behind. He pulls things equal with a long Susano as well as Wan Lu going in there for those drops. And it's a 3-2 situation now. RTL Esports in front in terms of those numbers, but the bomb is on the ground.
Oh, what a shot from Wacky. Gonna live up to every sense of his name. And now it's down to a 1v3. He's come alive here for the moment, but can he secure the round? QB will be taken down. He's been doing lots of good work, and once again for that Velocity side, but it will be RTL now with a 3-0 lead. They're looking very dominant here. This is the first time that we've seen the team that wins map number 1 be this dominant on map number 2 S&D.
It is going to be a situation that Velocity Esports definitely isn't happy with. Now, is it? Because they might have been thinking, okay, fine, we've got a good chance here to come back. They might be caught off guard with a change of pace. KRM Caps, what a play! Cat and mouse, perfection! KRM, he goes in for the chase. Caps, come on, man! Come on, Caps! What a play with the KRM!
Wow, what on earth just came out there from Kebs? He's the reason, that's the reason why he was a player we were looking out for coming into this. He's a big reason why RTL have been the top dog of the Philippines for so long. For the meantime, Kebs has no problem, no qualms with making that come true. The snipe here coming from Wacky once again to get RTL in the game, and Kebs will open things up. Markio will shut him down, but not for long, as Vanlu will get the trade. It's a 1v4 immediately in the favor of RTL.
RTL's pissed, man. A is all alone, goes in for the push. Ooh, hit marker. A is a little lucky, but Susano makes sure he finishes that off. RTL Esports look like they want to do business, and they ain't mucking around. They want to get this done and dusted quick so they can move on to the playoffs. Let's see whether or not Velocity Esports can pull off some sort of miracle out of their hats and turn things around.
Yeah. At this point, they're definitely fitting the role of Shang in Mulan. You know, let's get down to business to defeat Velocity in this case. RTL has been looking so spectacular here in this series, and A and Markio will open things up for Velocity. This is a good sign, potentially, for Velocity. They needed these opening picks to be able to get back in the game. They've looked so out of it for the meantime, but now they could potentially make the stop here. That's another opening pick. It's down to 5v2. This could be the first round in the game for Velocity.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fine for the side of RTL, right? They were on the attacking side earlier, and what a perfect attacking side they took. They gave themselves a 5-point lead, a 5-match lead, and now they are on match point already. So making a mistake in one of these rounds means absolutely nothing to them. Wacky, Susano going through, managing to take A out of the equation. It's a 2-3, but 40 seconds on the clock. If anything, this might be possible, but without Wacky, Susano is going to struggle.
This is looking to go into wave velocity for the meantime. Okay, they hold on to a lifeline here, AJ. They're going to stay alive here in map number 2, but can they make the comeback happen? They're going to have to go 4 rounds perfectly straight to even tie the game up and bring us into overtime. At that point, it's anybody's game, but they're going to have to go on that long crawl. It's a steep hill for them to climb for the meantime, as RTL are looking to close off map number 2 and go up 2-0 in the series.
Look at RTL now. Beautiful 2-1 push. They flood 3 players in towards private backyard. But look at the crazy upward push coming in here from Susano. This is a very dangerous defensive maneuver. Susano! Opportunity, backs away with the nade in hand. Goes in for the pop as well. Is not going to be able to find anyone with the grenade. Wacky stepping behind him to see if or not he needs to provide some backup. But I like the response from Velocity Esports. They didn't get excited. They back away. 1 man down. The attacking side needs to find a frag before they can go in for the move.
Can they spin things around here, AJ? They've given up that opening pick, which is not a good sign for Velocity, but they can potentially equalize things up 4-4. Although, Wacky has already gotten pretty deep here, and that's a lot of control for the defending side of RTL to have. To have that back alley, and Velocity going to rescind that, not have much is going to be big. And look at the flank here coming from Susano as well.
Yeah, man, Susano's going to be able to put on a lot of damage in here. If he catches the bomber together with Markio off guard, it's going to be all over for the side of Velocity Esports. They need to be able to make a better push in here. Velocity, they might be looking like a little bit nervous. 33 seconds is very little to work with here, Nico.
And that is it. Susano finds a pick on the swag with 25 seconds left on the clock. RTL, they're closing this one now. It's all on to A. He's able to find a kill on the Van Loo, but not for long, as Wacky will seal end the deal. The final nail in the coffin. 6-1. Dominating performance on map number 1, Summit. Map number 2, Standoff on S&D. The same tale.
Perfection, man. I mean, round after round after round, they kept switching it up, and there was just nothing that the side of Velocity could actually do at all, right? I mean, it's not like they didn't try. Time and time again, every single corner, every single angle had been capped off by the side of RTL. And they look confident. Look. They knew that victory was coming, and they are pissed, man. They're still stressed because it's not over. Like I said, the pressure is on. 3 victories in this particular series. There's another one waiting for them. They need to score a 3-0 as well. And even after performing that well, they are not confident that they can move on to the playoffs because they've already messed up in series number 1. I like the tenacity. I like the focus in here. They now just need to hope and pray that the gods are with them as well.
Well, the gods right now at the moment seem to be favoring them. The fortune has been going their way in the meantime, but that also is because of their own hand here, RTL. Just completely dominating that map number 2 and map number 1. This series has been theirs for the taking, and that they shall do. Map number 3, as we go into Domination, can we see a 3rd map turnaround here coming from the side of VTL? Can they Velocity? Can they make it happen? It doesn't seem to be too likely at the moment, though, AJ. It seems like RTL, they're just completely in the driver's seat for this one. Hackney Yard is where they're going to have to come alive. That's their final chance to maybe get back into this. If they go down 3-0, the group stages are going to be very difficult to come out of for Velocity.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that at all, right? But they don't have to worry about it too much because the ones that they are going up against to compare themselves with, TeamCreamy, will potentially face a similar situation. They are taking on Ultimate ePro. It's not going to be an easy fight, man. I mean, RTL, who lost earlier on 2-1, is performing in this way. So Ultimate ePro is definitely going to be quite a beast to face for the side of TeamCreamy. And for TeamCreamy to pull one match away from the big dogs who've already been so impressive in here today against RTL, it's going to be quite a long shot, but it's not possible, man. It's all about those map masteries. It's all about how they play the spawns in this game. RTL Esports, they are going to now be starting off here in what might be said as the weakest side. And let's see if or not they attempt the spawn flip early on, or they play the map as it is.
Final map of the series here. Domination on Hackney Yard. Bravo Point looking to be controlled by Velocity to start things over. Not really secure that. It's going to be RTL here to flip things around, get that table turned, and they will get Bravo Point for the meantime. Fiend has been taken up here from the top, and that sentry placed down immediately. That's going to be such a big factor to hold on to Bravo Point for the meantime for the side of RTL.
Apologies, man. I thought RTL was Team Bloom for some weird reason there. My bad. Pull out the sentry. Wait, how's the sentry out so early in the game, bro?
That's what I was wondering too. I was like, they brought the sentry immediately here to start off the game, and that should have helped, but it seems like it has been melted down already.
Yeah, but to pull it off so quick. Who was it that was just rampaging on early through, man? Kev's with a beautiful two-piece in here for himself. Pulls out the hunter-killer drone and is going to be punishing the players from the side of Velocity and finally gets taken down. QB can't even play his role as the absolute anchor in this game because of the spawn traps that's being pulled off here by the side of RTL. Let's see if they can continue this, because if they can go in here for the push, getting to that 75-point mark isn't going to be too hard at all. Velocity Esports, they need to pull a flank off from office, drop into the abandoned building, and see how they can command the tire shop. Potentially, if they can flip the spawns here, we might see a turnaround. But they need to work now because RTL's running away with this.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, on the map like Hackney Yard here, it's going to be very difficult to flip those spawns because you don't have as much alleyways to try and dodge and weave through and find and sneak to get to the back line. And it's really going to be a forward-facing fight for the most part, and that can make it really difficult for the team who does not have the type of control that they need to make the comeback happen. In this case, Velocity, they're going to be kept there at their spawn towards the Charlie side, and Kev is just doing so much work. He's found two bullets on stone a while ago. Will be shut down eventually by QB, but not for too long, as still the Bravo Point. VE cannot control this, and this is looking to be a very dominating opening half by RTL once again.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, RTL has just been playing this so well from the early stages of this game. And like you pointed out, man, Velocity Esports, no matter how much they try to go in here and flip those spawns, it's not going to be easy. I mean, just look at Kenshi holding onto the abandoned building. He's waiting for that backup. And the moment they find out that, okay, you know what, the side is lost, they've given up already, they still don't back away. Kenshi's still holding onto that angle, waiting to see if or not that flank is going to be possible. And they lock the whole map of Hackney Yard down. Velocity Esports, now they have the spawn of perfection here. Let's see if they can pull off the exact same play.
You know, the warehouse control here that came in from RTL was so huge for them, and really did make things a lot more difficult for the side of Velocity. I'm looking to see maybe Velocity can take the opposing side, maybe use that rooftop control and get some vertical sight lines down and really control mid. But for the meantime, RTL are shredding things, and that is a problem, Velocity. When you let them have that Sparrow online, you might just be playing with the fire and you might get burned back, and that's what RTL are doing here to Velocity. They once again take Bravo, and this time Charlie's side. It's on the Velocity to try and flip things over.
Hey, Susano's crazy, man. He's going to access all his own Predator missile being brought forth as well. He's waiting to see if or not. You see, this is what I love about RTL Esports, right? They flip it either way. Either going for the flash all of those players out. You've already got two of those strikes. Why bother going in for the push? Only if you fail, only if that access is brought forth by the side of Velocity Esports into warehouse, will we see the flank coming through. And just like I said, those players now trickling in one by one. We can see Wacky in for the access, asking those questions over at the tire shop already. He's going to go ring around the roses, and he manages to take the player down as well. The spawns might be successfully flipped in here by RTL Esports, and if they do manage to capture A as well, tire shop in the hands, prevention coming through. through. This is still open. Velocity might be able to fight back. Bravo in the back as well, but that prevention is there. They need to win more of these gunfights, Nico.
Tianshi's been doing such a good job of holding that Bravo site down, even with all the players and manpower here coming from Velocity on the Bravo point, AJ. Him with that Sparrow just mounting 4 kills, and now here on the Rampage, Steve is trying to go on the flank. They're trying to take that A control, and the triple cap has been successfully taken here by RTL. VE Velocity, their momentum is going to be completely cut down. They will take Bravo point, but they are going to be fighting on 2 fronts for the meantime. The Sparrow here on Susano will find the pick, but can he find even more to really try and hold control of this? He will die to the Hunter Killer drone. The killer shall be taken out, and now it will be VE Velocity with that Bravo and Alpha side control.
Oh, I love it, man. I absolutely love the fight coming in here from both teams. But unfortunately for the side of Velocity Esports, RTL has been playing Hackney Yard to perfection. And yes, Velocity managed to stop the spawn flip. They managed to pull Alpha back into the bag as well. But the damage had already been done. And now, Velocity bringing out the sentry into that warehouse. Let's see if or not they can make some sort of a play here. Because holding on to just that Alpha and Bravo side is not enough. They need to hold on to a triple cap to make sure RTL Esports does not win.
We're looking to run away with this at the moment, RTL, but they don't have the points to make that happen here, AJ. The Bravo point has been firmly in control by the side of Velocity, and now as they push on in, Kemps is completely shredding everybody open. A will try and do the same, and Kemps is holding down here with the Holga, going for the drop shot, but Swag will eventually put him down. Sentry will be placed here by the side of RTL, and even with the single point that they've got here on the Charlie point, it's enough of a lead for them to close out the map. All they have to do is hold on to Charlie. They're not going to overextend. They're not going to get triple cap. It should be a done game. Series tied up 3-0 here by RTL as they end this series with a dominating sweep.
What a play, what a dominance, and what a strategy to pull off at Hackney Yard. You can go in and flip those spawns. They could have done that, but they didn't do that at all. They monitored the situation. They had hold of the warehouse as well as the dockhouse. And what did Kevs do? Kevs just stood at cargo land, snuffing out everyone who went past that red truck. And the moment he falls, the backup is constantly there. They make sure the flanks are not possible at all. And the moment they already feel like, okay, you know what? Tire shop finally is a play that we can afford, because warehouse was open. They left it open intentionally. And the whole of Velocity, they fell for all of these open holes. And as soon as they fall, they lost Tire Shop, they lost control of the game, and RTL just went back in a way, man. What a beautiful 3-0 taken by this team.
Man, what a dominating performance here. One of the most dominant, actually the most dominant series we've seen here today at the very least. And Susano, 28 on him, 24 on Kevs. This whole RTL roster is such a talented bunch, and they're so formidable in every sense of the word. You can never expect to just win up a straight one-on-one fight against them as much as you try, because you're really going to have to outwit them a lot of the times. But RTL, that discipline that you see from them, they don't go for the triple cap early on. They always try and wait for the perfect opportune moment to go for it, not trying to jump on the trigger, not trying to jump over the shark too early. And they did eventually triple cap that in the second half, but it did come with a lot of discipline and a lot of waiting in between it. So perfect play from them, even though they only had a single point at the end. They only had Charlie point. They knew that's all they needed. They didn't need for more. The greed there, the apple of Eden, they did not reach out for a bite, because they knew that they were perfectly happy where they were. And that's why they sweep the series 3-0. Our first donut of the day, AJ.
Yeah, strong hold, right? And if you know the game, if you know the map, you know exactly when you can pull away. You know exactly when you no longer need to take these risky fights. You don't need to engage. The win is guaranteed, because at that point, it was all up for Velocity to ask the questions. But here's the problem. Velocity needed to go up fourth with a triple cap, but they stood at warehouse. They wanted to hold on to warehouse. Those players just weren't making a play. And finally, when RTL saw that situation, instead of just holding all 5 men at Charlie, they pushed out 3 of those guys into warehouse just to make sure nobody starts anything cheeky at all, right? Because you can never count them out, man. And I love the fact that RTL respected the side of Velocity Esports all the way through until the end, making sure that regardless of whatever play they are attempting, it gets shut down early. And that's the only way you're going to be able to pull this off, right? Because look at that, 150 to 26, the side of Velocity didn't know what they were messing with. They went down easy, 6-1, same story at Search and Destroy. But they almost made that comeback in there, and they put up a great fight at Hackney Yard, Nico.
I mean, Velocity, they banned the Annihilator here and not the Sparrow. And I think at that point, they kind of wish they did, because the Sparrow really was put into great effect by RTL. Yeah. They knew that if you leave that open, then they're going to punish you every single time. And that's exactly what they did with the Sparrow in hand. Looking like Legolas in every sense of the word. But now, as we're looking at the highlights here for this series, map number 1, such a dominant performance from them, spawn flipping at the perfect opportune moments. It didn't seem at all like RTL weren't in the driver's seat. They just completely led the charge and ended it, opening things up and finishing, capping it off in their favor in every way that they wanted to. And Velocity, it just seemed lost in this map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was just perfection coming in here from RTL. I asked a question, will Velocity Esports kind of go in there for the intentional spawn flip? It just didn't seem like they were attempting it. They tried a flank over, but I don't believe that was for the intention of the spawn flips at all. Or maybe they were going in for it, but they just got distracted, breakdown in communication, whatever it was, that was a game. Summit was a game that they could have perhaps turned around for themselves at that second hard point. They didn't take advantage of it first time around. Second time around, same exact story. Dropping into Search and Destroy, dude, this was just all out RTL.
Yeah. I mean, to add on to your point a while ago for map number 1, it seemed like they were going for those flanks sometimes, or trying to flip the spawn, but they'd only send like 1 player out maximum to do that. There really wasn't any help. Maybe if they sent 2 or 3 on that endeavor and go for the flank on the hard point, and something could have changed. I think a similar story could have been done here as well. On Search and Destroy, we saw that there were so many times that had very little control of the entire map, and that just let RTL do whatever they want, no matter on the attacking or defensive side. And now once we go into map number 3 here, AJ, it also was that big ordeal. Now, granted, it is kind of hard to flip the spawns here in Hackney Yard. Very open, very compact map. There aren't too many lanes to try and hide and sneak through, but still, in that case, RTL, they pulled out that sentry early, and from that point, you already knew something was amiss, and they made it happen at the end too.
And this is so weird, right? Because at the start of this game here, we only saw Fiend going in here to try to perhaps put a little bit of pressure on the A side, on the A flag, but he was just trickling in one by one. When he falls, nobody else is there to step up to the plate. And after that, after those initial couple of denials, they just gave up. And for the rest of the first half, it was just all the way through RTL Esports. And that was quite disappointing, because I feel like, just to your point, if they had pushed in a little bit more aggressively, brought in the numbers there as well, they could have made a big difference. But instead, they just kept taking such a straightforward game into the warehouse and gave all those kills away to RTL Esports. I mean, by this third game, they should have kind of seen that the mechanical supremacy of RTL Esports was one that they couldn't really take on head first, right?
Yep. Exactly, AJ. I mean, they definitely seemed like they just wanted to play their own game, and I'm not doubting that these guys have chemistry with each other, but the whole strategy, the shot calling in the game to maybe go for, let's go on the flank instead and maybe make something that happen that way. Let's not go in through the front door and look for a different way to get in. That maybe could have helped their favor, but it will be RTL here to close out the series. Susano, who else than this man has been doing such great work from map number 1, 2, and 3, no matter if it's Hardpoint, S&D, or Domination. We saw him completely dominate the competition, and he will be the soldier of the game, the MVP for this series.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, so much of trust the side of RTL puts into Susano. He takes most of these flanks solo because they can trust him to do that. Many of those flanks, this guy just doesn't fall, man. He gets those clutches for the team, and this will continue. Hopefully, the side of RTL can continue this momentum. They started off pretty shaky, and this particular series, they find themselves a little bit, and in for the final battle against TeamCreamy, it's not going to get easier, only harder.
Yeah, I mean, with them going down there 3-0, things are not looking too well for the moment for Decided Velocity Esports in this group stage. You really want at least a single point in this map to be able to stay alive. And as I said, if they at least went 2-1, then they would have been tied with RTL in terms of the points here in this game. But for Velocity to go down there, their chances are looking quite slim at the moment. They're going to have to get maybe a sweep in their next matchup, their final matchup for the day. But we'll be going into a break. When we come on back, we're going to have Ultimate E Pro here versus TeamCreamy. Who can make the dream come true? We're going to find out. I'm Black and Blue. With me is AJ. We'll see you guys after the break.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just guessed two in a row, and I believe this is going to name as Young-jae. Yes, Jonda is going to be huge.
This is impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just guessed two in a row, and I believe this is going to name as Young-jae. Yes, Jonda is going to be huge.
Welcome back here to the Call of Duty Mobile Philippine Championships. I am Black and Blue. With me is the ever amazing AJ the Mustachio himself. How you doing, man, first of all? And second, what a game we've already had here. What a day we've already had here for Group C.
Yeah, mind-blowing, right? Mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing performance coming in here from all four of the teams that have made it into Group C, the group of absolute heartbreak.
For sure.
Because so much of talent in here for those squads, but only one can move on through. And thus far, the biggest threats that this particular group has been seeing is RTL Esports as well as Ultimate E Pro. But will Ultimate E Pro be as, crazy as what they've built themselves up to be in series number one? Because they couldn't take a perfect one against RTL. And if they actually drop one match against the side of TeamCreamy now, everything is reset for them back, and RTL might have a chance still in here. And as we go into the third set of the day, into set C, dude, things are still going to be alive in the competition.
Definitely so. I mean, RTL, if you look at things and you really count things over, and we're going to look at the scoreboard later, but pretty much if Ultimate E Pro cannot get this at least 3-0, then RTL, they are looking like the favorites to come out of this group. And so Ultimate E Pro, they have a bit of catching up to do here, especially versus TeamCreamy, which, to be fair, TeamCreamy, as you said, AJ, they are a tenacious bunch. They are going to be fighting back like a rabid badger, just not giving up no matter how big of a deficit, no matter what situation they're in. They almost made it happen in the first game a while ago, but in the end, they could not prevail against Velocity Esports. So for TeamCreamy, they are going to be punching up. Can they land the chin every single time here versus Ultimate E Pro? That will be our match number 4. 5 and 6 will be coming on after this, but we're going to focus on Ultimate E Pro versus TeamCreamy. And that first roster, we talked about Ultimate E Pro. They had a great performance a while ago to start things off versus RTL. They got AG Flex, Jabin, Tin, Yato, and Yobabs. This full roster that they've got so many stand-up performers, but they are and have been one of the top dogs for a long time, and they're looking to continue that streak here in the Philippine Championships.
Oh, and they will be able to if they can show us the exact same performance they brought on against RTL, right? I mean, remember that first series, man. The match number 1, Hardpoint itself, was quite crushing in terms of their performance. RTL just could not do anything in that game to make a comeback. And at the end of the day, it was a 2-on-1. And we've seen exactly how tenacious RTL Esports is. They are the team that manages to pull a 3-0 off of Velocity. Might I add, is a team that has already beaten TeamCreamy 2-1, right? So crazy stuff here. The TeamCreamy has to go up against 22 Pixels, Epox, Hat Dog, Cushing, Risky, as well as Tahong, with an opportunity now to perhaps make a little bit of a comeback in this competition. But it's not going to be easy at all, Nico.
Especially not up against a team here like Ultimate E Pro, who have proven themselves to be able to take down some of the top dogs that we have in the scene here, AJ. And so Ultimate E Pro, mind you, they just 2-1 RTL a while ago on the first map of this, first series of this day of Group C. And RTL, for them to be able to 3-0 Velocity, who, mind you, won the series against TeamCreamy. Everything, if we're going to go against Succession here, everything is going in the favor of Ultimate E Pro in this series, and by far, TeamCreamy, they are the underdogs. Now, they qualified here into the Group C stage, just like every other team. They had to go through very tough opponents to qualify into this, but are they really able to step up to the challenge here that Ultimate E Pro are about to place them? And we're going to have to find out the gauntlet that they're going to be running through, the head-to-head between Yobabs and Tahong. That is pretty much neck and neck from the stats, but for the meantime, it really will come down not just to individual plays, I believe, here, coming here, AJ, but also the teamwork. How can they prevail in a unfavorable situation?
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, let's take a quick look at the KD ratio here, which is the biggest one that stands out, 1.77 versus 0.94. And this is a little concerning, right? Because Taho seems to be doing a little bit too much here. And that's ultimately going to be the winning composition for the side of Ultimate E Pro. As long as they manage to hold on to those sides in terms of Hardpoint, as long as they manage to survive, play the game of numbers in search and destroy, and pull a similar situation back into Domination for the third game, it's going to be TeamCreamy so far looks to be the team that gets pushed down to the very bottom of Group C. Let's see if they can save themselves from that fate. Here are the map vetoes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly where does Lady Luck want to side with. Ultimate E Pro gets the coin toss. This does not look good for TeamCreamy at all.
Yeah, I mean, if they're betting on the nickel, they certainly get more than just $1 back here, Ultimate E Pro, with that coin flip. But let's go on over to map number 1, Hardpoint. Where shall it be? We're going to find out after the map bans come out in itself. Hack the Yard to be banned on here. And mind you guys, friends, folks, far and wide, that these vetoes and the map bans, they were done before the day even started. And so they were done before this entire matches. These matches got going. And so they cannot look back at the previous matches and then decide off of that. So that is going to be a huge point to consider. So, Hack the Yard and Firing Range, both banned. We have not, well, maybe 1 or 2 maps from Firing Range during this entire group stage. For the meantime, it has been a very common ban. But Hardpoint on takeoff. Now, AJ, this is something that we saw come in and backfire for the team to pick that on Group B. Will that happen here to Ultimate E Pro?
I highly doubt it, man. Ultimate ePro is too good to make mistakes like this. If they want to bring us to takeoff, it means that they have fully mastered takeoff. And at the end of the day, it's going to be all about your mechanical capabilities of going in for those crazy P3 and P4 fights because of how those spawn points are whenever you die in those control room or the Aurora Council. And Ultimate ePro eventually will be able to win those gunfights. I mean, we've seen them put into situations like that already. So takeoff is quite a safe pick for them. Let's take a look at Search and Destroy. Crossfire is going to be the name of the game, and TeamCreamy better be able to pull out that double snipe setup here, because it's going to be quite difficult if you go into Search and Destroy without that, because on the defending side, you need to find all of those picks off a little bit early, Nico.
Yeah, Crossfire is such a very interesting map that we see for Search and Destroy. We saw earlier on, in the lifespan of the competitive COD M scene, where Crossfire was a map that we saw played over time and time again. Same with Firing Range, but now with that kind of familiarity, teams like to ban that and get it off of the board as a meta shift. We're going to be going over to Domination here, our map 3 for the decider, which will be Standoff this time. And I thought, with us not having Standoff for Search and Destroy, it's going to be our first series without Standoff. But no, we will get Standoff a fourth time around. But for the first time today, it will be on Domination this time. That's a very interesting map to have Domination on. Typically, you might see things switched out. You might see Crossfire on Dom and Standoff here on Search and Destroy. But we're going to get the Sparrow and Death Machine banned for the operator's skills. So the Annihilator will come into play here, AJ, for the meantime.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different switch coming through as far as operators are concerned, but make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it will be equally as spicy as bringing the Sparrow in for the play. Death Machine, unfortunately, we don't get to see much of. I really, really love whenever they bring in that operator for those hard points as well as Domination. Moving into this game, do you have, do I even want to ask for predictions?
I don't want this to sound mean. Like, my heart will want to, kind of root for the underdog and hope that TeamCreamy can make something happen here, shake up this whole group stage. But by every sense of the word, every meaning, and by every brain cell of me, Ultimate ePro, they should have this series at the very least 2-1. And to be quite honest, it could easily be a donut from them. But let's get things going here, AJ, on Hardpoint on itself. And Ultimate ePro, they start off with an opening triple sweep.
Oh, lovely. I just want to look at Ultimate ePro. Position, the second floor. And that's the better one to hold on to if you ask me. Mainly because there's going to be Hardpoint number 2 as well. Aurora Council, the Domination will switch on over to the side of Ultimate ePro, but they get snuffed out there as well. TeamCreamy is putting up quite the tough fight from the get-go, and I love seeing that. They just need to play the map a little bit better, because it just seems to be Ultimate ePro sneaking into these power positions. Finally, it is one player from the side of TeamCreamy who steps into the Aurora second floor, unfortunately snuffed out as well. As long as they keep these rotations coming through and keep it balanced, they should be in the clear.
Yeah, a lot of teams like to fight for that launch center control early on to be able to peek out from the scaffolding and get a lot of sightlines down into the P1 itself, into the point, and that's exactly what Ultimate ePro were going for. But now as they're moving over to P2, that's exactly what they want to try and control this time around. They tried to go for that early on during P1, but now they're going to have to do it in P2 as well.
Beauty.
Again, we'll find that frag here, just dodging and weaving left and right, not able to find the shot at that range. And it will be Ultimate ePro to take control of P2 for the meantime, but TeamCreamy, they're answering back and they're looking to go and get on this head on.
Yeah, P2 is going to be really tough to fight. It's just going to be back and forth. You really need to win your gunfights here. And TeamCreamy seems to get sliced down one too many times. They need to play a couple of lethals as well. Let's see a couple of tosses of those nades to help them gain a little bit of momentum here. Last week's best time to pull it out. Your sentry gun is going to be able to pull in quite a bit of momentum. And it looks like Ultimate ePro should be able to go in there for the play. But it looks like they do not want to waste it, because they seem to win all of their gunfights. TeamCreamy is already out of there. They've given such an early hold for Team Ultimate ePro. They back away.
away quite early, which is very interesting to see here from the side of TeamCreamy. I would like to see them maybe contest for that one more time and then go for the try and P3 control, but they do kind of have position here to hold on to P3, but Ultimate ePro, they're just winning the gunfights on the way to the point on of itself, and they are inside of it, but TeamCreamy, they do have some control, but not for long, as Ultimate ePro eventually and ultimately take that point P3 for themselves as well. It's a 40-point lead right now, and the lead is just going over higher and surrounding.
This is going to be the pain point to fight, because all-out gun skills, this is where it is born. The players from the side of TeamCreamy spawning off a little bit too far at the health center. They need to make sure those players continuously spawn off at generators, and that's exactly what Ultimate ePro is trying to hold on to. Look at them. They are killing off not just the hard point, but the generators. TeamCreamy players managed to get that backstab off of them, and that hard point is being held on to perfection. 21 to 20. TeamCreamy is getting outplayed, and they don't even know it.
Dude, the Holger just doing so much work there for the side of Ultimate ePro, and we have a 100 to 20 lead already. 80 points of a deficit between them and TeamCreamy, and this is not looking too well for TeamCreamy. We're now moving on over to the point once again. This time P4 again in the control of Ultimate ePro, and now as a Predator missile lands, it will confirm a kill, and Ultimate ePro are just cleaning up house here. They picked this snap, AJ. They picked the kill. Hardpoint on takeoff, and certainly they're looking to fly away from this and really stick the landing as well.
Yeah, this is a GG already, man. They bring out the sentry, and the sentry is just looking towards the area where they're spawning through. No one's going to be able to reset the spawns for ePro, and it's going to be a tough fight for TeamCreamy. 128-20 now. They bring in the contest one by one. They can see a little bit stronger with their gunfights, but unfortunately for them, Tin is there to snuff all of that action out. 133 to 21. Tin dropping back to take care of Windows, and he will be able to bring all of that fire shutdown into the game. 142 to 21. Game over.
Yeah, this should be GG's at this point. The point will end with just maybe 2 points left remaining on the side of Ultimate ePro, but if they even get a foot into the next point, then this should be a done deal. TeamCreamy have it for the meantime, but I think we're seeing another dominating lead here, 2v1 by Ultimate ePro. We did it a while ago versus RTL, and this should be a done game, 129 to 23. They're holding on for the meantime, and that should be it. There we go, Ultimate ePro, 24 to 150. That's the second time today they've won with such a huge deficit, keeping the opposing team to less than 30 points on Hardpoint.
It's unfortunate for TeamCreamy, but they just could not play the map well. Ultimate ePro played it out to perfection from the very first hardpoint. They continuously flooded in both of the power positions. Of course, they pay more attention towards the launch center, but they do not take their eyes off P3, right? The Aurora Council, they continuously made sure both the scaffolding at launch center belonged to them, as well as the P2 over at Aurora. Sorry, P3, second floor at Aurora. And that's the winning composition for the first hardpoint. Into launch center, it was just a back and forth gunfight, which eventually I was very, very surprised to see TeamCreamy back away from, because that's just how the second hard point is. You need to fight for it. At the very least, if you can't pull those points away, you need to contest so that the opposing team does not manage to pull the points. But instead, they back away thinking that, it's going to be giving away too many of those points on those score streaks. Aurora Council, they set up a defense very weak. They don't set up a defense over at the generator area. Their players back away into the guerrilla base. The weakness here is, Nico, if you get taken out at the Aurora Council and you do not have the generator area, which is one of the 2 spawn points, you are going to spawn away at the health center, which is so far off. And it was just a map that was lost by TeamCreamy because they did not play it well.
And it really did seem, and mind you, that P2 was the only point that TeamCreamy were able to really kind of get some points in. They kept on trying to go head on, even on P2 when they're trying to retake it back, and same with P3. They weren't really going for the flanks. They were going in through the front door. We didn't really see many kind of flank and, many kind of catching them off guard, maybe go through the side. We haven't really seen that from the side of TeamCreamy during that map number 1, which is surprising because that is kind of the essence of why they were able to almost make that comeback happen versus Velocity on their Summit hardpoint game a while ago. And for them not to take that philosophy in a takeoff makes me wonder if it was maybe them not being necessarily too used to playing on takeoff, and that might be the reason why we did see that pick coming from Ultimate E Pro. That might be one of their aces up their sleeve to play Hardpoint on takeoff in itself, and every single team that is watching this, they should be looking at how Ultimate E Pro played that takeoff, because they played it to perfection, and seemingly TeamCreamy could not find the answer to that. But we're going in S&D this time. Top spawn here for Ultimate E Pro. A lot of teams like to favor this, but can they make it happen this time, especially with this 1-0 lead in the series?
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, making a comeback in here will be the dream for TeamCreamy, but they need to be able to play it off well. On the defending side, it's going to be quite a little bit easier for them. Risky taking out Jabin from the equation, and that's going to be a great start. Witch's control goes over to TeamCreamy, and now they need to make the approach. The bomb has been planted. 30 seconds to get this done, Nico.
That Butchers to be in their hands is really going to be big. They have lots of sidelines into the B point itself, but TeamCreamy are going to have to make the retake happen. Yato rather lands a shot on the E-Box, and with a shotgun goes downstairs and finds a triple. Yato making a highlight reel out of the opening round, and Flex will chime on in. Tahong will find another frag here for the side of TeamCreamy, but that will be it, as Ultimate E Pro start off with a very, very convincing round number 1.
Hold your positions, man. I mean, Ultimate E Pro is just playing this to perfection. Yato punishing the side of TeamCreamy. That was just way too slow. I mean, it was a very bad defensive side from TeamCreamy. They allowed the access into the bomb site. No challenges coming through. Lethal's not getting tossed. Look at them getting smoked out of the equation. Now, Epoch taking that first frag. Risky with a 2-piece. Jabin and AG taken down already, and the numbers don't look good. Ultimate E Pro now backing away into the corner building. This will all be over in a few seconds.
A huge pick here for Kuriski to find 2v3. Immediately, TeamCreamy looking to make the comeback happen. We've seen for the most part, loses map number 1. Hardpoint is able to come back on map number 2 and win it for themselves to tie up the series. That was true for the meantime, aside from the last series that we did have. But for now, Ultimate E Pro here and TeamCreamy, they do have that 5-2 lead. TeamCreamy holding on to this bus control on the Bravo site itself, not giving up that watermelon for the meantime. Goliath to slice things up here as Yobabs, he's got a shorty in his hands, trying to back off. He will for the meantime, but he's in a very dicey situation, AJ.
Let's see if or not he... Yato again takes Risky out of the equation. And now let's see what else he will be able to pull off here, because the numbers don't look great. The bomb on the ground. 40 seconds to either eliminate the whole squad of TeamCreamy, or at the very least go in for the bomb plant first, just to buy a little bit more time. Now the bomb's on them, and they make the approach over towards that Alpha site. Now the questions coming in from Epoch. Epoch making that adventure and manages to get spotted out. Yato asks those questions, switches over to the Holga. Holga brings in those shots, and he gets the takedown, but Yobabs has been snuffed out on the other end. Yato now with a terrible situation to deal with and gets taken down. Beautiful retake by TeamCreamy.
TeamCreamy, great response for them to open up things, rather to close that round off and tie the game up 1-1 here. They're looking to maybe tie the series up in the same stead as well, but they're going to have to win this map to be able to do that. TeamCreamy on the defensive side here. Now this Butcher's control has been really good for them. They have been having a solid control on that Bravo point, on that Bravo site during that second round. And oh, that is why you want to pre-explode some of the vehicles, some of the cars here, because if they blow up in your face, then you might just go down with it. The captain goes down with the ship, and the opening pick goes in the way of Ultimate E Pros. 22 pixels is taken down.
Let's see exactly what the attacking side does here. Flex now moving towards the bus station. Should be able to pull off a plan, but they need to be careful though. Tahong has got his eyes on them. Wallbang coming through in here just to put a little bit more pressure onto the side of Ultimate E Pro. Epoch should be able to get a frag here as long as he stays a little bit patient, but Yato manages to find one for his side first. Epoch finally manages to get that hit Flex taken out of the equation. It's now 4-3. The numbers don't look good on the defending side, but they need to hold on strong.
You can see here that, you know, the snipes, they're just coming alive for a lot of these teams who have very, very formidable snipers in their team, because Crossfire can be a map that is so deadly for a sniper to be in. He can just completely shut down so many avenues of attackers, so many defensive lines. Oh, for that alone, he's got the Garena, cannot land the shot. The whiff coming in here from the side of the home. He's lucky that Yato was taken out by his teammate there with a nade, but he almost flubbed that one. Will not deny the plant for the meantime. It will go down to 2v2 here. AJ did line up, but cannot get the kill.
Epoch's doing really well there this time round. Tahong will be able to back him up. Jayburn asked that question. Tahong taken out of the equation. And now Epoch, can he get the clutch here for TeamCreamy? Opportunity jumps in. Jayburn doesn't find anyone. They find each other. And they will be able to get away as well. Absolute chaos in here. Epoch now getting caught out. And why did he go in for that? I guess time was running out. A little bit of a panic there. Ultimate E-Pro manages to take advantage.
6 seconds left at that point, and great job there for him to just run away from it there, Jabin. He knew that Epoch had to stick it at some point with 6 seconds left on the clock, and he played that to perfection there, getting the timings right. But now, once again, the sniper going to try and come in from the side of Yato. Jabin going a bit aggressive, able to pull back without getting punished for it. And they will have control of that Bravo point. They can't get the plant off here on the buses. Yobabs will find an opening pick on the Tahong itself.
Oh, beauty.
And they will get that plant down. Oh, the sightline here almost working in his favor, Yato, but cannot really align the shot.
Yeah, this is going to be a GG if TeamCreamy does not pull off a double snipe setup as well, right? Hot Dog is in here with snipes. Let's hope Epoch is hitting the exact same one as well, because the ultimate E-Pro's already on it. Yato as well as Yobabs. So much of pressure earlier on. Yobabs going to go in here for the quick crossover middle lane. Trying to find a couple of players. Will be able to spot one out. Does not get the hit and will have to back away. Unintentional now, but AG from the back takes out Epoch and 22 pixels, so the 2Ps for himself.
Oh, but the push here coming from Risky. He'll live up to the name, and Flex will definitely do that with his muscles too. Here the KRM so close and will get the round as Ultimate E-Pro go up 2-1, or 3-1 rather. They got a 2-round lead now over TeamCreamy. And as we're moving into the last round of the half, TeamCreamy want to end this at the very least 2-3. So when they go on over to the attack, they can make the comeback happen. But right now, Ultimate E-Pro are looking so deadly. But that's a good opening pick here for TeamCreamy. That's 2, that's 3 right now. Yato will answer back, but the damage has been done. It's a 4v2 in the favor of TeamCreamy.
Oh, what a time to turn things around just before we swap sides around. Yato's trying to get away, and he will be able to find a little bit of a safe spot for the time being, but he has been spotted out already. Yobabs from the back takes Risky as well as Hot Dog out of the equation, and it is now all equal. A quick nade now going to get tossed in. Yobabs still looking for a frag with the Holger 26 in his hands. He will be able to find one. And now the site for Alpha has been opened wide here. They just need to trick TeamCreamy and move in for the plant.
Okay, nade out to the A site, and you can see because of that, TeamCreamy looking to make a response, but oh, he gives a shoulder. He gives them an inch, and they almost take a mile here, Ultimate E-Pro. The push now coming in from the Fennec in the hands of Yato will find one. The MVP of this game so far will not land the snipe up close. He does want the Fennec, and eventually the assist will come in from Yobabs. They get 1-4. What a comeback after giving up 3 opening picks. They made it happen.
Ultimate E-Pro. How do you beat them, man? Beautiful plays coming through. And Yato has just been on fire throughout the whole game. His snipe's absolutely on point. Will be able to find a player now a little bit too late. Backs away. Epoch takes advantage of his slowness and takes him out of the equation as well. Epoch's trying to look for yet another TeamCreamy, this time on the attacking at crossfire. He's got the advantage to move in for a quick plant at Bravo, and it looks like they're not taking advantage of that just yet. A quick pop and then for the plant, and they will be able to put the pressure on.
Man, you know, TeamCreamy, they have been opening quite a few rounds here in their favor, but they just could not convert it into some rounds, into the round win, essentially. Even though they might get a lead early on, it is Ultimate E-Pro who have been very successful in making those comebacks happen. So TeamCreamy, they have to be able to close things out here and really not let that get to them. So now on defense, on the attack here rather, they are trying to go for that plant on the Bravo side, which they will be able to for the meantime. And now the retake is going to happen for Ultimate E-Pro.
See if or not they will be able to do that. It is a 5-3 situation, and it does not look good on the numbers. Yobab's trying to think that out just to equalize things in here. Risky opportunity. Oh, Holger nearly misses it. Luckily, manages to take Jabin out of the equation. Flex takes a two-piece for himself. The KRM on for the pop as usual, and will be able to catch yet another. Epoch's going to get caught out by the grenade. Moves away in the nick of time, so he doesn't get taken down. But the hit mark is already there, and Flex knows exactly what's happening. Moves in to take Tahong out of the equation. Spots him from the back. Gets the hit marker out. Tahong responds with a KRM of his own, and TeamCreamy take round number 2 for themselves. But this is quite a bit to catch up to.
Tahong laying those shells out there with the buckshot, and you know, he was like, okay, that's the way you want to play. I got a shotgun of my own. I got a KRM here to pull out and give you the same favor back. Look at this snipe from Yato, the pixel angle to find Hot Dog, putting him on a stick. And Risky will find the trade-off here in the Yobabs. Now, the A site, that's what they're trying to go for here. Risky will find that frag, almost going down himself, but they will get control of it. For the meantime, Risky here on the Alpha Point doing so much work. And he's going to find the triple kill. Risky, what is he doing, man? TeamCreamy, they equalize this up 3-4. They're a single round away from tying the game.
Let's see if or not they will be able to do this. You know, beyond anything and everything, yes, everybody who goes in here for a match against Ultimate ePro will be praying to win, right? But this is a situation where not only TeamCreamy is praying, but you have got RTL ESPORTS in the background. All of those boys, they are holding hands, singing Kumbaya, praying for Ultimate ePro to fall down. 3-4. TeamCreamy might be able to do this. Risky once again going in for the pop with the Holger, takes Flex out of the equation. 5-4 situation, and Risky now goes in for the back path. They need to go in for the access for bus station, but they're playing it really, really slow, and I love this pace that TeamCreamy is bringing into the game. Oh,
Ooh, okay, hit marker there coming in for Epochs. Landing, I think he hit him on the knee. Fortunately, Yato is an adventurer. He'll be able to escape for that, get himself healed up there. And now on the attacking side here, TeamCreamy, okay, trying to find an opening. Trying to go for the wall bang as well. Epochs, but could not line the shot up for the meantime. He's looking the right directions, but could not really find the angle.
Let's see if or not Epochs will get a little luckier with the wall bang. Nobody's stepping out of their comfort zone just now. They have the bomb, goes in for the approach, might be able to get the plant, but a beautiful nade goes in for the prevention just a little bit. Tahong will lose a little bit of his life and will back away. This takes Jabin out of the equation, making it a 5-3. Ultimate ePro, they feel the stress right now, bro. Yato trying to even things up. Risky yet again, this time round, takes Yato out, and there you go. The plan is on by the man Risky. And TeamCreamy on for the equalizer. 4-4. Let's go.
This might be a tied game up here, AJ. You can see here that Ultimate ePro, they're trying to hold on to that alpha point, because when you're on alpha, you can kind of deny the plant on the B side if you got a good snipe in your hands. But AJ just trying to dodge and weave like a snake in the grass, and they will catch him eventually. TeamCreamy have made it happen. We're going into a 5th round here, a battle for that 5th point on it, as we're moving into round number 9. Who can bring it to match point?
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. And right now they singing that song. They praying hard. They praying hard for TeamCreamy. Tahong with the bomb once again, and now he'll lead it into its launch, moving into its bus station. But this needs to be a careful play, because Ultimate ePro, they've stacked their players up into bushes already, and one waiting at dead end as well. The push might come through, and Ultimate ePro might be planning a very aggressive defensive position here.
Oh, that nade actually getting a hit marker confirms the position here of Flex, who's able to go back. AG's playing a very, very dangerous spot right now, playing with fire. The wall bang's almost landing here for Epochs. He's been really good at that endeavor. Could not really confirm the kill as of the moment. And still, you can see TeamCreamy, they're biding their time to try and play this diligently. You can see that Ultimate ePro now trying to have a bit more presence here towards the Bravo site. Earlier on, they were really happy with holding on to Alpha and going for the retake, but now they will try and get that denial. Yobabs will find an opening, picking up the Hong, but the plant has already gone down. It is a 5v4 here, AJ, on the retake.
Oh, let's see if or not they will be able to do this. Pixels takes Flex out of the equation. Jabin tries to even things out. Yato on for the push as well. And now TeamCreamy only have one last player left in here. Unfortunately, he gets shut down as well. Ultimate ePro on to match point.
They finally get around here. Ultimate ePro with TeamCreamy able to string a few rounds in a row. It seems like the momentum was in their way. Are we gonna go into the final round of overtime here? Will we? Well, I mean, we're pretty much at the final round of regulation already. If TeamCreamy wins this, we're going into OT. At that point, it's anybody's game in that last round of this map. So let's go into it here right now. TeamCreamy once again now on the attacking side, trying to make something happen. Defensive side for Ultimate ePro here on the bottom spawn. Snipe's not able to land anything for the meantime as Apox will find an angle, but Yato will land a shot on a hot dog.
Let's see if or not Epox will be able to do the same here. He's looking for the opportunity for the side of TeamCreamy. Unfortunately for them, they've lost Hot Dog already to a beautiful snipe as usual by Yato. I wonder if it's a double snipe setup here from Yobabs as well, or he brought the Holger in to go in for the flush, because the aggressive defense from Ultimate ePro has proven to be quite effective in those previous rounds. And TeamCreamy is just taking a little too long to go in for the approach. No pressure at all on Ultimate right now. They can have the time to find a few extra frags.
Okay, Yato. There's a good angle here into the bus station. You can see through the watermelons for the meantime, but can he find the shot? If they give away their angles, then he might just be able to find one. He spots the head here out of Epox, but cannot land it. We now know where he is on this building on the second floor. Gonna have to bail for the meantime. A dangerous spot to continue to contest from, especially when you're gonna try to counter snipe Epox. The plant is not done down just yet, but it will eventually. And now the retake will have to happen once again for Ultimate ePro. Are we going into OT, AJ? It's looking to be the case, but a great shot from Epox.
Let's see if Pixels takes Flex out of the equation. Yobabs now going in to equalize things. The numbers don't look good. Ultimate ePro, one last player. Yobabs will be able to survive, but the hog, like the hard-ass shell he is, manages to go in there and brings this into overtime. Round 11, let's go.
Oh my lord, oh geez, how have we gotten to this point, AJ? When it seemed like Ultimate ePro were ready to run away with this map number 2 here, S&D. We're going to OT, and at this point, sudden death it shall be. TeamCreamy on the defensive side right now. They're looking to take lots of control here on that Bravo point. Alpha side for the meantime. Ultimate ePro, they have very little control of the situation, and Epox finds an opening pick on the Yano. What can Ultimate ePro do at this point? Look how little control they have of anything. Look at the 4 positions here being taken by TeamCreamy.
This is Tango now being danced by one player. Pixels takes Flex out of the equation. TeamCreamy on their way back into this. Kumbaya, my lord. RTL sings as Ultimate ePro falls. TeamCreamy 4-3 now. The numbers look really good. Yobabs try to make a comeback in here for his team. Try to thin the numbers down on the Creamy side. But unfortunately, it's just not easy. TeamCreamy, they don't need to go in here for the push. The bomb on the ground. What's the play from the pros?
Trying to go for the jump spot here. AJ could not find anything so for the moment. I love the initiative here from TeamCreamy to go push up into the bus station immediately at the start of the round. Take that early control, and now Ultimate ePro, they're stunned. They don't know what to do as of the moment. It is that 3v4. It's only a single man advantage that they've got, and if they can kind of find a pick rather, from the side of Ultimate ePro, then this easily could be a flipped around situation, but they only have control of that corner building. This corner house is all they got to work with, and with the Holger, he's gonna spray through that. Hot Dog finding him, putting him on the grill, and with 20 seconds left, TeamCreamy are looking to close this round up, looking to close map number 2 off, and Ultimate ePro, the pressure is on them to make a play. Jabin will find that frag, could not land it here. Yobabs up close with a shorty. This should be a done deal. They brought to a 2v2. Will they have enough time to get the plant up? You're gonna try and stick it, but for the meantime, that shall be it, AJ. Time ticked away, and TeamCreamy steal map number 2 to tie the series up 1-1.
Hey, prayers work, bro. You pray hard enough, God gives you what you want. when you've got one of the other teams praying for you as well, it's quite difficult to drop that, right? What a play coming in here from TeamCreamy. And they take a match away. They take a game away from Ultimate ePro, the team that has been so hard to beat in the competition thus far. The team that had already got RTL ESPORTS beaten 3-0 or 2-1 at the very minimum. It was not an expected result here, not just by us, but by the ones who just got taken down as well. Ultimate ePro had such a good hold on the first half of the game, but tenacity, man. Ultimate ePro got taken down at the end of the day. TeamCreamy just did not know when to give up. And Risky, the playmaker of this game, he was just on point. And Epox with his supporting snipes, if Epox was not there all of those crazy times, it would have not been possible. But Risky, the number of back-to-back kills, he well-deserved MVP. 16 monstrous slays, Nico.
Yeah, AJ, I mean, to open up the map, it kind of seemed like TeamCreamy, even though they'd find some opening picks, even though they go for like a two-man advantage, they were really struggling to end the map or end the round at least and really close it on out. And you touched on it a while ago. They are so formidable, so rabid, like a honey badger. It doesn't matter which predator is trying to hunt out for them. It doesn't matter if you're Ultimate ePro, because they are going to answer back. They don't care. They don't give a damn in the world on who you are, and they will try to make the comeback happen. And that they did. They almost did a while ago in their first map of their first match played, when we did see them versus Velocity, and they finally make it happen here on S&D this time versus Ultimate ePro. What a match, what a comeback from TeamCreamy. They have to be feeling good after that one. And we're going to be moving over to Domination. Can they continue that momentum here now to the final map of the series once more?
Oh, they have to, man. I mean, the opener at takeoff was just so difficult to watch, right? 150-24. But now as we move on into Domination Standoff, if we see a similar situation yet again, it's going to be quite difficult. But thankfully, this is not takeoff. This is not the map where it's going to be so difficult for them to go in here for the grab, right? So hopefully it ends up a little bit better for TeamCreamy and there's an equal fight at the very least, Nico.
I have to agree here. I mean, at this point, after that opening map number 1 and after the opening half of S&D, it seemed like Ultimate ePro were going to run away with this. They might deliver another donut, but nope, TeamCreamy, they're like, we are the only winners of the match in this. We have the creamy sauce to capitalize on that, and Tin is going to follow up here off that utility. Look at this, coming from Tin on top of the tank. He just opens things up here for the side of Ultimate ePro, completely bum rushing his way deep into their own spawn control, and now we're about to take at least Bravo point just that.
The power positions need to be held down first, and TeamCreamy seems to be doing that really well. The second floor of Bakery should be that moment where they turn things around, but they have to ensure that those players holding on to this granny house is taken out as well, and that's going to be the responsibility of Risky. And with his Olga, we've seen him go in here for the pop already. He should be able to pull that off. For the time being, the B flag is still a high point of contention, which Ultimate ePro is doing a lot of work in here, putting their place on that.
Ultimate ePro right now, they're pretty much neck and neck in terms of points with TeamCreamy. Cannot really confirm that Bravo point control out in the open. TeamCreamy trying to take it for themselves, but the front line here has been very hard to win. For the meantime, though, it will be Ultimate ePro here to take that Bravo point finally, and we're already like what? More than mid into the game, and that's the only time they've actually taken Bravo, so you can already see how truly contested this map number 3 is. Yato with a triple kill from that KRM. He's been one of the standout performers from the side of Ultimate ePro from every single map we've seen him here today. And just Yato, man, a quintuple kill for him at this point.
Yato's just asking all of those crazy questions with the ARM, and now are we going to be able to see the side of TeamCreamy any sort of play at all? They are just being spawn trapped here. Most of the time it's just the access of one player. And now the opportunity will fall into AG's heads to continuously keep their pressure on there. Where he will fail, and the access from the side of TeamCreamy has already moved up towards the Special Forces Avenue. They might be trying to look for a backstab and pull house away. The A flag now will be the point of contention for the side of TeamCreamy. But it's going to be very difficult to pull a distraction off here because Draven is on site and the Holger's not going to be easy to take down.
Oh, but 22 pixels here waiting, and he finds 22 kills. Well, rather, I'm just trying to exaggerate here because it was amazing from him to be waiting from that. Oh, well, look at this. Oh, it's all coming down on the Bravo point. Completely a war zone here we've got at the center of the map.
Tough one here for Ultimate ePro if TeamCreamy actually manages to pull that off. But TeamCreamy, though, going in for the absolute clutch, but absolutely nobody there to back them up as well. But I understand the ideation behind behind it, and I love it, right? The more players you flush in there, the faster you're going to be able to cap those points. But when you guys get taken out all at the same time, one Predator missile, one of those nades, then it's going to be all over, right? The reset is going to be painful. As you can see, they are hurting 75 to about 44, and this round is over.
Right. Very good opening half here from the side of Ultimate E Pro. TeamCreamy, can they dig deep once again? Can they pull out that guitar around the campfire? Maybe sing some kumbayas, pull out the marshmallows on the stick, cook up some hot dogs, and maybe make this comeback happen a second time around versus Ultimate E Pro. That's what they're going to have to do, but the complete bombardment here to start things off, coming from Ultimate E Pro and TeamCreamy. Once again, the push coming from Risky. They're just trying to overrun things, and that Bravo point will be the point of contention once more. Gravity gun out.
Gravity gun of all things, but he misses, man. Poor guy. 78 to 47. TeamCreamy needs to make a play now, but goodness me, these guys are being spawn trapped. Look at that sentry being pulled out there as well. This is torture. Ultimate E Pro. They're going in here for the Juggernaut. A solo play coming now here from Tin. He's already placed the sentry. Backstab here on the sentry by Tahong. The hard shell can't take the sentry out. Poor guy. And finally taken out by Epochs. But the damage has already been served. Look at Ultimate E Pro. They're just proving a point here. They're not capping Bravo. They're going in here straight up for that A flag. They want to flip the spawn, and they'll be able to do exactly that. Look at the play coming in here from Tin. Solo! Prevention comes through from TeamCreamy, and Ultimate E Pro fails at that play, and finally they want to pick that B flag up.
And now they're all trapped here on the Alpha Point in of itself. Bravo has yet to be really controlled by Ultimate E Pro, but they're a sliver away from doing that, a quarter of that capture to be able to really control it. But for the meantime, TeamCreamy are doing a good job of not relinquishing that for the moment. They have flooded on over it, and they do force him back. They do force the respawn here coming from Ultimate E Pro. But they could not take the Bravo point from itself because Ultimate E Pro are way too quick to get back into the fight for their own liking here, TeamCreamy. And TeamCreamy, even after that wipe, it seemed like they could have taken control of Bravo, but no, Ultimate E Pro, the answer back, retaliation from them, trying to back up now here on the A side, and the triple cap will happen from Team E Pro.
Ah, come on, E-Pro. Stop flexing already, man. But look, whatever's said and done, TeamCreamy, you have served your ultimate purpose in this series. You have taken away one game from Ultimate E-Pro, and the whole of the community thanks you for it, because the competition has been blown wide open yet again. We need to drop into C-Series. Yobab's annihilating the Annihilator, pulls out the whole girl. Unfortunately for him, not even able to get a kill. His partners are on point. Triple cap back in the bag. Ultimate E-Pro smashes TeamCreamy all the way through to the end. No pun intended, eh?
Ultimate E Pro looking to run away with us, and at this point, complete domination, aptly named here on this map. Map number 3 firmly in their way. There's no chance for TeamCreamy to bring this back at this point, no matter what they throw on. Now, complete utter massacre coming from the side of Ultimate E Pro. 10 points left, and with a triple cap that should go by in no time. We're almost about ready to close this map, this series off, as even the Gravity Vortex gun could not do much there. Ultimate E Pro, they end this series 2-1. TeamCreamy get a very amicable SND map number 2, but that's all they're gonna get.
That's an ultimate cream served up by Ultimate E Pro. Unfortunately for the side of TeamCreamy, they couldn't pull a victory off in here. But they've done it, man. The prayers have come through.
They are really close.
Kumbaya, my lord. RTL's now jumping for joy. And their effort in the previous series, their effort in the previous matches have managed to come through and made it worthwhile, right? 3-0 RTL took earlier on that made them still have hopes. Ultimate E Pro, as they lose one map over to TeamCreamy, they reset this competition. Here's the unfortunate situation that they are now stuck in. They'll have to still battle it out, man. When we fall into the final 2 series of the day, it's not going to be a small one. It's not going to be an easy one. And we may even potentially fall into a 3-0 taken by Ultimate E Pro as well as RTL. And this just go down purely on a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look at the score in just a bit here after the map, but after that series, you know, we kind of had almost a comeback situation happen. I mean, it did work out on map number 2 at the very least there for the side of TeamCreamy, but ending the first half, there was a big lead, okay, going the way of Ultimate E Pro, but it wasn't so, uncomebackable that they really couldn't make it happen here, TeamCreamy, but it did slip away from them on map number on the second half. As soon as we got to that second half, you saw that Ultimate E Pro came out with a vengeance, and they just wanted to get this done. They were like, all right, we just want to go and fight for that second slot, the second seed, maybe for this group stage, maybe even that playoff slot to go in further, maybe secure at the very least 100K if they go to the playoffs. And so Ultimate E Pro, they have a goal in mind, and they're not going to let a team like TeamCreamy get in the way of that. As now TeamCreamy, they did such an amicable job to try and make things closer, but in the end, the series will be ended here with a 150-72 to end it off. They don't even get halfway through there in terms of points for the side of TeamCreamy. 2-1, the series shall be closed.
TeamCreamy is just going to be reminiscent on that Crossfire comeback victory. I just want to see more plays like that, right? But unfortunately for the side of Ultimate E Pro, this reset is going to be quite a pain. And now Ultimate E Pro can go into the following series holding each other's hands and singing Kumbaya as well, because TeamCreamy might be able to pull one map away from RTL, just like what they did to Ultimate E Pro. So it's not over just yet, man. If Ultimate E Pro now can focus on getting a 3-0 and just leave everything else to TeamCreamy, because TeamCreamy, it not going through to the playoffs, it doesn't matter. But they are the ones who all of the prayers are being sent to. These boys are blessed, my friend.
Definitely so. And, TeamCreamy, even if the future doesn't look bright, at least in the group stages here for them to go over to the playoffs, this is not the end of the run for them. They are such a talented team, a team that has once again come out of the woodworks and kind of performed to pretty much surpass everybody's expectations of them. And they're one of those teams that we've been having time and time again here in the group stages that kind of surprise you and just show you that there's so much hidden talent here in the Philippine scene alone and in the Call of Duty mobile community, just how much of that talent is really kept under the wraps. And now TeamCreamy, they're coming out of this, and this is kind of like their statement, like, we can contend with some of the best teams that we've got in the scene, some of the best teams in the region, and they're definitely deserving of that title. We're going to go over to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, real quick to check out how exactly this game went down. But starting off here in Takeoff, AJ, it really was Ultimate E Pro from start to finish, really in that driver's seat.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, this matchup was just so one-sided. Takeoff was just dominated by Ultimate E Pro. All of those spawns managed so well. And at a point where, mechanical supremacy is to reign, and TeamCreamy kind of showed us that, hey, they can still fight against that. But unfortunately, you cannot go in there and leave map mastery just to one side, right? And Ultimate E Pro finally eventually made them pay a very, very heavy price for that. Even in P4, pulling out that sentry was just pure perfection. And the spawn from the back has been protected in full. They still send out one player there to make sure no backstab. So the rest of the squad can focus in on one side. And Ultimate E Pro just dominated on Takeoff.
Yeah, man. I mean, Ultimate Ego just, when they picked Takeoff for Hardpoint, we were kind of wondering, okay, will this bite them in the back? Because we did see that happen during Group B, where the team was not prepared to play Takeoff, even though they picked it, but not for a veteran team like Ultimate E Pro, who just played it to perfection, just keeping TeamCreamy once again under 30 points. And when we got in S&D, this seemed like another map that Ultimate E Pro were going to start to run away from. That opening half from them was completely dominant. Well, not super, but they were able to bring it quite favorably in their favor to go into the second half. But in that second half, that is where TeamCreamy came alive. We talked about how they would struggle to close out a round even after finding opening picks, but that did not happen in the second half anymore. They were able to shrug that curse that they were bearing for the most part, sing around the campfire, bring out the guitar, and really get the marshmallows toasted enough for them to bring it back in the final round of the map overtime and bring it 6-5 to even up the series 1-1 here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, on the attacking side, TeamCreamy was just so good. But towards the end, it just panned out to be a game which was equal, right? Between Ultimate E Pro as well as TeamCreamy. Both sides taking and playing the attacking or playing the bombers very, very well. And when it went down to that final decider, right? That round number 11, everything just turned around. And it fell down to, in parts, just up to TeamCreamy. They didn't crack no matter how terrible, crazy the pressure was, because Ultimate ePro got that match point first. They fought back from nowhere. They got counted out already, and they managed to pull it off at the very end. Crazy resilience, Nico.
Very much so, AJ. You put it right on the money. They're right on the nose, because Ultimate E Pro, they are kind of, they not even kind of, they really are the top dogs of this one. They are the ones who are favored to win this series, maybe even 3-0. I said that realistically, this is looking like a 2-1, which did happen, at least in the favor of Ultimate E Pro, but it definitely could have been a sweep by them if they were able to close that map number 2 off on S&D. But coming here into map number 3, Ultimate E Pro, it was a bit closer on that first half, but second half, running out of the gates, they let the dogs out and they just kept on biting and barking non-stop. Even when TeamCreamy would get the wipe, Ultimate E Pro would just answer back and just get on the site real quick, full force ahead, and there was nothing that TeamCreamy could have done, keeping them under that 75-point mark, keeping them less than half of what they've got, and Ultimate E Pro just ran away with it with a triple cap to really dominate the competition and end the series strong.
Yeah, the victory there was just full-on mechanical skills, going in, playing the map really well, and the constant spawn traps, man. We saw them, just single players trickling in one by one and managing to pull the spawn traps off. Yobab's one of those guys, right? Look at that KD, 2.45, an absolute monster at this stage, because we've seen the teams that they've taken on so far. Those were not easy fights at all.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of put here down, maybe, TeamCreamy, if you guys are saying, they're nothing, they're not a popular team. Well, it doesn't matter how popular you are. It doesn't matter how long you've been playing together, because they are such a valiant team. They're such a formidable team to be going up against, and you definitely cannot count them out. But Ultimate E Pro, they are the favorites to come out of that series. They're one of the favorites here, along with RLT, to come out and represent Group C into the playoffs. And if we were going to have, two teams come out, the top two to come out of the Group C of any group to go into the playoffs, then Ultimate E Pro would be one of those teams that we would kind of have to be the favorites. But unfortunately, only one shall be able to prevail and transfer over and subsequently play in the playoffs in and of itself. So for Yobabs here, what a great performance from him. But once again, the whole group of Ultimate, they were just completely on point and out skill and outshot calling every single step that we did see thrown in here by TeamCreamy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do see the comments, we do see the chat, and you guys are curious. Okay, where do the teams stand now? Don't worry, we've got the full standings coming up for you when we return from the break. But here's what we can guarantee you. The competition is not over, man. The competition is not over by a long shot. This is the Philippines Championship for Call of Duty Mobile, brought to you by Sony. A quick short break, and we will be back with the final 2 series of the day.
My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just gets two in a row, and I believe this is going to name Assume J gets Jonda. It's going to be huge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Philippines Championship brought to you by Sony. My name is AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gayoso to bring you all of the hottest action from today. And it is the action has been quite up and down, man. The emotions have been quite crazy so far in the comment section with us as well, Nico, because we thought one team was going to run away with it, but just with TeamCreamy going in there and pulling one matchup back, we have reset this between the two big dogs. Ultimate E Pro as well as RTL Esports, they sit close neck to neck with each other right now. What is it going to be? Let's take a quick peek and see, because the standings will be coming up to the viewers in a bit.
There we go. We can see here right now, they're literally neck and neck here, AJ. Tied up with 4 points apiece, RTL and Ultimate E Pro. We talked about it here that if Ultimate go 2-for-1, which was looking very likely versus TeamCreamy, then RTL and Ultimate E Pro should be tied on up. And Velocity and TeamCreamy are both here tied 2-2. Now, if Velocity or TeamCreamy can 3-0 their final match, especially TeamCreamy going up against RTL here, then they can potentially overtake that. But that is going to be a very, very big far cry. And same story here for Ultimate E Pro, which is going to be going up against Velocity Esports.
One thing I've learned in here so far, we can't calm them out, right? TeamCreamy, you never know, man. You never know. Those kumbayas could come in handy, right? But who's going to be singing those songs? Because those matchup, it's not between RTL Esports as well as Ultimate E Pro. We opened it up with the series. It would have been quite cool to actually finish off the competition with that series, right? Let's bring it up from the top. RTL Esports, as they opened up the day, they fell to Ultimate E Pro 1-2. TeamCreamy fell as well when they met Velocity Esports. And then RTL Esports fairly understood that they needed to take perfect series back to back, and they started things off by beating Velocity Esports 3-0. Ultimate E Pro technically had to do the exact same thing to make sure they maintained their lead in this competition. But unfortunate for them, man. TeamCreamy, what a crazy good search and destroy that was on Crossfire. They pulled one match back into the bag and they served their purpose. And now the fight is going to be between Ultimate E Pro as well as RTL Esports, decided purely based on two different series. And there's going to be RTL kicking things off first against TeamCreamy, who then have another opportunity of an upset. And later on, Velocity Esports will finish things up against Ultimate E Pro.
AJ, you know, TeamCreamy is one of the best comeback teams that we've seen here all group stage. They almost made it happen in their first match a while ago versus Velocity, when we did see them almost make it happen on that map number 1 with that Hardpoint on Summit. Not able to really confirm it, but they did make it happen here on S&D versus Ultimate E Pro, which is an even bigger opponent to make that dream come true. But now we're going to be going on over to look at them. You know, this roster that they've got, they've been so valiant, so formidable, so ferocious and tenacious, like a honey badger clawing back at any predator that comes their way. And even Ultimate E Pro has fallen to them in that second map on Search and Destroy, when they thought the 5-1 lead would have been enough. Nope. Ultimate E Pro, they let that one slip, and well, TeamCreamy, they're going to capitalize on that every single time. But we're going to be looking over to RTL Esports in a bit, which is another formidable opponent, just like Ultimate E Pro. And TeamCreamy, they can make this happen still.
Oh, absolutely, man. Kenshi, Kev, CF, Susato, Venlu, as well as Wacky jumping in to the next match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. RTL Esports, technically on the leaderboards, they are up at that very top. They want to remain there. Let's see if or not they can take a 3-0. That's exactly what they've aimed for. They cannot afford to drop any of those matches at all. And the boys look set and ready to go, Nico.
They definitely do. And for them to go down 1-2 in the opening map, in the opening series of the Group C stage here versus Ultimate ePro was a big loss. But fortunately for them, they were able to bring it back versus Velocity and win 3-0. If they can do that here once again, then they might just secure this. But they are neck and neck. As you talked about, we're going to go over to the head-to-head between these two teams. Susano, who's been the standout performer, one of the best players we've seen here in the group stages, no matter which group you're taking, and Risky here, one of the most formidable players here, Risky from the side TeamCreamy, who just keeps on showing up no matter what situation you put him in. He will deal those cards with death.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, although Risky can take those crazy plays, as his name says, he takes those risky stances, right? He seems to fall way more than Susano, who's so careful. We've seen this guy. He takes risky plays as well. He's the point man. He goes in for those backstabs, but he pulls it off slightly more efficiently than Risky. And I feel like that is going to be the difference between RTL and TeamCreamy in the coming matchup.
RTL, such a valiant team, and I have to say those jerseys are looking pretty spicy at the moment, but let's go on over here now into the map veto. Okay, TeamCreamy, they win the coin flip. This could be a good sign here, AJ, for TeamCreamy. They are the underdogs in this series, and you need every single break that you can get, so let's go over to the map bans.
Yeah, it's the remnants of some of the Kumbaya power, my friend. Leading on to pick some luck up in here as well. Map bans, firing range taken off of the list. They don't want to ban takeoff. But RTL takes takeoff away. So fair enough. We won't have to play that risky thing. TeamCreamy will still be able to perhaps show us what they can do. Crossfire is going to be the name of the game. We all know how this works. Butchers needs to be controlled first in order to get control of the central building. And you need to move on over to the office, because if you can string the first 2 hard points, it's going to be essential, because the team that does not get it will be able to put a great fight up against at the laundry. We've seen that happen time and time again. P3 and P4, things can change. But Summit is where Search and Destroy will be played, and that's where RTL will try to perhaps pull things back if TeamCreamy can get their plan executed at the Hardpoint well.
A lot more Crossfire already picked here on day 3 on the Group C stages compared to some of the other groups that we did have during Group B and A. And now TeamCreamy are looking to use that kind of success and maybe transfer it over here now as we're going into Standoff once again to end this. Every single series has had Standoff here today in Group C, and we're going to be ending it once more on Domination on Standoff. You touched on it earlier, AJ, a while ago. As we go into map number 1, Crossfire for Hardpoint. That is a very curious one, as the operator bans your Death Machine to start off things, and I'm assuming an Annihilator. Yes, it will. Sparrow once again in a play, and you touched on it, on Crossfire. When you go onto that Hardpoint, you go into P1, you flip completely over to the opposite side for P2. At the top spawn, you go for P3, which is all the way to the bottom, then back up again for P4, then back down for P5. And so it really will be a battle of attrition, a battle of who can control those spawns, because Crossfire, almost more than any other map on Hardpoint, is such a complete flip when you go from point to point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Hardpoint, when you play in here, if you don't know the map, you are dead, right? Because you have to play your power positions to the T. And you had that spot on, Nico. You cannot allow yourself to get flipped. And you need to flip the spawns at the right time, because going in for the late access will be detrimental. I mean, when we look at P4, Tailor Shop once you've got a stronghold in there, once you've got your players in position at the office building as well as one holding corner building to make sure the access in towards P4 is not available, that's it. You gridlock that area, right? Wareroom is a similar situation, and that's P5 towards Gorilla Base. It's really important to make sure your team has to spawn before that point even happens. So it's all about the map mastery in here, and TeamCreamy is going to be tested as we open up the first Hardpoint. RTL Esports knows how to play here a little better. They go in there. Butchers is a little free though. Pixels might be able to change things for
trying to anchor down on it for the meantime, but P1 is going to be confirmed and held here by RTL. The flank here from 22 Pixels. They did not catch him out there at not punishing his aggression, and will go back into the butchers and confirm the kill. Good job by him. Great control here by TeamCreamy outside of the point, but it has not converted on over to the actual point control of itself yet, AJ.
I don't get this. They win the power position. They could have gone in there for the play on central building, but they don't. Instead, they go in for the push to the busting machine to win the point back. And now at the office building, TeamCreamy is trying to take such a straightforward matchup. No, you can't play it that way, right? I mean, the power position this time round is going to be corner building for P2. And look at the one player there, Susano, who's getting all of these skills for his side. Once all of his players are in there flooding it already, he gets it out. The power position needs to be played if you want those points, and RTL's just running away with this game.
The thing is, AJ, they're going for the power positions, yes, and that's a good job, but they're going for it a bit too late into the point itself. And early on, it has been RTL to control those power positions. Finally, TeamCreamy go for the corner building, but at this point, will it be a bit too little too late? The lead has already been quickly surmounted here by RTL Esports, trying to go on that with a KRM, but okay, this is finally looking something good for TeamCreamy. For them to have that corner building for the meantime will really help that endeavor to hold out the point of itself. The rest of TC are all around here. TeamCreamy, they're playing by the rules, trying to prep themselves for P3 already, and that will completely flip things over. This is what we talked about here, AJ. When you go into P3 to P4 to P5, you just completely go back and forth on the map, and they have to get that early control.
Yeah, absolutely, man. P2, RTL Esports made one small mistake, and Creamy managed to capitalize on it, right? What was that mistake? Susano abandoned the corner building, and all of the other players, they moved on into the office building, and that opened up the spawn at Special Forces base. TeamCreamy, once they managed to spawn at the Special Forces, it's kind of game over. They're going to be able to flush you out just purely with the numbers, right? And TeamCreamy is able to string that all the way in here. They need to make sure the Villa base is held on. Player number 2, 22 Pixels, moving in here for the push, while TeamCreamy, the rest of their members now go in here for the push opportunity, but Pixel steps up to the plate to continue the move at the hard point. TeamCreamy fight it back in the match.
TeamCreamy, they're making it happen. They are so formidable. We've seen it happen time and time again here in AJ, where no matter the deficit, they can just claw their way back, and they're so ferocious. They have made it happen. They've tied the game on up, and they're looking to take the lead, which they shall to end P3. We're going down to P4, all the way back to the top on the Special Forces base, and TeamCreamy are in a proper position to hold on to this for the meantime.
Oh, Creamy getting it done really, really well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What an early rotation this time around. They don't waste those opportunities, and we saw Cushing making sure he held on to central building before going in for the rotation, sacrifices his life as well to make sure the middle lane play, the rotation from RTL is shut down early. The defense at the Special Forces Avenue was so much more easier, and Creamy finally pulling out the sentry gun as well to come in here for the defense. Risky drops in. In hand, Sparrow goes in for the pop as well. TeamCreamy, not only do they make their way back in here, they make their way back in here strong.
And that's the way it has to go, AJ. You cannot take no half measures here between RTL versus RTL. TeamCreamy, they have the lead. And now, as this point is about to expire, when we go down to the Gorilla base, TeamCreamy are already on the move. They're going to relinquish that and go here for that P5 point. The P-Fox is going to be waiting in, but the opening pickoff from Kenshi is going to be huge. This could be the turning point for RTL to get back in the game.
Oh, what a play. RTL Esports knows exactly where the power positions of Gorilla Base is, and they clear out the backyard first. Backyard has been secured, and now RTL Esports will be able to hold on to it. Genji with the holder. We can see that Sparrow's being brought in as well. An attack coming through from 22 Pixels to see if or not that Sparrow can pull that hardpoint power position back into their hands, but just unfortunately not available. RTL Esports with the power hold so far. They need to win those gunfights, TeamCreamy, but they seem to be dropping it. They seem to be losing it. RTL Esports, they are getting that dominant set up on P5, and they hold on to that spawn as well. This is going to be very tough for TeamCreamy to break.
Oh man, TeamCreamy They did be able to come back and they were able to take that lead, but it's slowly slipping away from them here. You cannot let those slip-ups. You cannot get overconfident here versus RTL. RTL, it made the comeback happen once again. It was TeamCreamy who came back after the deficit here by RTL, but RTL has done the same, returned the same favor to TeamCreamy. We're going back down to P1, and this is going to be a huge point of contention right now. The point will be held by TeamCreamy for the meantime. They're looking to run away with this finally, but RTL are not going to let that slip. Look at how many bodies are here on the point.
Oh, TeamCreamy running away with this first matchup. Are they going to be able to do it? 141, 142. RTL ESPORTS, they fight back for it. But TeamCreamy, they're going to run away with this matchup. No! RTL pulls it right back. This time, Gabs does not potato his jump. He gets into that hard point and he pulls it right back into the bag for RTL. And now they do not have eyes on the butchers. Susano stepping out of the hard point. Precious moments, precious seconds being let go of in here. Risky gets shut down. Susano has got the Holger. RTL ESPORTS, they need a little bit of backup. And Yale comes back up as well. Gets comes right back through. RTL, they lose it. They lose the hard point. They need to finish it right now. And it's game over.
Oh my lord, AJ, how does that happen? Such a close map with RTL taking the lead early on. You kind of expected that it would be done, but then TeamCreamy came back. Perfect control of P2 and P3, then going over to P4 when all seemed done. Suddenly RTL come back into it, and they made it happen at the final moments. A single point. There was what at the end of it, like 3 points of a deficit, a difference between them, 147 to 150. What a final point that we had there on back on P1. What a game, and we're only on map number 1.
One mistake. RTL Esports made one mistake and they paid such a huge price for it. TeamCreamy expected to go in there for the bang for their buck. They took advantage of that one mistake. Susano was the guy that kind of started it off. He started hunting for kills, right? He had corner building. He had the power position already. All the guy needed to do was to calm down and continue holding it. Instead, he jumps out of the window hunting for kills. He dies. The rest of his team members flood into the office building, and that is where things turned around for the side of RTL. They lost power position. They lost the hard point number 2. Scrap points picked up. And out of nowhere, TeamCreamy made a stronghold at Laundry. And it was all because of one guy. 22 pixels, man. He cleared out the broken building backyard. He steps right back into the hard point when they were about to lose it. He holds it for the team. And they make a beeline. It was such a crazy good hold. And I've not seen a good play like this on Crossfire for such a long time, because as they were trying to rotate back in from P3 to P4, dude, perfection once again from RTL. They managed to go, from TeamCreamy, because their players managed to close off middle lane, shut down all the RTL players that were going in there for the rotation, and they have a monstrous hold on P4. They pulled the sentry out as well, and RTL was nowhere to be found up to that point.
AJ, mind you, that's only map number 1. Look at that final scoreline, 146 to 150. If that is a tale of sign of things to come, then we're going to have another historical match here between these two teams, and we're going over in a summit. We're going to be going in a search and destroy, which is a completely different kind of mode on a completely different kind of map here on Summit. And we've seen time and time again, for the most part, that the team that does lose map number 1 can come back into map number 2. That is, mind you, where TeamCreamy were able to make the comeback happen a while ago versus Ultimate ePro when they came back from a 1-5 deficit on SND. Can they make it happen this time here on Summit in of itself? I think that's looking to be the case, but we're going to have to go and find out for ourselves as we're now moving here into map number 2. Let's get the show going. AJ, what a match to get this day almost closed off.
Dude, I can tell you, right, TeamCreamy and their coach just needs to step up some of the strats that they pull into these matches, because TeamCreamy is kind of losing on the front of not being able to play the maps well. In terms of those gunfights, mechanical capabilities of these players, supreme, right? They can take their fights against RTL Esports. They can hold their own, but they are failing very, very badly at the map masteries here. And if they had played their power position slightly earlier for hardpoint number 1 there, we might have seen them have a stronger hold at the previous map, right? Now let's see exactly what gets pulled off in here. It is a 5-4. As Risky gets taken down, Hat Dog comes back right through to go in for a slice, and it's 4-4 in terms of the men in here.
Kenshi opening things up there with a Kobe, but down to that 3 versus 3 to pick off here from Susano. He's been so good this entire day now. Hot Dog on the peak, trying to use the smoke for concealment, but cannot really back on off safely. Kenshi will punish the Hong for that. The plant was down on the A site, and RTL take a very, very nice, clean map, rather round number 1 here in our second map, S&D. So RTL, for them to get that opening pick off of Kenshi, and staying alive through it, he found 2 kills. He found another kill after that opening frag of his and did get it down. Good plant here coming from Van Loo on that alpha point. Most teams might be expecting a Bravo point push, but okay, control room now here trying to be fought on over. He will land the shot, Kenshi.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful shots being taken here by Kenshi, but he managed to unfortunately miss the first one through. Cavs will need to come in here and try to get yet another one down. They need to make sure they have the numbers play as they go in here for the plant. This round was taken quite well from the side of RTL, but TeamCreamy is asking those tough questions, man, and Hat Dog once again steps up front. Kev's taken out of the equation, but the bomb now has been planted at the Green Raiders. The record will be the name of the game. Here comes the pinch. They might be able to pull this off. Risky plays the game from the back, and the Holger will be able to hold Kenshi down for the time being.
Hold the door, Holger. Trying to make it happen. Kenshi and Risky are pretty much breathing on each other, but Risky will find that frag. Not expecting Kenshi, not expecting him to peek out from there. Vanlo's going to have to try and isolate the fight right now. 1v2. He will be able to find a pick off almost, but the time will have ticked. And they will get the defuse off here. Not able to deny that from happening. Is 1 HP down there and could have made it happen, but unfortunately for him, it will be the defuse right in the face as TeamCreamy get that round to tie up the game.
RTL has already learned from Hardpoint. If you make a mistake, TeamCreamy will take advantage. But, you know, the probability of TeamCreamy being able to win the series is definitely quite low. RTL eSports, they are on another level of hunger right now. But the tenacity from TeamCreamy seems to be popping off through. I just think that they need way more time together as a squad in order to be able to dominate like how RTL eSports is doing. But hear me out, right, Nico? If they are able to stay together for a while, I think TeamCreamy has got the opportunity to even outshine the likes of Omega.
Oh, that's a bold statement to claim here, Adrian, but it's certainly looking like a possibility. Susano will find that pick off. It's down to a 4v2, and TeamCreamy, they're making it happen. There's such a good S&D team. Search and destroy, and that they shall seek out like a Terminator. Susano, one of the last few remaining players here for the side of RTL. He will find a pick off here, Kenshi. Bring it down to a 2v3. That's a huge frag for them to find. Try and equalize things up here, but Epox is on the prone position. Can he spot him out, Kenshi?
Oh, he does bot him out, but Epox responds a little bit faster there with the Fennec. And now just one last player left in here. Susano with those usual backstabs is not going to be able to pull much off here unless he catches Tahong off guard. Tahong, who does not seem to be aware of his position. Whoa, finally stands up and snuffs out Susano a little too fast. TeamCreamy taking the second round here for themselves. 3 rounds in total. RTL eSports now, they are starting to sweat.
RTL return the leaders because they have given it up here right now. TeamCreamy, they've taken the advantage here on the defensive side of Summit. Been looking impenetrable ever since after that opening round win by RTL. Now TeamCreamy have that lead. On the push here, Kevs will find that he's been so good up close with the KRM. Kenshi will find the pick off with a DLQ, and Kevs will find a second off. Just running through here. They're not stopping him on this endeavor, and they will clean up the round. So RTL, a great response for them to get the very convincing round.
Absolutely, man. 2-2. RTL eSports, they are fighting for their lives in here. Once again, they need to look for a 3-0 or it's gonna be super duper trouble time for their side, right? Because Ultimate Esports, yeah, we kind of expect them to go in for the chase of the 3-0 as well. What sort of an upset we are about to see on the other end, we don't know. But so far, TeamCreamy has been doing so well. No giving up, man. They need to take a 3-0 win here for themselves to stand a chance. You pointed that out earlier. We knew that, quite slim, the opportunity for them to pull something off like that. But even all of that, even if they've dropped in game number 1, even if they know that, perhaps there's no chance in here, not giving up, they still want to fight for the top spot. So tenacious, and the numbers don't look good on their end, but on the defending side, they might be able to pull something off in here.
Now, TeamCreamy, 4v4. The retake is going to have to happen from them. Plant on the Alpha side, and Van Loo and Steve will shut any notions of that down for the meantime. Epoch's able to bring it down to a 2v3. It will be on the TC 2 pixels here to try and get this going. They are on the site itself, but up close and personal, Van Loo and Susano will close it out there and get RTL the 3-2 lead going to the second half. AJ, a good response from them, able to string now 2 rounds in a row. But can they continue that momentum on the defender's side? By all means, they should. It is a side that most teams would favor here on Summit S&D, but that is also going to be a point of contention because TeamCreamy have been looking pretty well as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, RTL, they have to be careful of this because every time they kind of take a round, TeamCreamy finds a way to pull one right back. They need to break away now from them. But Hatdog making it so difficult, taking the first frag for himself. The attacking side, TeamCreamy, will have the advantage in numbers. Hatdog now going in for a quick pop of the nade. Not going to be able to find anyone just yet. But Kev's on the other end gets taken down. Hatdog able to find 2. Let's see how many more he gets you down in this round.
Oh, man, Hotdog. He's been finding lots of high-impact frags throughout this entire day. Maybe not the highest kill record for him, but very high-impact ones as Epochs here on the flank will catch Susano off guard, none the wiser in what was happening. The attacking side here of TeamCreamy on the flank, trying to go now. They have complete control of the mid building, right? And they can go Alpha or Bravo. In this case, it seems like they want to go Alpha close towards that cliff side. And for RTL, well, they're playing this really passively. Kenshi all the way back there. And Vanloo will find some damage done, but not really able to confirm the frag. He's playing with very dangerous waters. He will eventually get that on 22 pixels, but look at the flank here coming from him.
Back. He reconnected after a while. Now Van Loo starts things off. Epoch's drop. Kenshi takes Hatdog out of the equation. And now, from being in a position where they were about to lose this, 29 seconds on to go, TeamCreamy, they've got the bomb planted already, but 25 seconds, a 2-on-1 situation. What can they do against this really hard shell?
And that's the problem, AJ. When you try and go for that hunt, you might be in a 4v2. They try and go to hunt off the opposition. You just isolate yourself, and that's it. They get the round. All they needed was Kenshi to come back, and what a great job by Van Loo as well to hold on for the meantime, bide his time, and play it out perfectly, waiting for Kenshi to return. And as soon as Kenshi came back, he was like, all right, it's game time. You guys are locked in here with us, and let's get the round. Good job for RTL.
Bro, RTL almost threw that round when Kenshi wasn't reconnecting back in there, right? They got frazzled. A few of those players dropped into the spawn site, managed to get a couple of frags at the cable near the garage as well. And that was just so unfortunate. But what a turnaround coming through for RTL now. Now Risky going in for the crazy approach, gets snuffed out by Kevs and his KRM. And I love the defense RTL's playing. They are playing retake. They are allowing TeamCreamy to go in for the plant. And now, Kenshi, once again, going in for the backstab. They might be able to pull this off yet again.
This is what we're talking about here. AJ, what a shot from Hotdog. Put him on the grill. Add some marshmallows at the end of that because it's a complete party here. Coming from him, Risky taken down. They bring it to a 4v4 here in round number 7. And this could be a chance for TeamCreamy. They're going to need this round. If they let RTL take match point, it might be a done deal. That deficit could be a bit too big to deal with. Steve here, able to find that 22 pixels, finding one of his own. And right now on the retaliation, it brought to a 3v3, AJ. The bomb is out in the open, though.
Yeah, the bomber straight away, a little bit too far from the pack, got taken down. This is a 3-on-3 with a bomb on the ground, easily now picked up by Epochs. Epochs will be able to go in for the plant, but I think it's going to be slightly wise of them to fake a flank over to that Alpha site and then move right on back towards direct road. And there you go. One player already falling for it. We can see that CF is trying to pay a little bit more attention to the cable car edge. But the bomber just spraying in there solo. Epochs, thank the Lord, managing to catch CF out of the equation there. If not, that would have been such a troublesome position to get caught in for TeamCreamy.
Van Loo here trying to clear the corners, but he does spot out the shoulder, 22 pixels, trying to go for it with the Fennec up close, does eventually get the kill with a few bullets remaining in the mag, and now trying to go for the push. 2v2, the plant is down by TeamCreamy, trying to use the vertical angles here, running up against each other, and they're going to try and retake this A site. Now, will he stick the defuse here? They have to get on this. They cannot let this go away from them. Will eventually defuse the bomb right in their face. Pros never fake, and RTL are professionals. TeamCreamy letting that one slip by.
I guess it was just a little too slippery, ladies, German boys and girls. You want to step onto Summit, you better be prepared for some icy floors, man. 5-2, TeamCreamy. Let's see if or not they can make a comeback. I mean, with so much of flair, all of a sudden they fell flat. RTL ESPORTS, they stepped up, man. I mean, earlier with the Kenshi comeback there, they came back from no. Oh, come on, Kenshi. Don't do stuff like that, man. Kenshi! And dog taken out of the equation as well. Goes in for a quick pop of the nade. Is Kenshi going to find yet another? No, he doesn't. He manages to get the hit marker, though. And now Tahong's going to get caught off guard. Kevs moves in. Epoch's taken down. RTL goes in for the plant. Game over, my friends. 22 pixels with the...
Good half, good round, good map here. That RTL take it 6-2. What a dominating performance. Kenshi, certainly he was the X factor there coming from RTL. You saw him as soon as he came back, AJ just completely wiped the floor, and he just wanted to get that game ended so quickly. He's like, okay, I'm gonna open up with 2 snipes, and that's all we need.
The ending of the game, I want to get to replay of that ending, man. I don't even know what happened there.
Kenshi is what happened, brother, man.
Oh, dude, Kenshi is just so crazy, bro. He steps in and he gets those clutches. It's so tough to touch RTL Esports when they are on fire. And my, oh my, they are so ready to get into the playoffs. But it's not just up to them, and it's not just up to their perfect performance. Even if they get a 3-0, they have to hope and now pray. They gotta sing Kumbaya again for Ultimate Ebro to drop at least one match.
Yeah, I mean, how many campfires are you going to build here? What foundations can you even put it on? Because the campfire has been quickly snuffed out here by the side of RTL. What a great performance from them on Domination. We're not going to expect anything less from these guys. Champions in every sense of the word. And now Van Loo, what a performance from him as well. Kenshi also doing pretty well. That duo here coming from the side of RTL was really a bit too much to deal with for the side of TeamCreamy.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Abso-freaking-lutely. RTL, the first time round, it was a last-minute comeback. Second game in here, they wanted to put the foot of dominance down. They did it. They stomped it right through Creamy, and it's a 6-2 victory that they most definitely will love to carry on into the final match. It's going to be Domination, and they bring in a lot of the adrenaline pumping through their veins. They've already done a great job at the previous series, and it just seems to be trickling on in here. Standoff, the final game, TeamCreamy, the opportunity to upset yet again. Will they do it?
Well, that could certainly be easier said than done here, AJ. Standoff on Domination. RTL are so good here on Domination itself and on Standoff especially. Can TeamCreamy make it happen? That's going to be quite difficult to do. We'd like to put out a lot of speculation that, TeamCreamy, they can bring this, they can bring that, but they're going to have to bring nothing less than their A game. They're 100%, 110% into this. They're going to have to turn it up to 11 to be able to even get a chance of winning here against RTL, because RTL are looking so on point. One of the best performances we've seen so far here in the group stages, and they're completely trying to run away with this. If they can clean this up 3-0, they might just be a lock-in for that top 1 slot. The only way they're not going to be the top 1 if they 3-0 this is if Ultimate ePro get a 3-0 of themselves, for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What do you guys think? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, first of all, drop the like, throw those shares in as well. Do you think RTL Esports can get a 3-0, or will TeamCreamy make that incredible comeback that they almost pulled off at Hardpoint? This is going to be Domination here at Standoff. And of course, things are going to be opening up hot at the Garena, as well as the Special Forces. And the point of contention, as usual, will be Bravo. But look at RTL sending all of their players, their big dogs in there to take the fight. But unfortunately, TeamCreamy had the exact same idea, but they play the safer game. They play the more steady game. They go in for the defense, and they seem to be alive. Let's see if not that'll help their score streaks gameplay on a little bit later.
Ooh, okay, 22 Pixels is doing really good here to hold down the line, to hold down that Bravo point. It almost caps it for them, but quickly RTL, we've seen this time and time again, they're really good and really quick to get back on that front line, and they've been keeping the Bravo point kind of in their way for the most part. Cannot really confirm it as of the moment. You can see that TeamCreamy are trying to play a bit back. They're not trying to go for that Bravo point just yet, trying to clear out the map before they even go for Bravo still, but that might bite him in the back, as he said here, AJ, because RTL, they're moving forward, and TeamCreamy are only holding in place.
Let's see if Mother get back away. Oh, beautiful through here from RTL now. And the Bravo Domination, the B flag will get pulled into the bag unless the prevention can come through from Cushing. Moves in, solo play by Cushing alone. Manages to shut down the approach from the side of RTL Esports. And the B flag has still not been taken into the bag. RTL is not going to be happy about this.
Oh no, RTL, that totally could have been the case for them, but TeamCreamy, they've stopped this. Yes, what a fight indeed here, AJ. You're not giving this up just yet. No team has taken the Bravo point as of the moment. We're already at the 3-minute mark, and no team has really taken Bravo. This might be fine for RTL, makes it happen. The Sparrow comes out, and that's why it's so deadly. Finally, RTL take Bravo point.
Oh, but look at the plays coming through as well to make sure the side of TeamCreamy does not step out of their spawn side. Now the sentry is going to be brought in towards the hotel yard just to make sure they've got one extra man in there. Very unsuspecting position to set up the sentry, and I love the plays and the ideation coming in here from RTL. They've got the Alpha, they've got that B point as well. Let's see exactly how they shut down the plays of TeamCreamy.
TeamCreamy here. Can they make the dream happen once more? They did give up the Bravo control earlier on here, and now they're trying to make the comeback happen. They have swarmed over the Bravo point, and they do have control of it for the meantime. RTL are all the way pushed back into Alpha spawn, but they will wipe out that Bravo point from range. Nice denial here coming from the side of RTL. Now TeamCreamy, they're going to be scattered. They're trying to find a way to get into the point, but still, RTL just a solid line, not giving up just yet. A complete great wall that TeamCreamy could not break through for the moment. And TeamCreamy, they are trying to go for that Bravo point time and time again. They're doing it scattered, just certainly just filtering into the site alone.
Terrible plays coming in here from TeamCreamy. They're not playing the power position. Second floor of Bakery was wide open. They allowed the side of RTL Esports to take their power position. Granny's house was being held to perfection from the side of RTL. That was all on TeamCreamy for not being able to pull up. And now they pull the distraction off. Not going to be enough. Very weak plays, very weak mastery of Standoff. And they're going to be punished by RTL if they don't step up.
Yeah, but now they are trying to go for that Granny's house control. It does seem like, well, they're not going to the second floor of it for the meantime as the half is done. But you said, you know, when you have that convenience store and the Granny's house, the hotel control, that gives you so much control over the Bravo point. It can be virtually impossible to try and take Bravo point away from the opposition. And RTL, they play that to a perfection. They have a 25-point lead exactly going to the second half. And once again, we're going to be going into the fray here. There's Van Loo. Look at that double opening nade from him.
Beautiful opener coming through in here. 22 Pixels goes in for Van Loo. And unfortunately, Van Loo managed to take himself out before Pixels can get to the point. 80 to 53. TeamCreamy now pulling that Bravo side back. RTL, as usual, the prevention. But this might be the play finally for TeamCreamy. They go ahead and play the map. And now with the rotation, with the spawn flip coming through for themselves, they might be able to hold this a little bit better. But they have to be careful. Look at what RTL's doing. They're immediately stealing their A flag away. They set up the sentry. They want to flip the spawns. TeamCreamy's in a lot of trouble, my friend.
Oh man, TeamCreamy, they are going to be triple capped. Okay, all handicapped here on the point. There's a sliver away from that happening. They shall be completely domination in the air for RTL. Just looking to run away with this one, AJ. TeamCreamy, they have to get a stop here. Look at that cluster strike, just denying the alpha point for the meantime. They're trying to go for the flank on the back alley, but TeamCreamy are filtering into their own death and demise.
Oh, this is unfortunate, man. The RTL just mastered Standoff all the way through. Subtle three-piece for himself, annihilating, decimating TeamCreamy. You think you can take one match away from us? Don't forget, the only reason why you beat Ultimate Esports is because we held hands and sang Kumbaya around that goddamn fire. 126-68, RTL Esports. They take another perfect series, handing the donut over.
And for TeamCreamy, they wanted to be the disher of that demise, of that sentence, of the title, but now the judge will put the jury out to place, and his order will be an execution. Complete dominance here by RTL. TeamCreamy, they are going to be kept to barely even half of the points here by RTL. So TeamCreamy, this should be a done deal, as RTL, as you said, AJ, take it 3-0, a complete sweep, another donut, laying an egg here for TeamCreamy, and they shall go and sweep them in the series.
Salute for TeamCreamy, man. I mean, once again, we need to point out that this team was put together mainly only to come in here to win the Philippines Championship. Unlike RTL Esports, they have been together for such a long time now. They've built that rivalry up with what used to be known as PDR Reborn, Ultimate E-Pro. They are their main rivals, but to stand up against them, to take matches away, definitely a long shot. We were shown by TeamCreamy that it will be possible. Hardpoint was such a close-fought match, even without TeamCreamy playing the map well, even without TeamCreamy being a team that have stuck as long together like how RTL Esports has been. Which is why I said, individually, these boys have got so much of skill in them, Nico. They stick together as long, they work together. They might just be the ones who replace Omega at the top. But not in this competition, not yet. Their time is just not now.
Unfortunately for them, you know, this is not their show to be the center of the stage, but the spotlight is not out for them just yet. They can continue this further on. TeamCreamy with that 3-0 sweep that has been dealt swiftly here by the side of RTL. That just goes to show that RTL are at another level right now in terms of the competition. So TeamCreamy, man, they still have a lot going for them. If you're going to expect to see them in community tournaments, well, you should expect for them to do really good. And who knows, maybe next time around next year, if this roster is still together, they could be one of those teams to go into the playoffs. But now is not the time. A bit more time in the oven, and TeamCreamy might just be baking something good. But for the moment, this is not their show. It will be RTL moving on forward. And RTL, they are looking to go into that playoff slot. The only thing standing in their way is if Ultimate E-Pro can win against Velocity 3-0. Otherwise, if Ultimate E-Pro drop a single map versus Velocity, it shall be RTL to go to the playoffs.
Okay, so now I am very sure everybody is curious. What happens? What happens if we watch the next series and Ultimate E-Pro get a 3-0 as well? Then that will force us to go into a tiebreaker situation. And how that is completed, ladies, German boys and girls, they are used in the following order. Number 1, history of previous head-to-head matches. Number 2, minimum number of walkouts. So in the past head-to-head matches, let's just say RTL right now, they are going to start singing Kumbaya again.
Yeah. I mean, they lost the opening series of today 2-1 versus Ultimate E-Pro, where Ultimate E-Pro eventually did take that with 2 points, with rather a single point over, as I said, 2-1. So in that case, the head-to-head already isn't looking too well for RTL if we ever get to the tiebreaker situation. So Kumbaya and maybe Hallelujahs is what they're going to have to sing to that tune.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. And now it's all up to Ultimate E Pro. Can they take a 3-0 victory over Velocity Esports, the team that has been so impressive in the competition thus far when they took on TeamCreamy earlier on? But when they met RTL, oh, dude, that was a totally different situation. They got snuffed out 3-0. So Ultimate E Pro might be looking for the exact same thing, but the worst thing that they can do at this point is underestimate what Velocity can bring to the table.
Certainly. I mean, Velocity are a team as well that were so dominant earlier on that we did see them in the match. They were able, of course, to win 2-1 versus TeamCreamy here, and that goes to show you that they're also a very formidable team, and you cannot sleep on them. So for TeamCreamy, they might not be able to get a map here versus RTL. They will be locked to that 3rd and 4th seed, potentially maybe the 4th at the bottom of this Group C. But we did talk about how, Group C, it is touted to be that group of death. And in that case, only one can really come out of here. It's such a difficult group to come out of. And for TeamCreamy to do as well and to bring the games to be that close as much as we've seen against some of these veteran teams like RTL, some of these teams like Ultimate E Pro, that is certainly an accomplishment in and of itself for TeamCreamy, but there is a bit more lacking there we would like to see, and I hope to see them back next time around. But Kenshi, that opening shot there to end the round, to end the game, map number 1, sealed in. Kenshi, just a complete X factor for map number 1.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, Kenshi is that one sniper you definitely want to have on your side. And RTL Esports, they've just blazed all the way through. The one biggest disappointment for the side of RTL is that they couldn't pull it off against Ultimate E Pro. And you know what the biggest blow here would be? For Ultimate E Pro to actually not move on to the playoffs, even after beating RTL. And RTL is the one to qualify, right? That's going to be a huge heartbreak. And even if it does not pan out in that way, even if RTL Esports is the one that does not make it on to the playoffs, it's still going to be a huge heartbreak in here after all of the perfection of Call of Duty Mobile that we've seen them bring into these matches back-to-back, especially in the past 2 series. 2 back-to-back 3-0s. They serve back-to-back donuts, right? And crazy plays can yet to be expected from them. So I understand the community. They all want to see RTL in there as well. 2 very deserving squads. It's all going to go down to, it's definitely not going to be luck, man. It's all going to be in the hands of one team only, Velocity. If they step it up, they are going to kill, and they are just going to hype up the whole of the community.
I mean, if they even win a single map at that point, it will be a lot
GG.
of, Ultimate fans being like, oh dear, you did it to us. It'll be RTL fans who'll be thanking the side of Velocity to be like, oh, thank you for really securing things in here. And so it's definitely not a comfortable situation to be in where your fate is in the hands of another, but that is ultimately where we will be. As now we're going on over here is a soldier of the game, MVP of that, RTL's Kevs. He has been doing so much good work, man. On Crossfire, a complete beast, no matter what game mode you put him on in. With the KRM, he definitely brings a fight up close. It doesn't matter which engagement he's taking because he can definitely win most of them.
Oh, I cannot agree more with you, man. Kevs has been so influential in a lot of these matches, and he's just so creative with his play styles. He's always so brave to step in first, mainly because of that one tool that you've already mentioned, the KRM in his hands. He just blazes through, right? But all through today, RTL has been running the run of impossibility. They've fallen, and they hoped and prayed that Ultimate E Pro will drop one match in this series. And that had happened, bro. And that happened in the most unlikely of fashions, because TeamCreamy was the one that took that one match away from them. And now RTL will have to bet on something even more improbable for Velocity to pull one map. And dude, I don't know, but the kumbayas seem to be working. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break, and we'll see how far the power of the kumbaya goes.
Wonderful, right? And just gets 2 in a row, and I
impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just guess two in a row, and I believe this is going to name Assume J. Yes, John, is going to be
work as well here for the Velocity Esports side, but they're going to have to pull out every single stop that they can, every ace up their sleeve, every card that they have in that. If they got an Uno reverse card, then they have to throw it out here and maybe, just maybe, be able to secure a second slot. But that is going to come with a lot of contention here coming from the side, of course, of Ultimate ePro. Ultimate ePro need to win every single map in the series to be able to even have a chance once again of going on over into that playoff slot. And so Velocity Esports, will they be able to pull down Ultimate ePro with them and maybe make things more difficult?
I love the dev team, man. I just went in and I reported a mic bug. They fixed it immediately. I love you, Call of Duty Mobile. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Yo, Bobs, taking the head-to-head up against A. And clearly you guys can see who the ultimate one is. 16 versus 9 on the average kills. He dies lesser as well, 10 to 14. On the average assist, you know Yo Bobs is there to serve 5 versus 3. On the average score, A is nowhere close to him. KD ratio, a better wish Yo Bobs does not step up in front, because we know how that gunfight is going to fare. Look, the odds are stacked against Velocity Esports, and they are here to do the impossible, man. But if you ask me, TeamCreamy had something impossible to do as well, but they managed to pull it off, bro. The Kumbaya worked. So RTL Esports and all of their fans better start holding hands.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it a while ago, AJ, where you gotta sing those kumbayas around the campfire, maybe throw in hallelujah every now and then here, because everything will be on the line between this team. Velocity is definitely not a good case for RTL fans to kind of, be clutching at the grasp here, clutching for maybe another team to fail so that they can win. But with their fate being in the hands of another, that's all they can really hope for. If Ultimate ePro win this 3-0, they could potentially take that top slot away from the side of RTL and go on over to the playoffs instead of them. But we will be moving on now over here, AJ, into the map vetoes himself. Map bans to start things off. We have seen a lot of crossfire bans thoroughly in the past, but it hasn't been coming true today. Firing range has been a map that we have not seen yet today here to play that firing range map. Will we see it this time in the final map of the series?
Yeah, I hope we do get to see a little bit of that. But Nico, brother man, I need you to take over a little bit, because I don't think the audience can hear me. You need to carry this solo for a bit, my man.
I'm not sure if they can hear me as well, but we'll continue on anyways. I mean,
you're good. I can hear you.
Oh, no, we are. Okay, they can hear us now. Okay, they can hear us now. Yeah, all right. We got that. Thank you, production. We can now get this show on the road. Final match of the day in Hackney Yard, AJ, will be the opening band.
Beautiful. Now, Hackney Yard's not going to be in play. Let's see if or not Velocity removes the side of takeoff, or the side of takeoff from the play in here. There you go. Takeoff taken away as well. So it's going to be straightforward. Both teams want to play it safe, but Ultimate ePro won the coin toss, so they're going to be able to dictate this, okay? So the luck is not on RTL side already, which means you guys not only have to sing Kumbaya, you all got to start screaming it out loud and clear. Summit is going to be the name of the map we play for Hardpoint to open things up in the final series.
Yeah, Summit, whoever gets that. Oh, there we go. We asked for it, AJ, and we're going to be getting firing range for search and destroyed S&D on FR, and that is certainly going to be a show banger of a match here for map number 2. But let's look on over here onto map number 3. What will we get for Domination? Standoff it shall be. And of course, what another map, a great map to close off this day. We've been having Standoff every single match of the day. Sparrow will be banned. Annihilator as well to follow up. Yes, we will. And so the death machines will be abound here, coming into the final map, coming into the final series of Group C. Everything is riding here for the fate of RTL. Will Ultimate ePro be able to sweep the series and potentially clutch that playoff slot? Or will Velocity say no to that?
Oh, yeah, that's what we're about to find out. Dude, I'm so excited. In the 3 days of the group stages, it has been crazy in the Philippines. And if this is the group stage, if this is the feel of the group stage itself, the takeoff. The playoffs are going to be absolutely lit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are loving the action in here, the final series, if you guys think everything is now dependent on this, make sure you hit that share, bring in all of the audience back in here for the final one. Velocity, I've got faith in them, Nico, and I think they're going to be able to pull this off.
I do too. I think they got a fair shot of winning at least a single map in that. And if they do, all they need, mind you guys, is one map. One map gets them to clutch away, pull away Ultimate ePro from winning once again. That sort of crab mentality of like, if we can't win, then you guys can't either. That's what Velocity are fighting for here. Maybe being able to clutch that second slot if they go 3-0 themselves, Velocity. But that is a long shot. Now let's go over into map number 1.
Krabby Patty plays coming in here from Velocity Esports. Are they going to be able to pull it off? Ultimate ePro dropping into the control room number 2, opening things up. But Velocity, a little bit more of the aggression there. Yato can't find a kill, gets taken out by A little bit too slippery in here today.
Enemy contact.
Oh, he's been completely, swerving in and out of the fight, and they haven't been able to catch him off guard just yet. Okay, good cleanups here from the side of Ultimate ePro initially. Hardpoint will be on the side of Ultimate ePro. Velocity trying to take control of that, but it has not really been working out in their favor. The control room up top has been going in their favor for the meantime, and now they will finally control it. Now Velocity Esports forced back on the respawn. They are at the cusp of the game, trying to get themselves in, but they cannot really knock hard enough.
You gotta do the meta, and this is what Tin shows you when you pull the Fennec into your hands. You go on a freaking spree. This guy is on a kill spree, and he's not gonna stop anytime now. But unfortunately for his side, no matter how many kills they are able to take, picking up that point is just gonna be so difficult. Velocity is unable to go into the hardpoint and ask those questions. Even as we move on to the edge platform here, things are yet as difficult. They need to be able to go in here for that spawn flip, and I think they might have just been able to do that. They are now spawning just behind the Blue Raider station, and they flood in here for the push. They might be able to pull this off.
Oh man. But the thing is, AJ, we've talked about it time and time again. Once you have that P1 control, it's really early and really quick and really easy to be able to snowball that into P2 as well, because the points are so close to each other. So for a team like Velocity, they cannot rescind control of that too early, which they did. And now Ultimate ePro are looking to run away. They build up so far 60 points that they have now over Velocity.
The side of Velocity, they just need to make sure they keep calm, and I love what Velocity is doing. They are taking the long flank around the Special Forces base to get into the cable car platform, but unfortunately, the side of Ultimate ePro, they are just finishing things up at the second hardpoint here and moving on so well into the cable car platform as well. Sentry gun has been brought out. Velocity Esports, this is getting more and more difficult by the second.
Gravity Vortex here, but could not really pull anything into the vent horizon. Now they will find some pickoffs from that with Velocity. Okay, this is their first real hold in this entire map. They do have it for the meantime. This Hardpoint P3 in their favor, but now Ultimate ePro are just completely storming here over the site itself, and they're maybe getting Velocity. They cannot really hold on to a point for any longer than a few seconds, and it's been showing here how Ultimate ePro have just been really dominating them on Hardpoint.
Absolutely. Seconds in here so far, and it doesn't look like Velocity Esports will be able to do anything much. Although they've got the spawn, they've had the spawn for quite a while now, but those gunfights are just unfortunately being lost left, right, center to Ultimate ePro, who's just so serious in making this playoffs. Why would they not be? It's their opportunity, and they do not have any room for error whatsoever, and they take such an aggressive push and on to the fourth hardpoint, and I believe they might just be able to wrap the game up here.
Oh, this is looking even more dominant than we've ever seen before here, at least in Group C. We've seen some lopsided hardpoints, but nothing like this for the meantime, AJ. Ultimate ePro, we're looking to end this here right now. What can you do at this point? Equalizer in the hands of Yato here, and Ultimate ePro. Okay, Velocity take the point real quick, but it's not going to really avail too much, as the death machine will come on out, and this is a done game. This is a done game. We're going to go to map number 2 real quick.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do manage to pull the hard point back, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to string on enough points against Ultimate ePro, who've just been so ultimate in terms of their gun skills. Going in here for the kill back-to-back. They win all of those gunfights, 150-20. You've said it already, Nico. The most dominating hardpoint match that we've witnessed in Group C, and quite honestly, throughout the whole of the group stages of the Philippines Championship, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some hard points go over 150 and then keep the opposing team to less than 30 points, but to keep the opposing team to less than 20 points, that is huge. Just Ultimate ePro completely outclassing the competition here. There isn't even one single thing I think we can point out, AJ, because mechanics, strategies, gun skill, everything has been completely lopsided in the favor of Ultimate ePro on map number 1.
Absolutely, man. Now, let's see if or not the side of Velocity Esports will be able to do anything else in that search and destroy, because just lopsided all the way through. Not even one of those hard points they managed to win away. Opened up the game quite well. Slippery A managing to give them the slip back to back. But unfortunately for them, that's all they could do. A little bit of trickery here and there. In terms of picking those points up, first hard point, purely Ultimate. Moving on to the second hard point, purely Ultimate. We talked about the spawns being flipped. We talked about how having the Special Forces base is important. The Green Radar Station, being able to spawn behind there when you die at the edge platform, at the second hard point, gives you the opportunity to continuously flood it. Make sure you can take it over. That's what they had. But they still couldn't take that second hard point. They could not win those gunfights. Ultimate ePro on a different level right now.
Completely. They've separated themselves from the pack here. They are the alpha dogs of this one. And I mean, Velocity, as their name might suggest, you kind of expect them to go in hard and fast and quick, but they just could not get that going. They could not accelerate to that pace, and they just get completely slowed down, stepping on the brakes because of Ultimate ePro pretty much pulling the e-brake on them. And now it was Ultimate ePro who did run away with things here, keeping them to 20 points. What a dominating performance once again. But firing range, this could be where they make the comeback, but it's not looking too likely for me, to be quite honest with you.
You never know, man. You never know, right? Because at least it's search and destroy. Every time you mess up, you reset the game. Every time you die, you reset the game. You get to regroup, and maybe that little bit of breathing space will allow Velocity to find a way to overcome Ultimate ePro. And Ultimate ePro, they are taking the attacking side first, which is good for Velocity, right? They get to slow things down and see what Ultimate is all about. Beautiful open by QB going in here. Second piece coming through as well is going to be the Holger, as usual, getting all of that damage done. Anticipation at shooting range seems to be perfect through in here, but I hope we see some sniping action coming through from Velocity as well, because without those snipers, QB is not going to be able to carry this whole match.
Okay, AJ, it seems like QB did hear me. He's like, oh, okay, Black and Blue thinks that we can't do this. Well, let's show him one and show him that we can definitely make it happen. The wood control here by Ultimate ePro to start things off, but you're down to a 5v3. You're going to really need to open things up here. If they can find the pickoff onto A, that is going to be really good. But A here on top on the second floor, getting positioned away. He's got the Holger, so he can hold down the line, but AG is going to find out on the swag, and he might just have bought them a lifeline.
Now, it looks like Ultimate ePro now outnumbered, but Velocity Esports, they just need to be very, very patient, not go in here for the overpush, and now being spotted out by A. A needs to make sure he does not overextend. Jabin will make him pay a very heavy price. The bomb now might go on towards the warehouse number 4. Bravo is the name of the game. Gets spotted out by A. He makes the call. The rest of those team members now need to come in for the push, and there we go. This is the push coming in from Velocity Esports. The pinch needs to come through as well. The bomber might drop this. Fiend goes in for those shots. Won't be able to pull it off. Pressure. But this is very risky. Velocity needs to fall back.
No, but the risks they're going to want to take here right now. They've brought it back to 2v1. Ultimate ePro have done the comeback. It seemed like after those opening picks here coming from the side of Velocity, coming from the side of QB, this could have been where they make their stand, where they turn things around. But even then, with the reset now, Ultimate ePro take the opening round.
Bro, that was so bad, man. That was so bad. I mean, Initially, they had already spotted the rush towards Bravo, and it had already been called out by A. The best that they could have done was come in for the backup. They got that part correct. But right after they understand that those players had flooded in there, but they're taking a slow push, you need to back away. You can't leave yourself so exposed, and it's just making this job for Ultimate E-Pro way too easy. And now a quick pop going to come in here from Yato. I think it's going to be a stun that goes in for the push, and Yato will be able to get that power position now in this fight. Going up against Markio, who regains his composure, goes in for those shots to pressure him off. QB with the quick nade will not be able to find anyone. All still good.
All is good in the hood for the moment here, AJ, but we've seen that if you let this start to run away from itself, then it'd certainly be a very difficult situation to come back in from. Yato winning that fight, even though he was out in the open, and a second shot here to Markio. Yato, he's been so formidable, so deadly on those snipes, and now he's opened up the A site.
Beautiful plays coming through from Yato as well as Ultimate E-Pro. Velocity, unfortunately, they are just giving this match away with their positioning, with all of their rotations. And I kind of see where they're coming from. They've been a little, edgy throughout the whole starting of that first match into the search and destroy. Similar situation as well. They just need to regain a little bit of composure. A is going to turn things around, starting things off great here by A. Swag coming in with that composure, and then backstab goes in for one very careless katana slice. Ultimate E-Pro punishes him so badly for that.
Well, if you play with a knife, you might just get cut, and there it goes. 2-0, Ultimate E-Pro take the lead even further. And they're looking to really extend this one over the Hens, looming it over Velocity. Velocity are going to need an opening pick here, maybe to get the foothold on this, but the opening wood control here by the side of Ultimate E-Pro is going to give them really good sightlines. You can see how far back Ultimate E-Pro are actually playing this. They're looking for Velocity to make a play. They see that Velocity just lost 2 rounds and are expecting them, predicting that Velocity might make a play, might go aggressive, but for the meantime, Velocity are not going to be playing into that hand.
Absolutely, man. Let's see exactly what's going to happen here. The bomb is just hanging back at the Gorilla base, waiting to see if or not they can get a couple of frags first. Ultimate E-Pro is just playing this really, really well. They're depending on Yato to find those opening frags, and Yato's making sure he does not pull in the exact same play that he already went for earlier. Shooting range was a little aggressive in that second round, right? And now Yato going in for the approach once again needs to be really careful. AG getting caught out from the left here. The approach is good into the white warehouse. They might be able to catch off the side of Velocity. Ooh, Yato pulls out the shorty, but gets punished immediately by Markio.
They're crawling their way up here. Markio, he did find that opening pick. Can he find once more? As the cross here, not able to deny that, not able to land the shots either as they're coming out from the trailer. And Holger here in the hands of A, right around the corner, but could not land those shots as well. Going for the wall bang, but he's not going to hit the mark. For the meantime, Plant will go down, and now the retake will have to happen. So 4v4 here, AJ, and on that bomb on the site itself is going to be AG waiting so patiently.
Yeah, Velocity, they can go in here for the backstab feed. He needs to pull a bigger flank off, but Yobab's already anticipating this move coming through. AG pulls out a kill. This is all over for the side of Velocity.
Completely shut down. You saw just how much patience Ultimate E-Pro had in that one, and in the end, it really was Velocity. Just they're looking outclassed here, to say the least, AJ. And I like to root for the underdog. I like to do that every single time, but in this case, you cannot deny the fact that Ultimate E-Pro are looking so good. Shots will not land for Yato. Almost doing so, almost trading on each other, but we'll back off for the moment.
He's holding this pixel really well here. He's not going to be able to find anyone anytime soon. Ultimate E-Pro from the side of Yato, on the other hand, just crazy with all of his positioning. Now, he might be able to catch a careless Velocity player off guard here. Let's see if or not he is able to pull yet another round to the advantage to the side of Ultimate E-Pro. He's been the playmaker so far. QB is going to be in trouble. He has got the holder there at the bomb site. He's playing a very risky push here. Yato will be asking some very tough questions shortly, Nico.
But who will respond is the question. And what answer will he get from those questions here by Yato? The clock has still got lots of time to work with. Now, after not seeing much response, not much initiative from the side of Velocity, trying to go for their own. Okay, almost finds the angle, almost lands a headshot there. Be very careful on the other end of it here, coming from his side, Gubi. Be able to dodge those shots for the meantime, but now it seems like Ultimate ePro want to go execute on the A site.
No, they lose one by one. All of their players. EG pulling off that two-man takedown. Tin at the backup as well. Velocity, they lose one after the other, and they drop like flies. A thinks he can get away. Yo Bobs just makes him pay. 2 up to round number 4. Ultimate ePro is just looking so strong. But let us not forget that crazy upset that Creamy pulled off.
That is true. But this is Velocity here, AJ, and Ultimate ePro, they're looking to close off this opening half in flawless fashion. Okay, flash out, that stun will catch him off guard, and now they know there's information here. They know that Yato is at the very least there towards the back alley, and they had no idea that Jabin was waiting here. Jaban, a good flank from him to catch him off guard, but not much more. A will punish that aggression, and here on the push, Yo Babs will find that pick. Tin will do the same, completely outclassing here Velocity Esports, and they're looking to end the half strong, although the plant will be able to go down for the meantime. Will it really hold on to the post?
You know, I was talking about how TeamCreamy, if they stick around together long enough, they might be able to show us, the potential to outshine Omega one day. Look at Ultimate ePro, halfway there already, man. A little bit of crush in there from the side of Tin. This guy's an absolute slayer. I mean, when we've got Jabin going in there with all of those shots, Yato with those consistent snipes, Ultimate ePro, dude, these guys look unstoppable, absolutely untouchable. Match point. Perfection, 5-0, and now on the defense, let's see how they fare.
How do you even get things going at this point, AJ? You're looking to sweep this series, looking to sweep this round and this map even here to a 6-0. He gets a hit marker, almost gets the kill there. Yato, perfect timing on that.
Oh, let's see what he'll be able to do with this. Perfectly placed Nate on QB. Beautiful place. Nate by Yato. No systems being played at all. Jabin now moving through. Makio gets a 2-piece for himself. 10 for the response. And now Velocity, they only have 2 players in here. The bomb finally gets planted up by Makio. The numbers don't look good. Velocity, everything depends on this play that these 2 players can pull off. Swag, let's see what he's got.
They did throw out that trophy, but it was too late. You can see just how much timing can really try to muck things over. And as they go into it, Swag will find that pickup, staying alive to bring it down to a 1v. No, that will be it. As Ultimate ePro and the game and the map 6-0, a perfect flawless run as they're looking to sweep the series as well.
RTL ESPORTS. Kumbaya, boys. Y'all better sing it. Y'all better sing it loud. Because this is going to be very tough, man. I mean, everything is in the balance. And the fate of RTL ESPORTS now, making it into the playoffs, all lie in the very sweaty palms of Velocity Esports. And my oh my, let me tell you, sweaty palms, mobile gaming don't go hand in hand. No pun intended.
I mean, like quite literally, you know, some teams they'd like to powder up their hands like a billiard player, you know, or maybe a bowling player where you really need to get that. But okay, moving from the point, no, not going literally, you cannot go into it with sweaty arms are sweaty, spaghetti, because you're just gonna get caught up in your own words, you know, AJ here. And the only pasta that they should be turning into this is map number 3 in their favor, because if Ultimate ePro, if they get this, I honestly don't know who's gonna be going to the playoffs.
Nico, I'm loving this partnership, man. I'm loving this partnership. I think the jokes that we are pulling off is gonna kill the audience, and we are finding that role, bro. As we go into day 4 of the group stages, we guarantee you, you guys will be vomiting blood with all of the punchlines we hit. Ultimate ePro hitting 150 to 26 and perfection in Call of Duty Mobile so far. Domination is another game altogether, but so far with all of those gun skills, man, mechanical capability of just annihilating Velocity's players, there's very little hope.
Yeah, I mean, hope is all you have to hope for here, And at this point, for RTL fans, they're definitely shaking, and for them to be watching on the wings of the stage, for them not to be on the stage itself and just be looking like, oh, please lose. That's all they're gonna have to hope for, because we're going into map number 3 here. And once again, if Ultimate ePro win this map and complete the series sweep 3-0. It's a toss-up on who is going to go over as that tiebreaker for the final playoff slot here in Group C. But now we're going into it, AJ, real quick and early. Alpha and Charlie Control taken by the respective teams. Bravo, the point of contention. Nobody going for that yet early on.
Yeah, I hope Velocity watched the match earlier on, because I mentioned one of the biggest reasons why Creamy just could not get a hold of that Bravo flag was because they just weren't playing the power position. They had got nobody on that second floor of Bakery, and they just could not play support fire for all of those people to cap that B flag. You need to be able to support them. Look at how House is being played so well now by Jovas, and he's going to be able to put that pressure play onto anyone who steps up onto the field to capture the flag.
Man, the fray here is looking after open to seal in the deal for the day. Jabin catching him off guard there, Swag, but Nan will get the trade real quick and easy. 15-15, Bravo point has not been controlled just yet. Velocity looking to take early that, but the control here, the Grand House is being held by Velocity, so this is a good sign for them. They do have that hotel house control, but the convenience store here answering back as well, telling you we're open 24/7, and here comes Ultimate ePro on the take.
Yeah, players from Velocity, they are borderline insane right now. They're trying the exact same move again and again and again. You step in to cap that B flag, you die. You need to figure out why you're dying at B flag. Nobody challenges Yobabs at Granny's house. Absolutely. Yobabs is still holding on to Granny's house. Nobody challenging Yobabs, and he's just going in for the slice back to back. Bravo, that B flag is in the hands of Ultimate ePro. Velocity Esports, they are losing this, and they will not be able to pull anything back in here if they don't start playing that map. The players are trickling through Bakery, but they're just using it as a walkway to find their way into private backyard.
I mean, when you go into a doorway like that, there's a reason why it's called the Fatal Funnel. And Ultimate ePro are certainly showing them the reason and the cause of that. Here on the push, Ken is able to find 2 kills. He's been such a great performer once again for the side of Ultimate ePro. And they're looking for the first half, but for the meantime, Velocity, they are keeping it close, but it is starting to run away from them. Look at the push here coming from Swag, able to find 2 kills. They're looking to go for that 8 alpha back cap, but could not do it successfully.
Yeah, Swag should have pulled that play off like at the start of the game when Yobabs was being a pain in the butt, but unfortunately that just didn't happen. He gets taken down so late in the game, and above and beyond everything else, Swag trickled in there solo, my man. You're not going to be able to cap A, you're not going to be able to do much of a difference, and the rest of the players weren't ready to go in to cap the B flag when he took Yobabs out of the equation. And the problem is Ultimate ePro already has a very strong hold onto that B flag. If at all Swag wanted to play that, the communication should have just been there. It's just on an all-up front, Ultimate ePro all the way through. This is painful.
And we did see a while ago in the series right prior to this, AJ, where TeamCreamy, they were kind of making the same mistake where they'd only send one player to try and back up, or only send one player to try and go for that flank. In this case, it was Swag here for the side of Velocity, but I mean, it just doesn't work out if you do that. If you only send one player, there isn't enough simply manpower nor firepower to make that happen, especially against a team like Ultimate ePro. And that is the reason why they are in the lead right now. We're going to the second half. We already started things off here, and the control once again by Ultimate ePro trying to be established. They do have that Granny's house here for the side of Velocity, but on top of the second floor here, baking things open will be Ultimate ePro.
Yeah, I want everyone to watch the map. Look at Ultimate ePro. They're not playing the B flag at all. The first thing that they're doing, they want to get into Granny's house, and they want to make sure whoever's holding on to the power position is snuffed out instantaneously. And if they're able to ensure that, now they are opening up the map, that B flag is up for the taking. And this response coming through from Velocity Esports is really good. They send in one challenger into Granny's house, yet not touching that B flag just yet. Finally moving on by A. They need to be careful. Prevention coming through from the Predator missile is good. Velocity Esports is playing the second half slightly better, but they need to make sure Ultimate ePro, they don't catch them off guard. They need to make sure they do not lose hold of the Red's house.
That is certainly going to be the case here because ultimately, Ultimate ePro just completely shredding them down here, and they're looking to triple cap over here and really loom it over their heads on Velocity Esports. The triple cap almost coming into play, but Velocity will hold on to Bravo for the meantime, but they are going to be split. The Gravity Vortex gun here is certainly going to be a heavy weight on their shoulders, but can't really find much value.
Yeah, your box is just waiting to reset onto Granny's.
Oh no!
Already access on the line out here as well. Predator missile just to stop the steal on the XS1 Goliath from coming through. Still two sides on the cap. Velocity Esports, they haven't even gone and pulled back the Gorilla base back for themselves. It's an ultimate shit show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ultimate ePro goes in here for the absolute dominance on Standoff. And Velocity Esports, they just do not know what to do.
Eventually get the kill on Goliath and taking him off of the board, but still, he will be looming over them right now. Ultimate ePro have taken Bravo point once again. All they have to do at this moment is not overextend, hold on to Bravo and Alpha, and it should be still in for the deal. They can't take it, but they're still going for the Charlie point for the meantime. Not necessarily going to be successful in that, but they don't really have to. Bravo and Alpha is all they need to seal in this team.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, shall we announce it already? Not the one who will move on to the playoffs, but the winner of this series, Ultimate ePro. And it's just been so easy to call these situations out at the group stages, but it's not going to be the same when they move on to the playoffs. It's just going to be an absolute crusher for anyone to be up there at that point, because what we are seeing is when they make it to the playoffs, they have mastered the maps of Call of Duty Mobile. And when we move on to the playoffs of the Philippines Championship, brought to you by Sony, it's gonna be all out firepower going up head to head. 150 to 83. Ultimate ePro drops Velocity Esports. And what do you know? They make it in to the playoffs. Congratulations, Ultimate ePro. What a game.
Wow.
What a performance. Truly well deserved. After they took such a convincing match at Hardpoint against RTL at the opening series of the day. What a play in Group C.
AJ, during the final match of Group B, during 2 days ago, that is when it was decided who was moving to the playoffs. It came out to the very final round, the very final map of the entire day, and once again, it has happened here. Premier competition, you're never going to get a bigger spectacle than the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Philippines stages here, brought to you by Sony once more. What a performance from Ultimate ePro, stealing away that playoff slot from Group C, under the nose, under the rug, pulling it out under the feet here of RTL. And RTL, they were so close to qualifying into the playoffs, into the top 4, but it will be Ultimate ePro to bring them back, close the door, and take it for themselves.
Ultimately, it was just this squad that was going to make it through. They even after the rebranding, sometimes, some teams, they kind of lose their flavor, man. But Ultimate ePro, they've gained tin in their squad, and they are as hard as ever, right? It's going to be absolutely difficult to break through this metal tin, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And they've shown it all through their matches. They dropped one game against TeamCreamy. And that would have been the point where everyone would have been shaking, right? That was just panic mode. Why? Because they've just reset the situation. And the only way to save themselves is if they go in here for a 3-0 and make sure Velocity has no chance whatsoever. And that's exactly what they pulled off. 150 to 20, 6-0, 150 to 83. They outplayed and dominated Velocity to make it through to the playoffs.
Completely here, AJ. I mean, Ultimate ePro, they didn't want to mess about here in muddy waters. They didn't want to walk over thin ice. They wanted to get it secured firmly. And for them to win that opening match a while ago between Ultimate ePro here and RTL, for them to win that 2-1, that really mattered because we went into that tiebreaker situation. As you talked about a while ago, that tiebreaker will take a lot of heads, it will take a lot of notion from how the head-to-head does go. And because that Ultimate E Pro won the head-to-head a while ago versus Velocity Esports, once again winning the series 2-1, that is a big reason why they are moving on over to the playoffs. They are neck and neck in terms of the points. They both have the exact same points in the group stages, but because Ultimate ePro performed better in their own match, in their own series versus RTL, well, they are the Group C representatives.
Oh, absolutely, man. And RTL, with a heavy, very, very, very heavy heart, I have to say, does not make it through. But at the very least, they bag 40,000 pesos for themselves, man. But you know what? This was not about the money at all. In Group C, it was all for the battle of supremacy. This rivalry between Velocity Esports as well as Ultimate ePro has gone on for quite a while in the COD community. But when it boils down to the big stages, Ultimate ePro managed to pull it off in convincing fashion. Yes, indeed, this had to go in with a tie situation. Head-to-head, Ultimate ePro did get the win. We could say that, hey, maybe if we gave them another series, things could be a little bit different for the side of RTL. It just wasn't, right? Because that very first opening Hardpoint match was just a true crusher, and it just showed the difference in terms of capabilities that Ultimate ePro had versus RTL.
Indubitably here, AJ, like they were just done. They were done. They were like, let's get this over with. Let's end this opening map with the most dominant hardpoint we've seen in the entire group stages, and then let's 6-0 sweeping S&D here on map number 2. Then when we went into map number 3, Velocity, such a valiant effort for them to come back. Such tenacious these guys are, but they cannot do it against a team like Ultimate ePro, one of the teams who claim the title of the best team in the Philippines. So are RTL, to be fair, but in this case, it shall be Ultimate ePro to prevail in that overtime, in that rather tiebreaker situation. And unfortunate for RTL fans there, maybe if you were going to have, the top 2 slots go over to the playoffs, and RTL would still be able to make that playoff berth, make that playoff appearance, but we're only going to be getting the top 4 for our playoffs. And in that case, well, Ultimate ePro will be one of those representatives. On the next day, when we got on over here to our 4th and final group stage day on September the 1st, well, that is where we are going to find out the 4th and final representative in the playoffs to join the rest of the teams here, joining Ultimate ePro as well.
And the biggest question for day 4 is going to be, will Omega make the qualifiers as well? Will Omega actually make it through to the playoffs, right? It's a big question. It might be a joke of a question to some people because they expect Omega to just sail all the way through. But clearly from what we have seen in the first 3 days of the group stages, the level of competition in the Philippines most definitely has grown. A lot more of those brands taking the game very, very seriously, investing so much of time. Most of those players there are in their, offices as well. They are in all of their game houses. They're grinding it all the way through. And it seems to be showing in their results as well. Ultimate ePro, they've not taken this lightly, and it shows in their performance and how far they've come.
I mean, you can even see it here in the group stages alone on the teams that are here. You don't see big names anymore like the VVV squads or the NRX squads here currently in our group stages. It just goes to show how much that, skill gap has been closed off with a lot of these other teams who might not be as represented by big brands, but they got some big time gameplays behind them too. But this man here, Tin, was certainly such a stand-up performer, certainly the X factor for the side here of Ultimate ePro. Is performing to an insane level. Psychotic this man was, 21 kills average, and his KDR at a 2.41. What an amazing performance coming from him.
Like I said, right, man, absolute metal tin, impregnable. You put this tin in front of you, he acts as a ballistic shield for your whole squad. Most of the time, in a way where he just repels those bullets, right? He just avoids every single shot thrown at him. He moves so slick throughout the whole map, and he understands exactly when to start some of these gunfights, which is one of the greatest things about Tin, right? He doesn't fall that much because he knows when to back away and when to go in for that engage. And this is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, the schedule for Group D, the final day of the group stages for the playoffs setup.
All right. Do note that on top there it says Sunday, August 29th. That is today, so it's obviously not going to be today. We're not going to have 12 matches straight in a row. This will be on September the 1st. Mind you guys, mark your calendars. We will be starting here same time again. Our first opening match will be Sigra X Aim versus Smart Omega. The latter, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, to win the championship for the Philippine stage. But I'm telling you, man, and you talked about it here, AJ, that honestly, anybody could take this, and the entire championship, the title is up for grabs from all of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. If you guys want to hear about these teams, wait for the 1st of September. We'll hype them up on that day. But let us assure you, Sigra, X Aim, Smart Omega, Tokyo, Osaka, DBK, Rex's Alt. Usually, Garena has a bad habit of keeping the spiciest of actions for the very, very final day. So you can anticipate that Group D being an absolute banger, ladies, German boys and girls. So make sure you don't miss it.
Definitely for sure here, AJ. How else do we put it? We already had a star-studded day number 1, 2, 3, and here we're going to be going into a day number 4 in just a hair. So guys, be sure to mark that on your calendars. We're going to have an amazing day here once again, AJ. It's been amazing here to be with you. Group C is definitely not a disappointment. Any closing words before we cap the day off?
You the man, bro. You the man. Absolutely loved doing the show with you, and I cannot wait to catch Group D. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, Nico.
It was completely bonkers here, AJ. Like day number 2, day number 3, going down to the final map to decide who goes into playoffs. How can we expect anything less for the final day, Group D? So guys, make sure to mark your calendars. Once again, Group D will be on September the 1st. You have been watching the Call of Duty Mobile Philippine Championships, brought to you by Sony. I am Black and Blue. Thank you. It's been an honor to be here. We'll see you guys next time. With me, AJ, the Mustachio Man himself. Ever amazing, ever wonderful.
Wait.
What's up?
Wait. Let's get some predictions. Let's get some predictions in the comment section going first. Okay. You guys already saw Group D. Who's going to be in there? Let's take some time. I mean, the matches are all over already. Who do you guys think is going to be making it through to the playoffs from Group D? Will Smart Omega make the cut? Will they get it done? Will we see me? For heaven's sake, man. I cannot tell you, Nico, how many times people come to my stream and ask me, can you please shout out the best sniper in the Philippines, Whoopi? No, I'm not going to do that. And I specifically tell all of my viewers that I will never do it until Whoopi pulls those snipes off. And dude, I cannot wait. My heart is pumping. But like I've said, man, too many things can go on in that final day, right? Because the competition, I mean, Sigra going up, and combining their forces with AIM alone, and that being the opening series of the day is enough to make my heart start beating, palpitating from now itself.
Well, maybe when we go over to day 4, AJ, he might just be able to claim that for himself and be worthy of the AJ Mustachio shout out himself. But once again, we are going to finally close off the day here. I'm Black and Blue. With me is AJ. He needs no introduction, but thank you guys so much. You have been watching the Call of Duty Mobile Philippines Championship, brought to you by Sony. We'll see you guys on day 4.